vote previously, was, you know, if somebody, I mean, a couple of these are sustaining, you know, Green Mountain Orchards, for example, and I'm speaking a little bit off the cuff here, not, but, you know, they use that power there. Mm-hmm. I believe Basketville uses their power there. The other two, I think, support something nearby, but those are essentially commercial. They're, you know, for all practical purposes, they're utilities. And that was the nature of our discussion, is how do we want to do this? 5 years ago, the atmosphere for solar was more aggressively saying, yes, we want to do this, but I don't think we want to discourage people from doing this either. So that's a tricky, I don't know. Right. I mean, I personally would not object to it being a discussion again at town meeting.
I think we should for sure.
But I don't know whether we want to, how we would want to approach whether we have a opinion about it or whether it's just a discussion. And I think we would need to invite these folks to comment on it, and also, I don't know whether the state would have any, you know, I don't know whether, for example, does the Public Service Board now treat this size differently than they did 5 years ago? I have no idea. So, how we would, you know, would we put it, I guess we would, if we want to have it come up as a discussion again, we would need to put it on as an article.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I don't object to doing that. Whether we want to or not, we should probably talk about that when Laura's here, and so at our next meeting.
Yep. Yeah, which is next
Let's
week.
Let's revisit that. Doug, you got any opinion from a lister's perspective?
No opinion.
Okay.
Just information.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I think we would want to certainly, if we were to put it on an article, as an article, we would clearly want to notify these folks and allow them to make clear statements about. But we might also want to check with public service and other, you know, I don't know.
Right.
You got an opinion, Tom? No. All right.
Okay. Thank
Thanks,
you very
Doug.
much. Have a good night, Doug.
Thanks.
Actually, Doug, before you go, one more question I have on here. I mean, it seems to me one of these is 150, and I think Jordy said, or somebody said, that Green Mountain Orchards is 57. I'm surprised because all of the values of these fall between 141,000 and 163,000.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that there's that big a range of kilowatt hours and that small a range of values. I don't know.
Right.
Jordy and I tried to figure out how we did not set those numbers.
Okay.
Okay, they were set for us.
But do you know, was that in the was that in the reappraisal? Do you know?
I think it was at reappraisal, but there's a special formula, I believe, that they use.
Okay.
That is based on the income approach as opposed to.
Oh, okay.
So there's a way to calculate that, and Jordy and I could not find the formula to actually do it.
So there may be like a base value for the infrastructure, and then it's
could be
determined
based on
by,
how much it produces. But Green Mountain did increase theirs. It was smaller, and then they went back and applied to increase it to the 57, which just got them over 50.
Okay.
But again, Jordy and I tried to calculate those ourselves and find out how you did it. And we searched the Vermont Department of Taxes website, and we searched a couple of places and could not find. Doesn't mean that it's not in there. We just couldn't get to it at the time.
The other person who might be helpful to comment on this would be Cy.
Mm-hmm. We had a call into Cy. Yep.
Just to see whether other towns are doing it a certain way. So maybe we can follow up on that before the next meeting.
Sure.
But all right, good. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
blessing for you too.
He locked the door, we're done. All right, fire department draft budget.
You still here, Tom?
Yep.
Okay.
So, obviously, I was in once to present our budget. Nothing really has changed with that. Just in having discussions with Karen, just wanted to talk about, I think, two things specifically. One was the inclusion within the capital budget of our ventilation system, diesel exhaust ventilation system at the firehouse.
I
So-
don't see a copy of this.
So you want the general fund,
Okay.
and within the general fund is the fire department,
Yeah,
and,
so just add, it's not broken out from the general fund.
no,
Okay. Sorry, Tom, I was distracted. So including in the budget the possibility of.
In the capital budget, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is 104,000,
I put 103,000.
103, yeah, that's what it is, 103.
And then there was also the discussion, we have in the articles the potential for a fire engine.
Yeah, and we can talk about that some
But that's
more
not
tonight.
really in your, that's a different.
No, that was just something for your consideration, and if we move forward, we do.
So since Tom's first draft, this is his second draft, in the revenue, you're gonna see, a line item for note proceeds for 103,000. This is for the exhaust.
This is under firefighting and EMS, where is this? Let's see, 103,000. It's on the next, oh, truck and equipment, yeah, okay.
All right, so on page, where am I here? Sorry, guys. Page 2, you're gonna see the revenue coming in for the 103,
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
okay? So that's the amount to be borrowed.
Right.
And then in the capital plan is a 5-year note to pay off that 103,000. So the payments would be, the principal payments are $20,600, and it won't start until FY '22. Okay?
Principal payments only, so
Right.
interest, what would we be? What would interest
I
payment
haven't
be?
gone out to the bank to find
Okay.
out, but I would think it'd be at least, maybe $1,000.
Over 5 years.
Depends on the rate too.
What did you say the principal was?
Might be 5 a year.
20,600.
Might be 5,000 a year interest payment. Is that right? That wouldn't be the total interest over a 5-year period, would it?
No, not over a 5-year period,
Right,
no,
yeah, exactly.
per year.
Right, yeah, okay.
So here's a debt schedule too, that might make more sense to you. So the very first section is, the fire station.
Yeah.
So if you look in FY '21, that's what we're gonna be paying for. And actually, that 20,600 needs to go over a line.
So, but this doesn't,
This gives you the capital
This-
for the fire station only.
but this does not show the possibility of a new fire engine.
Absolutely not.
Right, okay.
No. No, I did
Okay.
not go that far.
Yeah, so, vehicle exhaust system, okay, yeah.
But I can for the next meeting, Josh.
Well, we know, let's see, so you only show, oh, okay, just because we're not out beyond that. You only
Right.
show 4 main payments, but it would be, that's just because,
Right.
And
That's
actually,
why
that
25
first one
doesn't
doesn't
show
even
on
count.
Yeah, that first one was.
Yeah, the first one has to be, it's gonna be, the first year will be FY '22. So, because you borrow the money the year you voted in.
right, and then you
And
don't
then
make a payment until.
your first
yeah,
payment is the following year.
Yeah. So we,
And
yeah,
just so you're aware as well, as far as that funding is concerned, one of the hose drops that would be included in the system is for, a vehicle that we do not own.
yeah,
It's one of the state hazmat trucks.
Yeah.
We don't own that, we house it for them, period. And it's been that way since 2006. We've never charged the state any rent, anything else for that. In talking with the chief of the hazmat team, I've requested that should this go through, should this be approved, when the time comes, that they pay for their portion of it.
Right.
Which would be roughly $13,000. I'm hopeful that will happen.
And they said they were likely to do that, right? That was my impression.
That was the initial discussion.
Which, you know, I mean, if we figure the borrowing would be roughly 3%, somewhere in that range, those
Yeah,
two numbers
yeah.
more or less come out, even, I mean, within a couple thousand bucks, those come out.
Yeah.
But, okay,
So I just wanted to explain to you that we did put it in the budget
okay.
for the exhaust system.
It might be worth, well, let's see, yeah, I was gonna say, it might be worth calculating based on current interest rates and just having that, including that number in here, and then, you know, if we end up getting money from the state,
Right.
that would drive that down by that amount, but just so we're not, just so we show interest as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
You talked about grants for this and you looked and there wasn't any, right?
There are none
Yeah. that's what I thought.
available. I've looked, in a lot of different directions.
Yep.
I've specifically asked our insurance company, if number one, they could be of any help, and number two, if they could guide us to a possible grant opportunity. They didn't have anything for us. I confirmed with, at the time, last year, when we applied for our AFG grant, our federal grant, that we missed the cutoff, if you will, by 1 year.
As a construction.
That's right, yeah. When our station was built at that point, any systems like that should have been included. And if everybody remembers, or for those that don't, it'll be new, obviously. When the building was in the planning, when our firehouse was in the planning stages, that was one system that was
And got cut.
included.
Yeah.
And then when we got to the end, it got cut.
Here, thank you.
All right. Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering, this may be a question for the chief, do volunteers for the fire and rescue department have to pay out of pocket for their training and certification?
No, we reimburse, well, we pay for the training and certification, and we additionally pay them
For training hours.
a time for the time that they put into it. Not at a tremendously high rate, but at a rate that makes it more palatable.
Thank you.
I mean, those limitations, as you probably are aware, or not those limitations, but those training. I mean, what's a firefighter? How many hours is in a firefighter one now?
Just over 200.
So, you know, asking somebody to volunteer 200 hours before they can even start volunteering is a significant number. So, all right. That all for fire department?
Do you want to discuss the fire truck?
I guess I would tend to want to defer that again until Laura is also
Okay.
here. Because of course, I mean, I think we should review the articles, but, you know,
Yep.
when we're.
Discussion.
I guess I would ask your opinion, Tom, as to whether, is it premature to think about putting this on as an article this year?
I think the big driving piece to that is simply saving money.
Right.
And what we would, even just for 1 year, we would potentially save, 19.5, about $22,000.
You're talking about basically the 4% per year
Right.
increase.
Yep,
as-
plus the decrease in the value that we would realize
Right.
from our present truck.
Yeah,
So it would be, like I say, 25 grand difference in 1 year.
yeah. Which when you're looking at an expense this high is not a huge percentage, but when you're looking in real numbers,
Right.
25 grand is 25 grand.
Right.
So,
5 years
Yeah.
worth of the regaining back from.
yeah, yeah, no, and I guess, Tom, I would just say, and you know, you obviously already do this and know this, but, you know, you would need to be well prepared to explain this article
Oh, absolutely.
at the
And
time.
again, as I said, the first time we talked about this,
Right,
this is not something that we are pushing for.
right.
It's
It's just
simply, I mean, over the lifespan, or not the lifespan, but over the course of the next 4 years, we're gonna be looking at, for the same exact truck that we've spec'd now, we're gonna be looking at a considerable amount more money.
Which is exactly that 25, I mean, if you take that 25,000 that you were just
Per
talking
year.
about, and exactly.
And then,
spread
and then
out
we,
over
and then
4 years.
we would have about what we're forecasting to be a $50,000 swing on top of that from what we can realize for our existing truck now
Right.
versus what we would then. So
It's not
that's,
insignificant.
yeah, that's not insignificant at all when you total that all up.
Yeah.
Tom and I started researching the financing, so we're looking at lease. We've gone to Vermont
Looking at lease
at a lease.
to own.
Purchase,
purchase.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah. 15-year term, and we're also looking at Vermont Municipal Bond Bank.
yeah.
But I wanna reach out to some banks.
Would lease to own would E1 then finance it if we were leasing to, is that how that would work?
They have a program.
Yeah,
I think this was a slightly different program that Karen was looking at.
Community leasing partners.
so that's some sort of municipal. Good.
I mean, the numbers are not outrageous, but again, another 45,000 a year, that's a lot of money.
Right.
So we have to do a little more research.
And I would say, I mean, I don't know whether you got their name from E1, but it would certainly, you know, in the interest of that, it would be worth probably discussing that with E1 directly as well. I mean, if they're a middleman, I'm not assuming that they're trying to make a whole lot of money
And,
off it.
and the reality, are the other vendors that we've spoken with, we'd be asking the same
Yeah,
information.
I would think so.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Anything else to add? Good, thanks, Tom.
So would that be back on
Next
next
week.
week's?
Yep,
Okay.
I'll get with you, okay?
All right,
Thank you, Tom.
See you
Good night.
You too. All right, Highway Department draft budget.
So in your packet, there is a cheat sheet in your packet, budget note.
Yeah.
Kind of outlines what increased, what decreased. I spoke to Brian, worked with him on his budget. So we're pretty, it's fine tuned. I think we're ready with the highway department. I do want to point out in your packet that you have a balance sheet for the highway department. So it's showing right now a surplus for prior years, fund balance of $176,084.72. So that's what Brian's carrying for a surplus in the highway department.
Wow.
So, standard for rainy day or for an emergency is to keep between 8% and 12% in that budget.
Which this is probably not that far off from, is that
It's only
correct?
about 100 and, well, okay, so 8% would be 120,000 and 12% is 180,000.
So,
And you were saying-
so that surplus
So we're good right where we are.
Just keeping that surplus as,
Yes.
for all practical
Yep.
purposes, a rainy day
Yeah.
fund. Yeah.
Unless
Or-
they wanted to reduce it to 8 instead of 12.
If you wanna
Right.
reduce it to 8, you can take that, reserve, you can put it in a reserve for something, let's just say equipment.
$60,000.
Or you can reduce what needs to be raised by that amount.
Right.
But that's totally up to the board, how they wanna handle that.
Do you have a recommendation or a preference? I mean, from
Well,
a finance director, I personally think that probably having,
it went up,
maybe we split the difference, I don't know.
right. So Brian's budget did go up, but we added the gravel pit,
Right,
and all that information is on this sheet. We also had to add in half of the property taxes that we have to pay on the gravel pit, which is another $6,500.
right.
We had realignment, of salaries in the highway department, which increases the FICA pension and the workers' comp insurance. Crushing and blasting was added to this budget, something that we didn't have last year. We're going to the people to borrow money for a new dump truck at $190,000.
So sorry to interrupt, the 18,000 for blasting, we would do that contribution, or that would be a line item every year, but we would only expend it every 3 to 5 years, I think we were thinking, right?
Right, so the blasting, the 18,000, my recommendation is to create a reserve fund for that money.
Right.
And every year you put in 18,000, and then when it's time to blast,
6 days, yeah,
then
every
we
3 to
use
5
it.
years we have it, yeah.
but then it's isolated from
Right.
the
Right.
whole highway
Spike.
budget.
Yeah,
So we should do that.
So should we keep this surplus in the account because we're adding all these expenses to the highway department that we didn't have before this year? Or-
but these are already included in this budget, so
Right.
that's still, that surplus is a carryover,
Right,
After this?
yes,
Okay, okay.
right?
so, yes, so we're up, was it 6,000? Yeah, right? I don't have my
6,000 up, I don't know what you're saying.
So for 21, we have to raise $895,005.46. So this budget, we were raising $833.86. You're right here, John. I'm gonna sit next to you.
Where's this
Hey,
coming
you're
from?
talking
So
about
this
this at town meeting.
Yeah.
I have you know.
Yeah, no, this is when we all turn to you.
So right here, so this is where we're at right now, and
Right.
this is where.
Proposed, so
Right.
$60,000 difference. You said 6.
Yeah, I said 6, I said that doesn't look
Tell
right.
me it's, no,
It's $60,000,
increase, which is
Increase.
that's this.
that's all
Right.
of that.
Yeah,
Plus what we reduced it by, eliminating a full-time position and
Oh,
all
right,
of the
because we were
benefits.
carrying $60,000 a year.
Right.
Right, exactly.
Yep,
That's why it makes sense. I'm
Yep.
thinking this doesn't make sense. How can it be?
so,
Increase all these expenses and still carry that surplus? But yeah.
right.
Right.
And the other thing, you made a comment last year at town meeting about having grant money showing in the budget as a revenue and as an expense.
mhm,
So our bottom line,
Right.
if you look at this, see the difference?
right, that's the grant money involved.
That's the grant money, the
Yeah.
$300,000 that we don't have
This
for
year, right,
21. So it does inflate your numbers. But to be transparent, you wanna show it.
right, and it doesn't change the tax implications. I
no.
mean,
Because it still balances.
No, because it's,
This does change the tax implications.
Right.
So that additional 60 is largely due to these.
mhm,
But we will be saving on material, yeah. I mean, this is part of that discussion we had about the curve over the long term,
Right.
we're increasing in the short run
Yes.
with the hope and assumption
Yeah.
that,
In 10 years, you're gonna see it start to level out.
as Carpenter Pit goes out of the picture,
Right,
et cetera, that's gonna be the big shift. And,
Yep.
and then ultimately, at the 25-year mark, when the bond is paid off,
Right.
then it'll really make a big difference. Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, that's the highway department.
Mr. Fairman?
Mr. Chairman, a question has come to mind. You mentioned that the town of Putney pays taxes on our coal-owned gravel pit in Dummerston.
Yeah.
Does the town of Dummerston pay property taxes?
They, I would assume, exempt themselves from that
Yes.
parcel, but I'm not,
Yep.
I don't know that to be the fact, but I would assume no, because that would be taking it out of one place and putting it in another, so I would, my guess would be no.
I'm thinking, you see here, of the general principles, just as you have said, and the state, which of course owns property in a bunch of towns, but actually is not a resident of any, also doesn't pay property taxes.
Right.
And I'm wondering what the rationale may be for Putney paying property taxes to Dummerston for our, as a municipal government, for our coal and gravel pit. It's just a rhetorical question. I don't.
It was certainly part of the discussion, and it came up on numerous occasions, but the assumption, because, my recollection is that, by Renault, who was not a municipality, selling the pit, that was a decrease in tax revenue to them
Right.
of whatever the total would be, $12,000 a year. And so we assumed responsibility for half of that because we are not town of Dummerston. But it's a valid question. I don't know whether there would be statute or precedent related to that. It never came up that Larry Slayson, who's town council, he vetted this very thoroughly, and I know he was part of that discussion as well. So my assumption is that it's appropriate that we're paying taxes, but we could double check that. But I think it was part of the agreement anyway.
The reason I asked is because sometimes in Vermont, something gets done one place because somebody did it, and then it becomes standard practice, but meanwhile, other places are doing it differently, and no one's ever reconciled them.
I'm aware of that, and I agree with you. I would say, Larry Slayson, again, he's not a novice at this, so I think he would have picked up on that if that were an anomaly, but I don't know for sure. And
Well, this is maybe a silly question, but at Municipal Day, they did hand out a flyer to us about the federal surplus program that you can sign up to find out what things they have that are, excess to them that they're willing to sell at, part with at very cheap prices according to what they said. I don't know if it's true. And I just wonder, have we ever investigated that? Have we been involved and ended up with things that just fell apart, or is that a possibility? They just listed dump trucks as one of the things.
we have definitely investigated it the last time we investigated it that I remember was a long time ago. I remember this conversation happening, and it was related, I think, to a pump.
If we're looking at the generators.
Right.
But, pumps, generator, I remember it was sort of related to pump, generator, and, I want to say there was something else. We had that conversation ago, but it was a long time ago, and it would probably be worth looking into. But yeah, for a generator,
For the
yeah.
septic and the water.
Right.
especially if you were to have a trailerable
Exactly.
unit, they easily could have one of those
Right.
sitting around.
Yeah.
Have
Yep.
other municipalities done it that you could talk to who would tell whether or not they had a good experience or a bad one?
I'm sure we could. My recollection is that much of the equipment that was available, at least at the time when we had the discussion before, was very specialized and/or sort of oddballs for various different reasons. And, I think the overall impression was it probably didn't make sense for us, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't
Right.
re-explore it. I think my guess would be with something like a dump truck, our needs are so specific, the likelihood of the two matching and/or the expenses of us having to retrofit it for our purposes would probably offset the savings, but I think it's something we should always be exploring. I think Brian keeps an eye on that kind of thing
Yes.
too,
I'm
though,
not
so.
sure notification of what's available, like they said on the flyer.
Yeah.
Of course I couldn't find, but it's there somewhere.
Yeah.
It-
Yeah, we should
I'll-
certainly explore
we'll
it.
look at- Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll look into that.
For a generator in particular. I mean, I think
Yes.
things like a dump truck, again, that would be tricky,
Right.
but a generator might be
Yeah.
just the kind of thing that they've got, 6,082 that just came back from Iraq or Afghanistan or somewhere, sitting in a lot somewhere.
Or some being a thing.
And they, who knows,
Who knows, right?
Yeah,
And half of them didn't even get used.
Right.
Or it can be a nightmare.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yes,
You could buy it
exactly.
and then put an equal amount into it to make it run, and you should have bought it more.
right, right.
The price they were giving for one of the dump trucks was $500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like,
I can guarantee you, you'd be putting more than 500 into it to make it run, okay?
No, and I remember, actually, it reminds me, in comic books, you used to see in the back, US surplus, Jeeps. And I remember, I had a friend who explored that pretty thoroughly, because they said, old Willies and so on, and there just weren't, they weren't, it wasn't what it looked like. And I think some people probably do beautifully by them, but
I have no
I think it's hit or
experience.
miss, but yeah, no, it's an interesting
It'd
idea.
be nice to have an
definitely.
inside connection with whoever runs the auction or whatever it
And
is.
say,
So you
grab
can
this
say,
one.
This
Yeah.
is number 17. It's number
Exactly.
17.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I think actually the state does that as well. I mean,
Yeah.
they end up with stuff, whether it's,
Depends on what it is.
if it's related to state police activity or other things, they end up with excess stuff that gets auctioned off, but, worth exploring. All right, highway department, anything else?
No,
Did we answer the question though?
Which,
Between 8 and 12, they could surplus.
What about the
Whether you should-
reserve?
Whether you should hold it or whether,
I think we should wait for Laura.
I would agree. I think that if we want to change it, I would say,
It's an option that we can lower that.
yeah, I mean, maybe we split the difference again. If we go with 10%, we're saving roughly
Right.
150
Yeah.
and putting it aside, and
Mhm.
we're putting 22 or 26 back, whatever,
Right.
which would offset a penny on the tax rate.
Yep.
That certainly isn't a bad thing.
No,
Right, it's a good thing.
no, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah,
Could be used somewhere else where it looks like we have a need.
Right.
yeah. No, and I mean, I think unfortunately, the reality, as we all know, is that most of this comes out in the wash somewhere, so, we can chop it off here and put it back there, but,
Yeah.
when it comes to that kind of money, it just, I mean, that's the same with the solar discussion, it's like, it's $4,700, which, as you accurately point out, is not nothing, but when you look at how it affects any individual taxpayer, it's almost non-existent, so, but every penny counts.
Right.
All right. So, no, we didn't answer the question.
still haven't.
Yeah. And I just want to make sure we're not making you wait for some, are you here just, or,
I'm just wondering about whether the articles are gonna include the town forest or not. But
Well,
I'm super interested in what's happening, so I'm not bored.
we're not, okay, as long
Yeah.
as you're not wanting to get, because we could shift things around, but, all right, so general fund draft budget is next. And we've already been through a little bit of that in the fire department.
Right.
But
so,
anything you want to highlight?
no, it's all on your budget notes. So, increase in the library appropriation by $19,443. So their budget did go up by that amount.
Which,
What?
a big portion of that primarily was health insurance for somebody, as I recall, is that correct?
We're carrying one family
Right.
and then one single. And,
Isn't that the one thing, I thought that was the one thing that really went up by it.
yeah, and then salaries went up by $5,000. And
Who was gonna add? Who was, oh, they wanna hire somebody. That was-
That's not happening.
Yeah, so then why does it need to increase? I mean, more than the normal increase, right?
The health insurance went up by 12,160.
Right, that's the,
Yeah,
gotcha.
so, and, you know, when you change health insurance too, the HRA changes because it adds to it. So that went up by $1,125 as well. So,
No, and this, I mean, we've talked a little bit about this before, but, you know, this question of 3% COLA is also, you know, that's the same kind of thing. It's like, when you look at how much actual money it is versus what it does percentage-wise for the tax rate,
right.
you know, it's not a small number to increase it by 3%. But when you look at what the percentage of how that changes tax rates, it's like, you know, I mean, we have that discussion regularly of, you know, is that the right thing to do? It's a tough one, you know, I mean, I think we all always would agree that we would like to increase people as much as we can, but where's that money coming from and what's the implication?
Oh, yeah, it's a hard balance. I'm trying to see this from both sides.
Yeah.
It's,
No, and I think one of the frustrating things when you know, you and I had this conversation before you started, you know, it's all little bits. And, you know, to have any significant impact, you have to change so much. You know, it's all the little pieces that add up to the budget. And, you know, and there's no single thing you can do except for changing something very significant,
Right.
like the amount of services provided by the fire department or the highway department. If you don't change that dramatically, it really doesn't change taxes very much, unfortunately, and that's so frustrating, but it's.
well, we
but it's
changed
the reality.
everything a little bit to try to knock it back. Right, exactly. So-
Incrementally.
And that's
yeah.
hard to do because people expect a certain level of service.
Yeah.
and That's difficult.
And nothing, you know, I mean, I think one of the things that I think about often when people sort of say, how come taxes keep going up, is that everything, I mean, there is not a single expense in my life that I'm aware of that decreases over time. I just non-existent, you know, so how do you, and when you add all of those bits together and each of them increases incrementally over time, how do you counter that? There's just no way, you know?
So I did add computer IT support at $12,600, and that is an annual fee. Because right now, we don't have anyone. When we have a problem, try to troubleshoot, it's like a half a day.
So
Working with-
so would that be somebody on retainer or what,
It would be a contract.
and who would do that? Do you know?
So I have 3 quotes.
Okay.
One is local.
Mhm.
One already does the IT for the fire station.
Mhm.
And right now, they're the lowest. The other 2 are like up in northern Vermont. And one is like at $21,000 a year, so I could toss the low and toss the high and just, you know.
But the low is the
There's
local
12.
or the low is not the local?
The low is the local,
That's the 12.6.
yeah,
And they do the fire department.
yes.
And Tom's happy with their service?
Yes, very happy.
Then I would say go with the low, don't toss the
No.
low, unless there's a compelling reason to
You
do
know,
otherwise.
talking about increasing though, but that's a big ticket item. But
Yeah,
honestly, we've not felt that we're safe, you know,
right.
from cybersecurity here.
No, and I think it's so specialized that,
That's a whole nother like position for somebody, and I'm not qualified to do
right, yeah.
the IT stuff.
Right, no, and when you say that, you know, the reality of how many hours you guys can probably chew up trying to do that versus what it costs to have somebody come in for 4 hours on a Friday morning, you know,
They would be coming in once a month,
and just tuning it, and
and
then,
yeah, and getting us, you know, protected.
I would think that would be,
Yeah,
valuable.
Yeah. So in your general fund, as you can see, on page 1 of 13,
Mhm.
so for the fiscal year 2021, it did go down compared to what we had to raise for this year.
And what, that's a pretty significant amount. What do you attribute that to?
I attribute some of that to the $182,000 grant that Tom was awarded.
Oh.
Again, the inflationary number on paper, it's just,
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
Yeah.
that was in last year's budget, or
Correct.
this year's budget.
Yep.
Right. So that's certainly part of it, yeah.
yeah.
But that's not $182,000 difference, so that's only part of it.
No, because there's.
Some of it, well, like you say, it reflects
It's-
these increases. And
Right,
then-
yeah, all of these, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. All right, anything else?
Oh, and the balance sheet too is on the very first page. So for the general fund, we are carrying a surplus of $109,558.82. So that would stay in there for
And that was as of close of fiscal year,
19,
yeah.
yeah.
Same thing, we could choose to shift some of that in order to decrease the tax rate. You know, I think for a budget of our size, having, if you just look at it straight up, it's roughly
It's a little low.
10 to 11% of the budget.
That is below 8%, the 109. So it's based on your overall budget, so it'd be like
Oh, right,
1.5.
not the,
Right,
yeah, okay,
right.
I see, yeah,
So
Hmm.
it's operating budget.
yeah. Yeah,
So that general fund would change with a fire truck. Just saying.
oh yeah. By 5%-ish, 5 to 6%, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think whether we decide, you know, I mean, we put it on as an article and people say yes or no.
Right.
I think the reality is that we are gonna need that truck, maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but certainly, I mean, when we're scheduled for retirement of the current engine one,
Right.
you know, we're gonna need a truck at some point, so I think it's not a bad idea to at least start warming people up to that number, and maybe it passes this year because of the discussion we've had about how it saves money in the long run. It's a heck of a number though,
Yeah.
but again, what do you do? I mean, we can't choose not to have a fire truck, so,
And the fire station will be paid in 2027, which is
So
a
that-
payment of
yeah.
42-ish thousand a year.
which is roughly comparable to what that fire truck payment would be.
Correct.
So it seems to me that the thing to look at is what all the big payments for the projects we've been doing come due, and pick the time that's best for us fiscally to buy the truck, irregardless, considering to what we might lose in trade-in. Maybe it's better in 5 years to do it
It might
because
be.
something else is dropping off.
That debt
You know,
service.
it's like,
yeah.
how do we look
Yeah.
at that whole
Yeah.
picture?
Yeah.
I have no experience at this, or these
If
kind of
you
numbers, but.
Study that chart,
the-
you'll see things start to fall off like next year.
Mhm.
And that's gonna be key to whether we borrow or we create a fund to purchase equipment.
Right.
So it's gonna be up to the select board if you wanna continue borrowing or we try to,
Start creating a
Yes.
capital fund for equipment.
and start buying.
Which is better, to do? Is it better to save money and do it? Or is
Well,
it better
right
to
now,
borrow
the
money?
interest rates are still low enough.
That's the problem.
So it behooves us to borrow. Is that what you're
It
saying?
doesn't necessarily behoove us, but it's not very painful.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
So, you know,
We can
I mean,
tolerate it stays level, more or less.
Mhm.
and when we do borrow, we borrow at fixed rates, so that's good. I mean, my feeling would be I don't know, I guess my feeling would be maybe we do a little bit of both. Maybe we start to build a capital fund.
I think we can
and-
transition with that schedule right there,
Yeah,
but we
and
gotta,
say over 5 years, we're gonna start paying this much less
Right.
and we're gonna put this
Yes.
much in. But as long as interest rates are, I mean, you know,
And even as these things drop off, won't other things come along, you're gonna need
Of
another
course.
truck. So how realistic is this? Won't some of these slots get filled up by the next truck that we need? and-
not necessarily unless you create an equipment fund.
Okay.
well,
So-
no, you're right, they will drop off, but essentially it's cyclical. So, I
Right.
mean, it'll do this, but when you look at a long term, it's doing this.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Where you want it to do this,
Right.
you want it to,
ideally,
yes.
but
How
the
realistic
reality
is
of
that?
everything. Yeah,
But everything gets more expensive, so.
exactly,
Right.
yeah, no, there's
Right.
no avoiding that aspect of
So-
it.
First year in 32, my expenses are down this year in my shop, first year in 32. And that's because I did so much more myself this year.
Yeah,
That your what prices are down?
My expenses in my
Oh,
shop
is that
actually
right?
went down,
Yeah.
first
Yeah.
time in 32 years. Yeah, so, doesn't seem that realistic.
And
This is just, I have an information question. Which engine are we talking about?
engine one,
Engine one,
which is the first engine out, the vast majority of the time,
okay,
purchased in 1994
okay.
as a brand new truck, right? No, 2004. 1994.
yeah.
1994, so
Um,
long ago.
And life expectancy, you know, we're pushing, getting to the life expectancy. But, you know, the assumption on the initial, I mean, Tom was saying, you know, our scheduled replacement is in 2024. So life expectancy was 30 years. This truck cannot be, with our engine 2, we refurbished a few years ago for a fraction of the cost of buying new. This truck is not, because of its design and age, is not amenable to that.
And it sounds like a real workhorse. It is the first engine.
It's just gotta run, when you turn the key, we need it to do its thing, definitely. And it's still doing that, but the value of it, that's one of the big things that you might or might not. Right now, it probably, or they have told us, E1, the company who we've been discussing it, they'll give us roughly $100,000 back for it, which is a chunk of money. In 4 years, Tom, I think, said they'd probably give us roughly $20,000 for it, so,
Yeah.
you know.
And the cost of the engine then will be considerably higher than new.
It's-
But-
So it's good, so it's spreading the wrong way both ways.
Yeah.
But there are auction companies that might be able to auction that truck off
Uh-huh.
and not get a trade. So we might still get value to it,
Uh-huh.
to the right.
In 4 years or
Yeah,
5
yeah.
years. Yes, but
Some
we're
money.
not likely to get 100,000. We might get 50 as opposed to 20,
We
but
don't know that. If
Yeah.
there's a department out there that needs
is dying
that
for that
truck,
truck.
you know, they may
Yeah.
pay 80,000 for it.
Yeah.
And we didn't discuss the other end of it too, which was
I know.
the quality of the truck that he'd like to buy, which would be rebuildable in the long run. We haven't talked about what would he
Right.
like to buy another engine one, like the one we have now. Would that save us money and run us for 30 years? And if we look at the big picture of everything, would that be a good choice?
Right.
And we haven't talked about that part of it, but
I mean, I think that, you know, Tom's answer to that would be that this has been a good workhorse truck for us and, you know, we've gotten our value out of it. And I was on the committee that designed that spec'd that truck at the time when we purchased it. And I can't remember what we paid for that truck, but, it was a fraction of what we pay. It was under 200, I think, as I recall. And now it's 650.
But we're not, but he's not looking at buying another one like the one we have. He's looking at
A little
buying-
bit heavier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
what would the comparison be? The new one
184.
like the one we have now?
184, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Would the new one like we have now be 4 instead of 670 or whatever? Would it
We
be-
did talk, we brought
Because I
that
can't
up, and I
remember
can't,
which one.
yeah, I can't remember either. No, he had a reason why I can't remember. We did talk about that.
I think the reason he had was because one, it's a better truck and it helps him do his job better because it's more reliable and it would be rebuildable in the long run. So, in the big picture, it's
Value.
more economical. But right now, like you chose then,
Right,
there was a reason to not
yes,
get the
to
best.
buy that truck.
So
Yeah.
maybe we need to talk about that.
Yeah. Yep,
Okay.
Chairman,
yes.
It occurred to me that when you were talking about how budgets always increase, of course, yes, they do. I'm going to suggest that department heads be asked what they have done to save money and that this be documented.
Are you talking sort of over time, or are you talking just in what context?
In the context of a budget. We would like
Yes.
to, we would like to increase the budget by X dollars.
Right.
Now, a question is, because we all are trying to keep the budgets down.
Right.
You are as the department head, you are the most expert person in your area of municipal government.
Yeah.
What have you done to reduce expenses or keep them down?
Yeah.
And often there are things that can be done, but the point is, if people are asked explicitly, and if this is documented, then it tells taxpayers, first, everything that could have been done has been done, and therefore the increase we're paying is
Necessary.
Is necessary.
Yeah, no, and I think that, I mean, I think that, our finance directors, as they may be at any given time, over time, in my experience, have been pretty, I mean, I know Karen doesn't go easy on Tom saying, go ahead and spend whatever you want.
No.
So I think we could get clear answers to that question. I don't know whether you've explicitly asked it that way.
No.
But Tom, you know, my overall sense is that both Tom and Brian work hard to keep their budgets as, you know, reined in as they
Right.
can. But I think we can always push back on that. But I think Tom would probably have a pretty good answer for you. My guess would be.
I am not in any way implying criticism of
Yeah, no, I get it.
department heads.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying that taxpayers looking at, well, we're going to pay extra money. Well, what have you done to minimize this?
Right.
Right.
It is something that could be in the town report or could be simply reported at town meeting.
Yeah.
That's the documented part.
Yeah.
In our department, we did this, this, and this, and we're going to pay less or we're going to minimize an increase because we did.
Yeah.
And other things like, I don't know, health insurance, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
there is, we just gotta be competitive on that with the insurance. So we're already thinking about next year, Howard, on how to reduce those costs.
Well, health insurance I brought up simply as an example.
An example. Yeah.
Right.
Everyone knows that health insurance goes up because it does.
Yeah.
I like your point a lot. As a taxpayer, I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. You know, has everybody looked to see, are we being as careful as possible?
And
I like that.
And I think the general answer is yes.
Yes.
But
And that shows in Brian's surplus every year.
absolutely,
Right.
yeah. No, the other place that I would say, and I know you're not saying it as a criticism, and I'm not saying this as a defense so much as just a comment. You know, the other thing that has definitely shifted as of late, over the last 5 years-ish, is the amount of grant money that we bring in. And I think that's a huge part of that equation, is we may not be reducing our costs. You know, it's very hard to reduce costs over time, as we're all familiar, but whatever we can do, i.e. in this form, grant money, to bring in to offset the increases in those expenses is great. And we've done well at that. with both our highway department head and with our head of our fire department. But I think you're right. I mean, and we lean on the finance director to do that. I mean, I know Chip works those guys over. I know Cynthia worked those guys over. And I
Yeah,
think
no,
you work
I'm
them over
like,
too,
any
so.
fluff, I was like,
Exactly. So I think we would find there probably wouldn't be a whole lot more, but it's definitely
Yeah.
about
Well, it's a good idea that perhaps to document it, and you are right, Mr. Chairman, that grants should be put alongside that, because that is money that we
Absolutely.
yeah,
that we have received. But it is simply so that perhaps because it's in the town reporter and a handout at town meeting, or simply stated at town meeting, people actually know
Right.
what was done.
Yeah.
right,
So it's not a matter, and as far as finance directors and people like that, the problem is they're not actually running the departments. So they do not so they are unlikely to be the most expert about how a given department could save money.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think we have the advantage of having, we're a small operation for all practical purposes, and we have good relationships. So I think those things play out. Again, I'm not trying to defend.
Yeah.
I'm not taking it as criticism or defending it, but these are definitely very real, ongoing conversations all the time because of the small nature of the interaction between the finance director and the department head. So,
And from my experience as just a taxpayer before I got involved here, I didn't know what was going on, and I wish I'd known more. So I take your point well, and I think it's a great idea. And as I'm learning here, and I get a better idea of where the money comes from and where it goes to and who's doing what with what, and I get a bigger picture, I become more educated in what's happening. I have a more realistic. Sorry.
I think too though, in the reports, and no, in the reports that are written, there's mention of things like grants and
Yes.
what they did
Yeah.
and how
Yeah.
they saved.
yeah, keep everybody honest.
Keep the taxpayers informed too.
Yeah.
I think
Right.
that will make better relations between them and having to
Yeah.
do our job.
Yep,
We've said it 1,000 times. If more people showed up to town meeting,
that would help.
that would help.
Yeah.
that's right. Okay,
All right. Yeah, what's next?
so we talked about the library.
Library, we're in pretty good shape on that.
Yeah.
Draft articles for town meeting, okay.
I don't remember one.
Library status from private to public. Do you have any history with that?
Yeah, educate me on that.
So, 2014.
Right,
The public library became, the private library became a public library. But it's governed by the board of trustees of the library.
yes,
Which is
Okay,
private.
so they manage and operate under their budget and within the library.
right. Well, it's private in a way, but we vote on them. I mean, we elect trustees,
Correct.
We do.
yes.
Oh,
No,
I thought
we
they-
the voters
Okay.
Yes.
elect trustees.
Okay.
So it's private, but they don't choose it. I mean, it's not really, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know how I would describe that. So I guess what's the question?
So the question is, if we have a budget in front of us and it was approved by the governing body of the library, do we have,
An obligation?
right,
No. No, we,
That's a recommendation, not actually a budget.
well,
We
it's
make
their,
the budget.
it's
Is
their, right, it's their budget, and we can say,
No.
cut 20,000 and come back to
Right,
us.
okay.
okay,
And or, I mean, historically, what, more often, what would be the case is we say, present it to the voters and see what they say. But as we have talked about before, even if somebody wanted to cut 20,000 from the budget of the library from the floor, that can be a recommendation, but they can't be mandated by the voters, that we actually cut there. They can say the general fund budget has to be reduced by $20,000, but they can't say you need to cut 20,000 from the library, because that's just not the way it works. So,
So if they run a deficit in any given year, and as the finance officer,
right,
what is the protocol? Is it
I'm not,
covered in the surplus? How does that work?
Oh, are we obligated to make up the difference in the deficit?
Right.
Are we?
Although,
I don't recall that happening, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't, I just don't recall.
actually, I want to point out in our draft audit, it does state that the select board would be collecting any deficit, because they are carrying a deficit right now. Let's see if I can find that. I did see that. So if it's in the audit, I presume that we do have to collect that deficit.
Maybe this is an opportunity for the head of that department to tell us why they're running the deficit. So,
Should I call the board of trustees?
Well, and that may have built up, I don't know the history of that. I mean, that may have built up over the last, that may have been, we're showing a deficit of $9,949, that may have built up to the tune of, $2,000. It may have been $7,000
Right.
last year,
Right.
5 years, I don't know. I mean, that's the other thing. Well, I mean, I think there's two ways we could approach that. Yes, we may be responsible for that, but, right, okay. So, that's what I was just gonna say, is we could, we could say you need to reduce your budget by that amount so that it offsets it in the
Right.
contribution from the town.
Right.
That's a lot to do in a year. I think that what would be probably more realistic, based on what their budget is, would be to say, we need to see this decrease over the next 3 years, and you can't run a deficit. I mean, I mean, that's, I think, from that perspective, and I'm speaking off the cuff here a little bit, because I don't know what the legal obligations are as far as the town versus the library is concerned. But, I think we could say, this can't happen again. And it sounds like, I mean, that's essentially what John Mudgett is recommending, is intends to recover so he must have had that conversation with them, or you must have had that conversation.
No.
Somebody must have had that conversation, because it says intends
Is there any memorandum?
from them.
Yeah, when it went from private to public,
I'm sure that
on
it is.
how to operate, how,
Who
what
would
does that
probably
actually
be
say? What is it?
at
What does
June
that
3rd, deficit fund balance. So these are the notes to the
Yep.
financial statements. At June 30th, 2019, the library operating fund has a deficit fund balance of $97.40. Management intends to recover this deficit through future operating and fundraising activities. So somebody had to have had that conversation
right.
in order for that to be in there.
So-
You know who I would ask if you wanted, my guess who would be able to give you the most accurate history would be Chris Osgood. I'm pretty sure he was either the president or the treasurer at that time. Actually, who else might be able to answer that would be Randy Smith, either one of those.
Okay,
Randy's definitely well informed about it, as would Chris. I think Chris was the president.
okay.
I assume the deficit is after other income, like the copy machine, the donations, and.
That's an overall deficit in their budget, yeah.
Yeah,
So, but I do think, as you could do with the fire department, we could just say, we need to work this out and this can't happen again. I mean, you need to run the level budget.
Right.
That.
yeah, level budget's good, the one
I mean, our funding for them, in my recollection, is virtually never level funding year over year, but that's largely because we add programming year after year, and I mean, it's a dynamic organization, and
You know, the other thing too with any budget, you know, so if we have a tax sale, of course, we get some revenue, because everybody will pay their taxes before the tax sale. But when we have a tax sale, we do generate some revenue, but, you know, we don't have a chance to do that all the time.
Mhm.
So it's really hard, and you will get financial reports next week.
Mhm.
I don't wanna give you all that tonight with the budget,
Yeah.
but, you know, I keep an eye on it, quarterly reports, that's what we gotta be looking at, cause when you start seeing things that are already 50% over, that's the time we talk to department heads.
Well, right, no, and I think that's very much the same thing with the
Right, right,
library. I mean,
yeah.
you know, the reality is that when you look at what the library has done since the construction of the new library, they just increased their outreach and I mean, they're doing all sorts of things that justify having a budget.
Right.
Doesn't justify
Yeah,
having a deficit,
right, so,
but-
first to find out would be, where did that come from? Why is there a deficit?
exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
That we need to, yeah.
Well, that would be pretty easy to tease out. I mean, that's not, you know, just look at the library, you know, certainly Emily would be able to tell you pretty
Yeah.
darn accurately why that happened, or you may already know.
I don't know, because, see, we give the appropriation.
Right,
Right, but we don't actually
Why you're
manage the
looking for
budget.
Right,
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It's
you know,
ju-
we pay their bills, but, you
It's-
know,
It's just one
it's,
step removed,
yeah.
yeah.
Talk to Chris. I think Chris would be helpful. Meredith might also. I mean, I don't know, you know,
Yeah.
but I don't think I can't remember how long. I know Meredith has been involved for a long time, but I'm not sure whether she would be, you know, about that. But Chris would definitely, Chris and Orlando.
Okay, I will pursue that some more and get a better understanding how it's going to work.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as we've been talking about with everything else, you know, the reality of, you know, if you just look at it straight up as a business, the reality of running a business that is a thriving business, but is not a business for profit, then expenses go up every year, and that's just what it is. You know, I think Mr. Fairman's point, though, from before, would be very appropriate
Right.
here to say, okay, your budget goes up by this much every year, but what are you doing to keep it from going
Right.
up? And again, I would assume you get reasonable answers to that, but it's a question that should be asked.
Yep.
All right. Alyssa's losing steam, so what are we gonna do here? Pick up the pace. What do we got next?
Stop talking so much.
So your draft warnings, draft articles, you.
Draft articles. Oh, I saw, the one thing I had noticed was that it said Putney Club, and I was thinking, well, that was a sandwich at the co-op, but now it says Putney Gun Club, so somebody corrected
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I have one comment on that, and I don't know that this is an appropriate place to bring it up, but I know that last year, parked at the entrance to the gun club was a vehicle that was broken down and seemed to be parked there for sort of indefinitely. And personally, to me, I wasn't pleased with the fact that the gun club property was being used for that purpose, but that's maybe separate from anything else
Yeah.
related to this. But I think that, I don't know whether that's happening this year, but it did happen last year, and I think that they need to be responsible landowners if they're.
We own the gun club, the town
No.
owns the gun club?
No.
No, we exempt it.
Yeah. So there's 3 gentlemen. David Smith, I've already had a conversation with him, he came into the office. So they are interested in putting this on, you know, at town meeting. They will write a report for the town report, so we'll know what they did, you know, in a year's time.
The public would like to know what the article is.
The article is to see if the town will vote to exempt the Putney Gun Club from municipal and educational taxation on the improvements, appurtenances, and land off of Sand Hill Road, lot number so-and-so, for a period of 5 years. And actually, it generated a very interesting conversation when the last time this came up, which presumably was 5 years ago, when from the floor, somebody said, I don't want to support a gun club because I don't know what a gun club, why would I want to support that? And it was a very interesting discussion. It was very educational because in fact, primarily what the gun club does is run, my recollection is that primarily what it does is runs hunter safety courses and keeps people updated on their knowledge and use of guns for hunting and other practical purposes, and that was a valuable thing for taxpayers to know,
Right.
because we don't have anybody else in the neighborhood who's doing that,
Right.
and that's a valuable service to us for particularly young people who are interested in hunting, and
But do
that's
they
a good
even
service
do
to have.
anything? Do they do anything anymore?
Who, at the gun club?
Yeah,
Oh, I think so, but I don't know.
Are they still shooting?
nobody's been able to get in touch with them,
So-
last I knew.
Oh, so maybe not, I don't know.
So David Smith
There you
was
go.
in my office, and I expressed that somebody needed to be at town meeting to speak on this article.
Yeah.
So there's a gentleman over in Williamsville, and then there's a third person, so.
So are they gonna write a report for this year's town report? Okay,
Yeah.
so, and that should be clear, I mean, if they aren't doing anything, then,
Right.
then this would be a good question.
I know David Smith is not well, but he
You
came
know,
into the office.
I guess the other question I would ask related to that is if they, well, we don't know what they've been doing because we haven't seen the report.
Right.
But if they're doing less than they historically have, what are they doing to change that situation?
Right.
And why should we support them for 5 years going forward? Do
And I don't know how much those.
we typically, do that for the, I'm questioning whether we usually exempt them from educational tax as well.
That's the one that was in the other book.
This is the previous,
Yeah, I took it out of the other book.
from 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so I guess the answer is yes, we typically do.
Where is that? Putney Gun Club right here. So, that's their value.
Yeah. The value of the property is 87,200 as a non-residential,
Right.
which is not a huge taxable number, but that's always a question when this kind of thing comes up is how much tax would that generate?
Right.
And we can,
Just like this.
I'll have to get that number.
Exactly.
I'll get that number
And this is,
from,
but this is only municipal, this
I
is
see.
not education.
Got it.
So actually, that's an
number.
interesting question, Karen. Why is this only municipal and not educational?
That would be a lister's question.
Okay.
Huh.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It occurs to me, in politics, they talk about optics, and if, you mentioned a gentleman from Williamsville, if a gentleman from Williamsville showed up at town meeting to speak for this, it would be very obvious, because he would first have to receive
Yes.
permission of
Right.
the assembly
Yeah.
in order to speak. And that doesn't produce very good optics versus they're sending someone who actually lives in Putney.
I would tend to agree with you that,
None of them live in Putney.
okay, so, again, the conversation that it generated last time was somebody being able to stand up and speak very specifically to that. And I don't remember the specifics of it, but, an example might be that this guy lives in Williamsville, but he teaches a hunter safety course here, 4 times a year or something. In which case, the optics of it would be different than somebody saying, oh yeah, I come over here to shoot every, 4 weeks or something. So, I don't know, but that's up to that, that's why we ask anybody who's asking for something like this to have somebody available at town meeting. So they can ask, because if it doesn't look good, then they're gonna have a hard time getting it to be voted in, so. But. All right,
So Article 10 I put it in there, but,
Right.
I'm still researching the property. I wanna get a hold of, State of Vermont, forester.
Mhm.
We don't have a forest plan for Putney Mountain.
For this property on Putney
Right.
Mountain. Which we wouldn't have been required to have.
No, but
We,
I think the question came up before, what is
right,
for timber on that property?
right.
That was pretty,
So-
yeah.
Before we jump the gun, no pun intended,
No, that was this
article.
article, yeah.
I'm
exactly.
sitting on the fence about, I wanna do my due diligence to make sure we have all our facts about Putney Mountain.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I wondered about that too. I think that one of the things that would be a debate, you know, Putney Mountain Association, I think, does not harvest timber. Do you know?
I think the language in their various conservation easements with Vermont Land Trust have language such as managing to control invasive species, they can
Right.
harvest, they can, in some cases, have plans to manage for the health of the forest
Right.
and to create appropriate wildlife habitat that they decide they want. But in essence, they do not timber for profit.
Right, no, and I think that managing for the health of the forest makes perfect sense, because I think that, you know, especially with the discussion that's going on at state level in conservation areas, et cetera, the value of carbon storage of mature and maturing forests, you know, is very valuable. So
Right,
my personal opinion would be that we probably, I mean, I'm assuming sort of what you're getting at is there valuable timber here that we should be harvesting before we transfer a property? I don't know whether that's what you're getting at. But I know you and I had that discussion.
That was my
at
first
some
thought,
point,
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would like to have a forester look at that.
Yep.
Maybe have a plan, and then see what the value is.
That would be a radical change from
Departure.
what has happened over the years, and I think
That
you're
would be
gonna
my
get
guess
a
as well.
lot of public opinion about doing that, one thing. I'm also into the carbon sequestration thing.
Yes.
We're looking at a 11-year now, it used to be 12, really terrible situation with the climate. These trees hold carbon.
Or as
And the argument for,
Yeah.
timber harvesting is obviously, well, new trees will grow up, they will sequester carbon.
Right.
But that, if you
Big
cut
long
down
time.
a 70-year-old tree,
Right.
it will take 70 years for an equal amount of
Just
carbon
carbon.
to
Yes.
be sequestered.
Yeah,
And we don't have 70 years.
right.
Well, I'm not talking about actually cutting them, but knowing what's on that property. Forest management is very important. I know it's a wildlife corridor. And I was thinking too, what would it put back on the tax rolls? And Jordy gave me the number, and it's less than $900 a year.
Because it's all in current use.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
But, as David often points
Right.
out, it's $900. It's $900 more than we're getting right now.
But again, I think due diligence is important with this. This is, you know,
I definitely agree with you. However, I mean, I think that we're fortunate in that we have an organization as well-run and as responsible as Putney Mountain Association. You know, my own opinion would be, I mean, I'm not objecting to having somebody look at it, but my own opinion would be, these are the people that we trust to do this kind of thing. Why would we want to insert ourselves before that, as opposed to saying, here's a piece of land, keep doing what you're doing so well?
Right,
And I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying that.
I just wanna make
I'm not
sure we see both sides here.
I think it's important, I think what you're doing is important, and I think knowing the information would be a good thing, not with the intent to go in there and log it. But I think it speaks to what Howard was saying earlier too, that we're looking at everything.
Right.
Look at every piece of it.
Right.
Because everything is going up and getting more expensive, and everybody needs to know that we're looking at everything we can possibly do for the good of the planet
Right.
and for keeping things paid
And I'm all
So
for
knowing the
that,
information is
especially
great.
after Australia.
So does that mean that if you're gonna do that, it's gonna come off of the warning?
So-
Because we wouldn't be able to do that.
So what we could do is take it off the warning for town meeting, but we could do a 30-day notice, cause it's land that, you know, potentially we wanna sell. You warn it, post it, have the meeting, and then you can vote that way too.
Yeah, the other thing,
I just wanna make sure we're
the other
ready.
thing, the other thing to do, and I don't know that statute allows for this, but the other thing we potentially could do, I mean, it's, the first statement of the article is to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to sell approximately 68 acres. The fact that they authorized us to sell it doesn't mean that we are obligated to sell it.
Right.
So, you know, does it
Oh,
make
good
sense to
point.
get the
Good point.
authorization?
Yep.
And I don't know how
Good
we,
point.
I don't know how that might change that
Yep.
wording, but, you know, to see if the town, upon completion of due diligence, is authorized to sell or something along those lines. I'm not sure what the, but, you know, then we're not delaying it for a full year, which it's only a year, it's a piece of land, it's not going
Right,
anywhere.
right.
But,
No, I like your point
you know,
there, that's
might be.
good.
The other thing I'd like to say about having a forester do an actual survey of this,
You know, come out, do the plot plan, you know, do little sections where they figure out how many board feet and then they multiply.
Right.
And whatever. That's gonna be 2,000. I don't think Sam, who's the county forester, is gonna come out and do that kind of detailed analysis for us. He might do a quick walkthrough. But to get a really detailed,
An accurate assessment.
an accurate
Yeah.
assessment, you'd have to pay money.
And then,
And then we got an estimate for just the 55 acres on Route 5 of about 2,000 to 3,000 for that
to
kind
get
of
a proper
accurate-
timber
yes.
assessment on it.
Yeah, I think it was 2,000.
Yeah.
And the other thing I just want to mention is the west side of that piece of land, the Brookline side, is heavily evergreen, mainly hemlocks and pines, and mainly hemlocks, and it's very steep. It's really terrible in terms of working safely, but also it's probably deer wintering. We need to check with Fish and Wildlife as to whether it's mapped as deer wintering.
Well, and of course, the reality is that hemlock in particular, but both hemlock and pine have very little timber value as
I
far
know.
as sale
Yeah.
is concerned.
I don't
And I
think,
think that it would be an area, because of its sensitivity, you know, the value of timber harvesting versus the value of not timber harvesting in there would be questionable. But I totally agree with you, due diligence is all appropriate, Mr. Fairman.
Mr. Chairman, 2 points. First, I would suggest that instead of guessing what the county forester might say about this matter, that we ask the county forester.
Yeah.
The other thing is, we have an opportunity to perhaps send a letter to obtain any information we wish, because the annual meeting of the Putney Mountain Association is scheduled for this Sunday at the Putney Community Center, 4 p.m.
Okay.
So if we
I'm
would like,
not sure what we would be asking of them in this situation,
Right.
but that might be worth you thinking about it in the next day or so. Are there questions? I guess I would also, well, something that might be worth bringing up at that meeting would be, as we talked about with the gun club, having somebody there from Putney Mountain Association who has informed themselves about this and can speak intelligently.
Right.
Pat Shields and I were actually looking on deed restrictions that the town might want when we transfer the land to
Yeah.
Putney Mountain,
Yeah.
which would be helpful to them and to us, which pretty much says it shall remain undeveloped,
Yes.
Right.
in essence. In other words, and also that it can't be just resold.
Right.
In
Right.
other words, it has to continue, if they dissolve and no longer own it, then it has to go to another nonprofit or public entity with similar purposes.
Which
Just
I would
stuff.
have to assume that VLT, Vermont Land Trust, requires that kind of.
Yes, they do,
Anyway,
but they're not
but-
involved in this transaction.
Right, no, I know,
And so we're
but
we're
in
sort of
this
substitute.
transaction, that I would assume that they would end up being the conservation partner in this ultimately, but is that not right? Okay.
It's just gonna be a transfer from the town to the Putney Mountain Association. So we were at least
And then who
trying
holds-
to do a deed restriction that limits them in what they can do.
So would there not be an easement on it then?
No, because an easement will cost you another $20,000.
Okay, so I was under the assumption that if it were transferred to the Putney Mountain Association, more than likely Putney Mountain Association would go to Vermont Land Trust for an
Right.
easement, but
They would
maybe
have,
that's not the case.
They would prefer not to have to pay the legal fees,
That makes sense.
the stewardship money, and all of those other things.
So they would then be responsible for the stewardship, which would be maybe.
And the Conservation Commission could
Right.
certainly check on an
Yeah,
annual
yeah,
basis whether
yeah.
the deed restrictions were being followed.
Yeah.
I mean, that would not be a big deal. It'd be fun. Just go for a hike.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Larry was pretty knowledgeable about this kind of thing too. It might be worth just touching base with him.
I sent this over
Did
to
you?
his
Okay.
office already, so,
But you set the whole warrant.
the draft, yeah.
Yeah, but it might be worth highlighting that and saying, Larry, do you have an opinion about this? Because he wouldn't.
He
It's
always
just,
has
it's
it.
sort of up his alley, yeah. I know. Larry's like town council.
He already talked to me about this.
Did he?
And I
Yeah.
emailed you the, where
I
we're
did.
at, we're not completed
Right.
negotiations about deed restrictions, but I
Yeah.
did let you know what we're up to.
Yeah, I'll take a look at those, yeah.
And I'm sure Sam would be willing to walk the property if you want to.
Yeah, I think, if no one's done it, I think it'd be worth.
There are also people, I mean, for example, Hayden Lake is involved in.
He's on the,
At least he's-
Putney Mountain Association Board.
Exactly, so, and he's a knowledgeable forester.
Mhm.
You know, he would certainly be able to offer an opinion, I don't.
Yes, I think he
you know,
would, yeah.
He'd be biased in the Putney Mountain Association direction, but he also is a guy who clearly is largely involved in looking out for the best interests of landowners in the area, so, you know, I think he could offer. an
Yeah.
opinion.
He's already commented on the proposed deed restrictions, so he's already involved to a
Okay.
certain degree.
Yeah. All right, what else?
Everything else is pretty much standard. Okay.
Okay, yeah. All right, so what do we have next?
We have the
got- you
draft
got-
audit for fiscal year 2019.
Oh, yeah,
That's in your packet, and John Levitt's gonna be here next week on Wednesday
okay.
to brief you.
So we have the opportunity to look at it between now and then.
Yep. So the general
If you need a
fund,
good nap, David, this is a good place to start.
the general fund has a surplus for 2019, and so does the highway department.
Yeah. You're gonna have to read it to me.
They don't.
Just, yeah, I have not, I saw that it was there, but I haven't looked at it yet. Night, Ann, thanks for coming.
I would take the time to look at it
Yeah,
before the
no,
next
just
meeting.
manager, what are his statements? I mean, do we have any material deficits or anything that we,
No, it's the same thing as last year, Josh.
there are some comments, but,
Yep, it's, basically training and, the
Right.
fixed assets were a problem, and
yeah,
I think Melissa's got a really good handle on them now.
yeah.
And she and I talked back and forth, and it's like, I don't know how Laura did it, because nothing was numbered, and I'm like going, which truck is that again?
Mm.
But we are defining, it's gotten a lot better. So I did write a letter for my responses,
Okay,
and I sent them over to, John, but again, they're the same, points that we had issues with last year.
yeah. I mean, if you want when you're looking, the last 3 pages are really the part
At
that,
some point when I have time, I need to like really dig in some more on that and find out. I think there's things, I identified a lot of things that weren't there in the assets that should have been already, but I think that there might be even more. So, that, like, it's trying to piece the puzzle together with some pieces missing.
Yeah, and the
Well,
capital
and-
plan too doesn't really help us, you know, cause that's like
That's kind of weird too.
future planning, but, you know, like any new assets, obviously, they go right into the memory system,
Right.
but,
Excuse me.
and you can't delete anything, so, cause that affects your audit.
Yeah. Then he starts poking around even more.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right, so town manager's report, what do you have?
Um,
We've been through most of it or not yet?
Kinda, sorta. So Wyndham Regional Commission has a broadband meeting at Newbrook Fire Department on January 16th at 6 PM. I'm making that announcement because they're trying to push broadband as a utility and trying to have municipalities buy into it. I'm not knowledgeable enough to,
Yeah.
Maybe there was something, there was some posting about that a month ago.
so I am gonna go to that meeting.
Okay.
And, I think we may have some other people from the community as well.
Yeah, you might wanna think about, we might all wanna think about, but you might wanna think about if there's anybody specific that you wanna make sure they know about that meeting. Because there are a handful of people who, nobody's coming to mind right off the bat, but I'll think about that as well. But I'm sure there's a couple people in town who would be,
Yeah, Mr. Fairman and I have been talking,
okay,
cause we're following the Chesterfield, how they bought into Consolidated.
Right.
And, you know, and there's a lot of companies out there and the state's pushing it,
right,
you know, as a trump from northern Vermont down to the southern tier, but Mr. Fairman had a good point. I mean, go ahead.
No, please, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you go ahead. You-
I don't think I'm going to say what you were going to say.
No, I think you are.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
What I was going to say is the reason for the meeting is the Wyndham Regional Commission has received a $60,000 grant
Right,
for planning in this regard.
yes,
So this is the initial meeting
yeah,
about what they might do with the money.
yeah.
So wasn't there something in the email you sent about they're trying to set up groups, focus groups in communities to see what people want and what their desire is for it, and then.
What their needs are.
Right.
You know, Mr. Fairman had a good point. It's, so you can put fiber optics through town, but it's that last mile.
Right.
If you
That's
can't
our-
hook that
That's our
person up,
problem still,
you know?
yeah.
right.
No, and we have fiber optics, I mean, you know, this is not our,
We have fiber optics
yeah,
in
we've
Putnam.
got a trunk going down
Yeah.
Route 5.
Yeah.
So, that's, I guess, my question is, you know, how do we, as a township that's on a fiber optic line,
Yeah,
what's our involvement? And I don't know, and I would
What's
lean
the
on Wyndham
cost?
Regional. You know who should definitely know about this is, I'm sure he does, is our new Wyndham Regional rep.
Steve Dodson.
Exactly. You know, because
And
this
he
is
might
the
be
kind
at
of
that
thing you
meeting,
have,
too.
well, he should know about it,
Yeah.
definitely. If he, I mean, I'm sure he does know about it, but he might want to be reminded. But, you know, what, you know, if you think of a town like, just to pull, you know, Whitingham or Halifax or somewhere, you know, the need for them for this may be way different than it is
Right.
for a town like us. I have no idea.
Well, again, and I have an issue asking taxpayers to pay for something if not everybody's gonna
Absolutely.
be.
Yeah. Who benefits from it and
Right,
why?
right.
Yeah. No, and what's it gonna add to what we already have? That
Right.
would be my biggest question,
Yeah.
because it's that, like you said, it's that last mile thing.
Yeah,
If this isn't gonna help us with the last mile,
Yeah.
why would we be interested? I have no idea, there may be good answers to that
Yeah.
question. but-
so I will attend that meeting and,
These are matters that I do intend to bring up at the meeting. You have referred to the intermediate internet trunk lines. But when you look at Putney Village, for example, crest of the hill, crest of Kimball Hill, they have quite fast internet from the Wire Center on Christian Square, but down at the co-op, they don't. Just that difference in distance drops the basic internet speed by about 25%. So when we say Putney, it really depends on which neighborhood. And this is something that the people who did the project in Chesterfield pointed out. Now, I'm basing this only on what I read in the Reformer. What they said was, people tend to look in terms of census tracts, but that actually is irrelevant out in the country. The question is your house, my house, and someone else's house.
Absolutely. No, and I mean, we were talking about that at the last meeting, because David, for example, I think you're the last house on Black Locust Road, you know, and there's not a huge number of residences, but there's 4 or 5 beyond David.
7.
So, you know, and they don't have access to it.
Nothing.
And so what good does it do them to have an increase? You know, I think that's, again, getting back to the last mile aspect of it. But I get your point also. I wasn't aware that there was that difference right here in the village also. So, you know, that's totally counterintuitive to me, but I don't understand anything about it. So,
Well, the reason, I'm talking now about the telephone company service, and the reason is simply electronic. There's not, with copper wires.
capacity, yeah.
It's inductive and capacitive reactance, technically
Yeah,
speaking.
yeah.
And there isn't anything you can do about it.
To change that,
It's physics.
Right.
And this, of course, is the advantage of fiber optics.
Right.
They don't encounter this problem. Something I plan to point out at the meeting in Newfane is that a project like this should be, the economics should be done in terms of serving everyone.
Right.
Because as soon as you start segregating it, then there's the people who live out at the end of Black Locust Road who are never going to get served, because there never will be a return on investment.
Exactly.
There never will be a return on investment
Right.
on serving your house. But if people where the return on investment is very high, as in Putney Village, if these people are charged enough to subsidize getting to your house and everyone else who lives way out there, then it becomes feasible.
But that's the point that Karen brought up also is, you know, to whose benefit is it, you know, is it worth the people in the village subsidizing those all the way out? And that's a quite, you know, I guess that's sort of the whole question behind this exploration is what the value for who is.
Well, this is true, Mr. Chairman. However, the rationale you have just laid out applies to the highway network as well.
Absolutely.
And,
Yeah, no problem.
and really, telecommunications now is more like the highway network than anything else.
Smaller,
You know,
yeah.
everybody gets access to their homes as long as they live on a town road.
Right.
We don't say, you live way out, so we're gonna plow your road sometime next year, you know?
Yeah.
So why is that happening? Don't say nothing.
Yeah.
No. Good point. So all of the communities, all the concentrated communities need to be figured into this whole statewide formula, so that, see if they can be charged in a way that the rural people can be served.
Well, this in fact is of course the way, take the telephone company. That is the way, you know, their landline business is a regulated business by the Vermont Public Utility Commission. They ask for a return on investment based on serving everyone everywhere, not on the basis of we will, in the business it's called cream skimming, we will serve Putney Village because that's easy.
Right.
But out at your house, hey, you know, maybe it'll work someday.
Not worth it, yeah.
Right. Good point.
So I'll be going to that meeting.
Good.
Highway Department status update, everything, roads are in good shape, and sidewalks are in good shape,
Mhm.
so.
Good.
Nothing to report there. I do wanna mention.
Hang on.
What happened with the stone wall over here? I wondered,
Hey, so,
I already had this
oh, so I just didn't, I came the day it happened, it looked like a truck backed into it.
no, it was a sidewalk plow, it caught the corner of the wall, cause the walls are leaning out,
Okay.
and there's just barely enough room between the wall and the edge of the sidewalk.
Right.
So, the tractor did,
Because it didn't look that way when I looked at it. It looked like he stopped in time and missed it.
no,
Okay.
no, and the railing got damaged, and I called Paul Bemis.
Yep.
Paul Bemis went down and looked at it, he took the railing off, because
Yep.
if somebody would've grabbed it, it would've broke. He's
Where's
gonna get us a price, it's right here in front of the gleanery.
Kimbleville first,
The Italian building, okay.
So, I talked to Brian already knew about it, so it caught, I
Yeah.
mean, that whole wall. So Josh and I had a conversation too, it was part of the sidewalk project,
Mhm.
those walls were built, but who maintains them? They are in our right of way, so this might be something that when we do a sidewalk policy for the sidewalk reserve fund.
Yeah, no, and I think it's definitely, and I think we'd have to look back, you know, whether there's historical information available or not, but, you know, at some point, somebody along that road, their wall is gonna fall down and they are either not gonna be able to afford or
Right.
not gonna care to afford doing anything about it. What's our obligation?
Right.
And I know, I mean, that was a big discussion when that sidewalk went in, is whose responsibility would maintenance be? And I don't know whether things were properly established as far as, for example, the walls were concerned. I know there was discussion about the lawn strips and things like that, but stone walls that's an expensive prospect to start rebuilding stone walls if they're
Right.
problematic. You know?
So we'll look at that when we do a policy.
Yep.
Because we may have to include those walls.
Yeah.
Now, Paul Bemis did not do the wall in front of the gleanery.
No.
Right,
He
but he
did
did,
next stage
and
wells.
oh, he did do
Familari.
wells also,
No,
and he did
Familari.
Familari, yeah.
Yep. So Paul was good, he came right down, looked at it, he's gonna give us a price.
Yeah. No, and part of the discussion I had with Karen related to that is, you know, some of those walls are leaning a little bit now. Would it be in our best interest if we do have responsibility for maintenance to do maintenance as opposed to waiting
Lot-
until they come down?
A lot cheaper than rebuilding it.
That would be my sense,
Yeah.
but, you
And
know,
Paul did say it's all snowed in right now, so there's nothing
he
we're
can
gonna
do,
do.
right, no,
No
I
one's
totally
gonna touch
agree.
it right now,
Yeah,
Yep.
so.
yeah,
And all I did was request the estimate and then we will,
yeah, get up from there.
yeah, I'm not saying, we'll talk further with the owners and
Okay.
Brian.
Yeah,
Come
of
to,
course, I mean, my sense is from looking at it, you know, there's not a huge amount of expense there. Yes, the wall was leaning, but we did do the damage to it. You know, whose responsibility is
Right.
that? You know, I mean, we're probably looking at, I don't know, you know, several hundred to a few $1,000 maybe, but when one of those, you know,
Right.
9-foot high walls has the same problem,
Right.
we're talking real money. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, so,
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
that's-
and whose responsibility is
Right.
it then? And what's our obligation, safety-wise,
Mm-hmm.
in that case, so. But, all right, moving right along.
we are. So, next meeting, January 15th, I'd like to invite the public, because we will be discussing the budget again. And if anybody wants to,
That's the time.
yes.
Hallelujah.
And our auditor will also be here, so it's perfect timing. And everything's draft right now, and it is public information, so if
Yep.
anybody's interested, they can call the office and we can get them a copy. But it will change.
Would that be for the 15th?
No, I was thinking if we had too many people, do we wanna consider the fire station, or
Too many people for what?
that will attend the meeting?
For a budget meeting?
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about
Okay. Moving
that.
on.
That would be my opinion.
All right, so moving on, I just want to thank whoever put the lovely wreath out at the Veterans Memorial before Christmas. That was very, very kind of you.
Oh, I know who it is.
I know,
remember.
yeah, I
I know who
heard,
it is. They came in here and told me they did it.
It
My
was
mom did.
your mom, that's right. I
My
mean,
mom and I
oh
did
my
that.
God.
My mom and I did that.
Oh my God, David, that was,
Thank you, Eleanor.
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Thanks. See, Mom?
David,
Celebrity.
make sure you say thank you. I thought that was the kindest thing. I was walking in the office, I'm like, oh, somebody put a wreath right there. That is like wonderful.
Yeah.
You know, it's a single little, you know,
A lot of dead relatives on that
I didn't have
marble out
to
there.
add that, but it was a nice thought. It was very kind.
I was
Thank
like,
you.
I know who did that. Who did that?
Oh my
That's right.
God.
We
She's,
did.
she's glad to meet
Okay.
you. You were gone that day, Karen. She wanted
So.
to meet you guys, so.
And we did send flowers out to 2 people in the community, so
Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you for saying that.
that's it. Yes. No, I thought that was very kind of her to do that.
Warrants.
Make a-
Would you like to?
Yeah, make a motion to approve the warrants of January 20,
And
2020 and execute upon review.
There you go.
I'll second that, and if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm just gonna add to that.
You corrected it.
Oh, okay. So payroll.
Thank you very much.
That's a different looking, is this the,
Yeah. This is a, yeah,
is this the new format through CHIP,
No.
or is this just
no.
That's just the way that she did it
something's
that
just a
time.
little odd?
All right, so payroll warrant dated January 3rd, 2020, in the amount of $8,200.23. So that has the library on it. We will be going to bi-weekly. Payroll, okay. So payroll warrant dated, I did this backwards, sorry. December 27th, 2019, $12,743.30. So that's what we're used to. Got me all confused.
I had them in order. You changed them.
I didn't really know they were here, but.
This group is definitely getting bigger than.
Yes, it
that's
is.
good. We're pointing out that people have available to them the ability to have their checks deposited electronically, and it's been a slow process, but now we're looking like we're getting most people moved there.
That's because the fire department has to.
There you go.
All new employees.
That's the way to do it.
Tom didn't give them a choice.
Yeah.
Accounts payable dated December 21st, 2019 through January 3rd, 2020, in the amount of $47,803.12. And, I mean, I haven't really looked at this, so.
That's the second.
But it's a small one, which is nice.
Why 9,000 to Chipman? Is that just a debt service?
That was the
Must be.
truck.
Yeah.
Fuck the Chevy.
What did you say?
The Chevy. John's house Chevy.
Vassar's Auto Service. Who's Vassar's?
That is for a plow.
Snow plow.
We just, Brian asked me about that.
Hydraulic jack or something like that.
It was a plow, because the
From
one,
Gilsum?
the,
Is that?
the V
Oh,
plow.
no, Vassar's in Greenfield. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So he ordered a new plow because it was ready to snap right in the middle. So they gave him a little bit for trade-in, and he got it down, you know, to
I weld a lot of them. I have a lot of guys with those same V plows, and they're not built rugged enough. Right? So
Yeah.
I've welded Carl Mosers 3 times.
That would be a hard thing to build rugged. Well,
You,
it's not,
you,
but.
no, if you used good
If
steel
you
and
use the
used
right
heavy
material,
steel,
yeah.
you built the pivot so that it wasn't vulnerable to the leverage of each side, the way they build it, and it wouldn't break. But
And
Then
Brian
you
thought
resell some.
about that, but the wear and tear,
yeah.
he didn't think it was gonna last, so.
And
what
was
was
it
it?
regional?
5 grand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That is for a grant, so those were services for the stormwater culverts.
So that's repaying grant money?
So-
What is that?
They charge for their time,
Oh, okay.
and then we pay them, and
And
then
then
I
we receive
submit,
the money. Okay.
I
Yeah.
submit the grant.
I don't know what happened to my agenda.
I don't know, you're just like, you lost your pen and everything.
David must have taken
I don't think I did.
Just don't forget that.
it.
So what else do we have?
Do we have any other business? Oh, let's see. There was one piece of other business. You had already had this discussion. I'm trying to remember because I said I would bring it up today. Darn it. Did you have a discussion with something about? Jordy Heller, the question of whether, and this is, I only am bringing it up, we don't need to discuss it with, but we should probably put it on the agenda for next week. The question of whether we should have an article related to whether listers should be appointed as opposed to elected. And so Jordy, I think is gonna be here next week anyway.
It's actually on there. I
Oh.
should have mentioned that, I'm sorry, because it is a new,
Purchase.
shall the voters.
Was that in our packet that you sent out? I missed that.
No, that's new, I just added
You
it
had
today.
it, oh, okay. Okay, so,
Yeah.
so we'll discuss that next week.
Yep.
Any need for executive session?
No.
Okay. Our next meeting date is January 15th. And the
Fine.
venue will be in fact here, because we don't anticipate large crowds, but we can always accommodate if we need to.
More body heat will be good.
And otherwise, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'd make the motion to adjourn.
I'll second that, and if there's no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Good
Good.
job.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Howard.
Good morning, BHS. Today is Friday, January 17th, 2020.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Lego Palooza will now be held twice a month on first and third Thursdays at Brattleboro Memorial Library from 3 to 5 p.m. We provide the Legos, you build. Do not bring your own Legos. Children cannot keep the Legos.
Yeah, do not keep those Legos. It'll be bad
Consequences.
Thing. Yes. The Brattleboro Winter Farmers Market takes place every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. downtown at the CF Church Building. So go visit and purchase some local produce, maple syrup, and much, much more. Now we're to funny news with Higgles.
Higgles.
Hey, Higgles.
He's gonna make us giggle.
He better make his giggle.
Higgles the giggle, man.
Alright, so basically, this guy in Denver, he has a white beard, and he's being held on a $10,000 bond for allegedly robbing a Colorado bank and throwing the cash in the air while screaming Merry Christmas.
Oh,
Wow.
so sweet.
Yeah.
Wow.
His name's David Wayne Oliver, and he's 65 years old.
Wait,
He's
so
living
like
his
he
dream.
took it, but then he just like threw it up in the air. So like,
Yeah,
is it
he's
really
just, like,
stealing
doing
that?
a deed. It was on Christmas Eve, so yeah, he's just doing a deed for the public, and he was arrested near Starbucks after he held up the Academy Bank in Colorado Springs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's living out his dream, I guess. 65 years old. Doing,
Yeah, he's got the white beard and everything.
It's like
He's
a movie.
He's going for it, yeah.
Love it.
He just like threatened to use a weapon to steal the cash, and then it didn't say how much cash it was, but it was a bank, so I'm assuming quite a bit.
Did he actually have a weapon, or was he just...
I don't know. It just said he threatened to.
Sounds
use
like
one.
the dude who wouldn't have a weapon.
Yeah. Like he just,
He just
fake
wanted
it,
to-
just, like, pretend
Did he
had
give
it.
it back?
Huh?
Because you said he just threw it in the air. Did like they get it back?
Probably. Like off this. Yeah.
Was it really stealing then?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he
A
took it
little
out of
bit.
the building and then threw it in the air. Alright.
And he threatened to use a weapon.
Alright. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank
Yeah.
you for that. On another note, Tyler,
Yes.
what do you call a snowman's dog?
A dog. Like, that's just what it is.
No, a slush puppy.
Wow. Funny one there. Big fan of slush puppies.
Yes.
Blue raspberry.
Mm.
I got another joke for you.
Okay.
Why was a snowman rummaging in a bag of carrots?
He's hungry. You want something to eat?
No, I mean, yeah, you're right, but no. But he was picking his nose.
Ah, that's funny.
Like, I mean,
That's funny.
I try to get those
That is
good ones.
really hilarious. On January 21st at the marina, there is some paint party fun. Be sure to pick up one of their frequent painter cards, and remember that beginners are always welcome.
Yeah, that's right. Insight Photography in downtown Brattleboro is celebrating MLK Day with free portraits. The event will run from 11 to 4. Go to 183 Main Street on your day off to be photographed. Oh my goodness.
Photographed.
That is weird. Now over to World News with Brandon.
Hello, it is Brandon. A video appears to show football star Odell Beckham Jr. striking a security guard's backside in Louisiana State University's locker room on Monday after their national championship win over Clemson. Beckham Jr., 27, is a former LSU player. New Orleans police said that they had obtained an arrest warrant on the charge of misdemeanor simple battery. The incident occurred at the Mercedes-Benz Superdome in New Orleans. That's all I have for today. Back to the desk.
Yeah.
Can you really blame him? He's
Yeah.
in a locker room.
That's
Yeah,
nonsense.
that's absurd.
A lot of questionable stuff
Yeah.
goes on in locker rooms.
Exactly. And we know firsthand about that
Yes.
stuff.
We won't speak about it though.
No.
What happens in the locker room stays in the locker room. The scariest holiday is coming soon, Valentine's Day. This is your quick reminder to get your gift early so you don't have to rush out the night of the 13th to get your significant other a cute and cheap but expensive looking gift.
Yeah. I mean,
Whatever
well, I
happens,
got a
happens.
joke for you, Jim.
Boy, let's hear it.
What do you call a snowman in July?
Can you have snowman in July?
No, you can't. That's why it's called the puddle.
Oh, I get it, because the snowman melted.
Exactly. Oh, here we go.
All right. I have a
Oh,
good joke
another
for
joke.
you.
Yikes.
What do
Can't
you
wait.
call a snowman with a six-pack?
He's Jack Snowman.
The abdominal snowman.
Wow. Wow, that one gets me. That one's
That's
pretty
a
funny.
good one. Proud of that one.
Anyways, come out and support your favorite IBL teams on every Wednesday. Games start at 7 and 8 p.m.
Pop out to some men's league basketball games on Sundays. They start at 9 a.m. and they end around 4 p.m. These men take these games very seriously, and they think they are playing in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Show up and provide these dudes with more than 3 fans. Please, we beg you.
There's also a blackout tonight at 7 at the BHS gym. The varsity boys basketball will face Linden. So come out and show some support.
Blackout.
Yeah, black clothes, that means.
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously. You don't have to dye your hair or anything.
That would be sweet, though.
That'd be extreme. That's all for today, folks. We are closing with a video made by Ernie and Forrest, so we hope you enjoy.
And that's why the world's like this.
Hi, my name is Ernie. I'm a junior. I was born in Chicago, but now I live in Brattleboro, and I like parkour.
Hi, my name is Forrest. I'm a junior. I live in Guilford, and I'm really into parkour.
Great.
Yeah, I could make it. You think I can land it?
Yeah, land it. Are you okay?
Dude, I think I sprained my wrist.
Not good.
I broke my elbow. I can't move.
I'll be returning to Washington on the next plane, and we will be facing a reconvening of Congress in the aftermath of the President's decision to strike General Soleimani. The question before us is not whether that was a legitimate decision. The question is whether it was a wise decision. General Soleimani has been responsible for the death of many American soldiers. Iran has been a bad actor in the region. But the fundamental question for the president is always, will a decision that he makes enhance or diminish our national security? Will that decision make us safer or less safe? Secretary Pompeo is insisting that a result of this attack will make Americans safer. That's preposterous. There's no evidence whatsoever to indicate that. Let me just go through a few things that have happened since the president's action. Number one, the Iraqi parliament has voted that all troops in Iraq be expelled precipitously, without any planning, and immediately. Second, the Iraqi citizenry that had been on the street protesting Iranian interference in Iraqi affairs has dissolved, and Iraqis are united in their anger at the U.S. as a result of us having an attack on their soil. Number three, the Iranians who were on the street and protesting the policies of their own government are now united in their opposition to the United States. Number four, virtually all commentators say that as a result of this action, it all but makes certain that Iranians who said themselves that they intend to do this will attack our diplomats, our generals. They want to retaliate in what they say is a proportionate way to respond to this. The irony, too, is that President Trump, who has said that he wants to bring our troops home from the endless wars in the Middle East, and incidentally, I support him in that effort, the opposite has happened. Instead of bringing troops home, he's just deployed from Fort Bragg another 3,500 troops to go to the region. Also, all our embassies are now on alert. and we're bringing American personnel home. So the notion that Secretary Pompeo is trying to promote, that this action has made us safer, is absurd, and it's belied by the fact that the president is ordering troops to the region, ordering a stand down in our embassies, putting embassies on high alert, doing enhanced interrogation of Iranian citizens coming through our border crossings. So this was a decision that has had the absolute opposite of what the president states was his goal: deterrence and safety. It's escalation and insecurity. Now, when I return to Washington, I want to do a couple of things. First of all, when I get off the plane, I'll be taking the metro to the Capitol, and I'm going immediately to the secure briefing room at the Intelligence Committee to read the raw intelligence. I want to get to the bottom of this. Let me be frank. I don't believe what the president has said about the planning. And in fact, the Iraqi prime minister has said that Soleimani was there for discussions. But I want to look at the raw intelligence, and I'll have an opportunity to do that immediately upon my return to Washington. I'll be going to the Intel Committee to review those documents this afternoon. Second, I want to have hearings on this decision and get to the bottom of this decision. Any decision of this consequence is something that should be fully vetted by the National Security Council, because the consequences are inevitable, and it is absolutely essential for the well-being of our country that a president, in making this decision, have the benefit of a full vetting process. What's likely to happen down the line as a result of this decision? The president wasn't even in Washington. He wasn't in the Situation Room. He wasn't dealing with the National Security Council staff who could raise the proper questions. He was table hopping down at Mar-a-Lago when he made this decision. I want to have public hearings to get to the bottom of this, including as much revelation of this so-called intelligence that the president claims was the basis of his decision. Third, I'll be supporting War Powers resolutions, as I have in the past, to limit the authority of the president to use military force in Iran, in effect to go to a war with Iran, without coming to Congress for a vote, a debate on this question. I'll be sponsoring or supporting legislation to limit or prohibit funding for attacks on Iran. I've been a founding member, I am a founding member of the No War in Iraq caucus. The last thing we need after Iraq, after Afghanistan, is another war in the Middle East. And again, I'm astonished at this because I was in agreement with the president's stated goals of bringing our troops home. That made sense to me. It was overdue. And yet the president has taken an action that totally gets in the way of accomplishing that goal and makes the likelihood of our being able to do that in a timely way much, much more difficult. Finally, I will be a voice for de-escalation. We do not need another war, and we need de-escalation. And any of us in Congress who can do everything possible to try to send a message that we don't want a war, it's not in our interest, I will be a voice for de-escalation. My hope, too, is that the Iran nuclear deal, which the president tore up, saying that the 15 years of a guarantee of no nuclear weapons in Iran was not enough time. Iran, after 5 years, as a result of this action, has said they're getting out of it. So what the president did on the nuclear deal is claim 15 years is too little, and it's ended after 5 as a result of his action. Very dangerous. There'll be many of us encouraging our European allies to approach Iran to see if there's any way to de-escalate and maintain the provisions of that agreement. The last thing we need, the last thing the world needs, is a nuclear-armed Iran. So those are the things that I'll be doing when I return to Washington. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
I assume the published reports are true that you had no notice whatsoever about this, you and your colleagues' comments?
That's correct.
And what do you make of that? Would you like to have been notified of this? I assume.
There's two issues here. Okay? One is the decision to go to war or to take a very significant military action that escalates the prospects of a full-out war are immensely consequential. And it is the responsibility of Congress to make the yes or no decision on putting our troops in harm's way. The President has no regard for the role of Congress in general, and in this case specifically with respect to the likely outcome of his decision. So it is absolutely important that any president respect the War Powers Act and also respect the process of notifying the so-called Gang of Eight when there's going to be a significant military action. So I'm very disappointed. But what I'm really concerned about, more than that process being abrogated, is the decision itself. Again, Soleimani is a bad guy. He's killed American soldiers. America has to deal with a lot of bad people. This bad person, Soleimani, at times was working in coordination with our allies in Iraq and with the United States in going after ISIS. So this is not a question of whether Soleimani was a bad guy. This is a question of whether the president's decision was a wise decision in our long-term national interest. And it wasn't. It clearly wasn't. And all the consequences that we're having to deal with, how much more destabilization there is in the region, is all directly related to this decision. And it's completely contrary to what the president has stated is his goal. I mean, we are sending troops back to the region instead of taking them home. And on the day, 2 days ago, the Iraqi government voted to expel all American troops. And then the Pentagon sent a letter saying they were going to comply. And then they, shortly after that, said, whoops, that was just a mistake. It's an indication further that amateur hour is in charge at the White House.
I think immediately after this happened, I think it was the 3rd of January, the internet kind of exploded kind of with fearful jokes of World War III. I mean, are you afraid of any retaliation and what could happen next?
Well, of course I'm fearful of retaliation. The Iranians have said they will. And also keep in mind, the Iranian regime is not a good, it's a bad regime. And the thing they care about more than anything else, more than their people, they crushed dissent there just recently. The thing they care about and will fight to preserve is their hold on power. And their street, everyday Iranian citizens are demanding revenge. And not that the Iranian mullahs needed this, but they've got enormous pressure from their population, from their citizens, to retaliate. So everyone expects that there will be retaliation. I hope there won't. I hope cooler heads will prevail. And it will take some signals from the president himself that he's committed to de-escalation. But when you see all of our embassies are on alert, when we see that we're sending troops to the region, not bringing them home, when you see the heightened security, unjustified in my view, about Iranian citizens or U.S. citizens of Iranian descent getting grilled at our border areas, it's an indication that our government itself is going on a much higher state of alert in anticipation of a retaliatory action. And the security, of course, at the White House has been enhanced.
Do you have any expectation that the president would abide by or respect any action Congress takes with regard to the war powers?
Not by his conduct as president so far. This is a separate issue, but it's quite important. Since 9/11, there's been an immense buildup in the military and an immense concentration of authority in the president. And we've gotten away from the co-equal branch having to have a debate where each one of us has to vote on this enormously consequential decision as to whether or not those citizens among us who are willing to serve in the military get the benefit of a wise decision rather than a foolish decision. And the president is intensifying this with this action. And again, what's mystifying, but it goes to the impulsive nature of his decision making, is the president has stated repeatedly he wants us to bring the troops home. He doesn't want to be in endless wars in the Middle East. That we're oil independent. We don't even have that reason anymore. Yet this impulsive decision is totally thwarting him achieving his own objectives. And the irony, too, is that people like me would support him in those efforts.
Congressman, some of us have known you for a long time. You do have a different tone today. You are serious about this. You have a different face, you have a different tone.
You know, I've been to Iraq a number of times in Afghanistan, and I've been to Walter Reed, and I've seen the extraordinary bravery of our soldiers. You know, we lost 5,000 lives in Iraq. We have 20,000 soldiers who suffered crippling injuries. They're suffering. Their families are suffering. There's real consequences to foreign policy decisions. And the most inspiring experience most of us have had in Congress is meeting some of these young men and women who, without complaint, without fear, show up for duty when the president says it's time, and they'll go into Iraq. That decision, their patriotism, deserves that the members of Congress and the president treat these decisions about going to war with enormous gravity, because the people who are paying the price are the soldiers, not the president, not the members of Congress. Our duty is to be as focused and sober-minded as possible before we ask any of our fellow citizens to put that uniform on and risk their lives. And this decision that the president made is such a step towards escalation. And when escalation happens, there's no ability to control where that ends. So yes, I'm very serious about this because of the consequences that can happen to our men and women in uniform and to our country.
Congressman, in your opinion, you're on the Intelligence Committee. What was the proper response, and how do we curb the influence of Iran in Iraq?
Well, two things. There is an enormous amount of discontent in Iraq about Iranian influence. And in fact, Iraqis had burned a consulate. They burned it down. That's how intense the protest was. Why would we get in the way of that? You know, at a certain point, what we know is Iraq has to make a decision whether it wants to have a civil war or create a civil society. So this decision of escalation thwarted that. We should be doing everything we can, obviously, to promote a strong and stable government that meets the needs of its citizens in Iraq, and we should be tough with Iran. But those are day-by-day decisions where you have to take into account what the consequences are and how does it advance or diminish our long-term interest. And our long-term interest clearly is stability.
You said you don't believe the president on the statement around intelligence or something. Are you more precise about what you don't believe there? Are you referring to, are you saying you don't believe there was any imminent attack?
What it looks like to me is that the president, as he does, was watching TV. He was very upset about the demonstrations around our embassies, understandably so. He wanted to do something decisive. According to the press reports, the military gave him a list of options, and they included, according to the press, this attack on Soleimani, where, according to the reports, they put that in as an extreme example so the other options would look reasonable. And of course, that was a mistake on the part of the military to suggest this as an option. But it was really the responsibility of the president to make a wise decision. So I don't believe it, but that's why I want to look at the raw intelligence and I want to get to the bottom of it.
On another note, what do you make of the news that John Bolton is willing to testify before the Senate?
I think it puts the burden on Senator McConnell to do the right thing. Bolton should testify, Mulvaney should testify. Secretary of Defense should testify, Pompeo should testify, and this is very, very important. Before they testify, we should have access to those emails, because they'll say one thing and the emails say another. In order to get the real testimony, we have to have the real evidence, and that's the emails. So Bolton saying he's coming forward, I think, makes it very, very clear that he's willing to testify, and the only reason he wouldn't is because the president is holding him back or McConnell is holding it back.
Do you have any insight from your caucus as to when Speaker Pelosi might transmit these articles of impeachment?
I don't, but I expect it'll be sooner rather than later. I mean, keep in mind, Congress has been in recess until today, so so I think it will happen sooner rather than later. But I do think in this period of recess, the question has been raised and really largely answered that Senator McConnell has no interest in a fair trial. He wants a speedy dismissal. But I think the things like Senator Murkowski saying that she may want witnesses, Senator Collins saying that, Mr. Bolton saying that he would be willing to testify, all of that, I think, allows the American people to draw a conclusion and suggest, let's have a fair trial. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Do you think that agreement to bring witnesses, to call witnesses, needs to be in place before the articles are transmitted?
You know, that's kind of a tactical decision. The bottom line here is that at a certain point, we're going to have to trust the Senate to do the right thing. And what's very hard is when Senator McConnell says he's working in close coordination with, in effect, the defendant, with the president, it's very, very difficult to have that confidence. And I mean, the American people are entitled to have a fair trial. And that means one where the senators are impartial jurors. They might be, obviously there's politics here, there's partiality, but there's a duty that the institution has to at least try to get the evidence that backs up or refutes the allegations in the articles of impeachment that we in the House are sending over.
Should we expect further statements from you later today or tomorrow once you review this?
Well, I won't be, whatever it is I read in the secrecy of the Intel Committee, I won't be able to share. It's one of the reasons I'm pushing for public hearings, because I think that you're entitled, the people I represent are entitled to know what I know, and I want them to know it, and I'm going to be pushing hard for public hearings.
Just to kind of review, you're reading the intel today, and you're kind of voting.
We're not voting. No, there's going to be, the Speaker's putting together the legislation on war powers and also prohibitions on funding for action in in Iran. You know, I'm supportive of that, and as you know, I'm an original member of the No War in Iraq caucus. My goal is de-escalation here. I mean, I'm extremely upset with the President's decision. I think it's created a significant problem and challenge for our country, significant danger. But I think the more of us that are on the side of de-escalation, the more prospects we have to stabilize the situation.
The previous administration, as well as the administration before that, both had a chance to take out this guy, Soleimani. They decided not to, as I understand it, because they thought that the dangers to the country would be greater than the payoff for removing him. Were you in on any explanations from the Obama administration as to why they made that calculation?
No. You know, keep in mind, Soleimani's gone, but he's been replaced. So whatever the plans were that the president's talking about, they're still in place. And, you know, but what is different is we're sending more troops to the region. Our embassies are in heightened state of alert. There's more security at the White House. There's more security at the border. There is bewilderment among our allies. And the population in Iraq and the population in Iran that was supportive of what our long-term goals were. Iraqi Street was protesting Iranian involvement in Iraq. We want Iran out of Iraq. And the Iranian population that is suffering under the cruel regime was protesting. Now, Iran and Iraq, their citizenry, are united in outrage at the United States. And that all happened as a result of this action by the president. That was the outcome. Now, had the president had a reflective process to make a consequential decision, it's absolutely certain that all of these likely scenarios would have been discussed and considered. And in the cool of the moment, when you start going beyond the impulsive desire to show how tough we are, you start realizing, well, wait a minute, this is not necessarily going to help us, it's going to hurt us. You take a half step back. You know, the president has had some restraint in the Middle East. When our drone was shot down, for example, and he completely lost it here, lost restraint here. So thank you.
I'm Maya Hasagawa. I'm the Vice Chair of the Development Review Board, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:01. And I have some opening remarks. I don't know if you guys have heard these before or not, but anyway, I have to read them, so here we go. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our finding. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence regarding an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearing, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and the decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly urge all of you to speak up at this meeting, and I think you're all planning to anyway, so. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm your testimony will be truthful. So would the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application, please affirm the following. I hereby affirm.
Raise your hand, no?
Yeah.
I hereby affirm.
You don't have to repeat
it.
after me.
No.
Until the end, and then you can just say I do.
Okay.
I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the case under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7. We don't have quite 7 people, but we do have a quorum. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next hearing. So if you think things aren't going to go your way or something, you can request that we continue. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. So, I have a motion to approve the minutes of, what's our last meeting?
November 20th.
November 20th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All All opposed? Anybody opposed? No. Everybody was sworn in. So, yeah,
Yeah, we've been properly warned.
you were proper, we've
Yep,
been proper,
yep.
yeah, I saw it in the paper, actually. So,
Yep.
and.
Twice, actually, because this was on last meeting as well.
Here comes.
Pardon my lateness.
Strayed member. So, I'm still gonna appoint you.
Okay.
And. Okay, does anybody have any conflicts of interest or had any ex parte communications? Okay. So, the first case on the agenda is 2019-156, Timothy Kavanaugh and Diane Leary. Do you want to come and take a seat there? That microphone is only for the television, so you have to speak up so
Oh,
we can
okay.
so we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Can you introduce yourselves and then talk about your project?
Okay, and have you had an, do you, prior to this, do you look at the?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, I just want to, all right, I'm Diane Leary,
I'm Tim Kavanaugh.
and we both we're married, and we live at 55 Bonnievale Road in Brattleboro. On September 23rd of this year, almost 3 months ago, our garage caught on fire, was totally destroyed, and has since been taken down, and we have filled out a form, we'd like to rebuild a garage on the same site that the previous garage was. And can I introduce another person? Mike Kraus is here with us. Mike Kraus is the man we've been working with, the contractor.
Yeah.
He demolished, he took down the previous one, and if we do get permission from the board to rebuild, he will be our contractor, and he's also built a model of.
He bought it with him.
You know, brought it with him if you want.
Just so you can see how it sits over the brook.
Okay. So, is the foundation still there?
Yes.
or-
Yes.
So you're gonna use the same foundation?
The same cement, I think it was poured cement
The
foundation.
foundation's poured with panels, probably in the 20s. It's very secure. It's been built all around the rocks. The timbers down below, the fire never touched any of the support timbers. It never touched the boards on top of the support timbers. What it did do is the 2x3s, 3-inch thick timbers on top, the top surface burned, but it saved the ones underneath and the timbers haven't been touched. So the fire was going up, it burned the top surface, but 3 inches thick, it got the top inch and never went any further down. And they have pretty heavy timbers, half logs, all been there for a very long time.
Can I ask a question? In the photos,
Uh-huh.
would the dark, would that be, what would we be seeing there, the dark?
Can I look at it?
Yeah. These are the photos I
right.
assume you've seen them?
Yeah, I took those and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you see those timbers, I took pictures from underneath.
Oh, okay. And I'm just curious of what the dark surface, is that from, left over from the fire?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the top of the burned wood.
Oh, okay.
It's the top of the 3-inch thick wood.
And the driveway also got a little charred.
I wouldn't bother showing me
Okay.
those, but thank you.
Yeah.
If you look at this picture, you can see there's concrete underneath it, and then that's just,
Yeah.
that top layer is timbers.
No, I didn't get a chance to drive by your location, so these pictures are very helpful.
Yeah. So essentially, our garage is a covered bridge. Is
I mean,
what
that's
it
the
is, and it's been there, it's used as a garage since it was built. I was told the 30s, I'm not sure when it was built, but I think it's been there quite some time. And the way it is now, there's basically 2/3 of the garage sit either on the foundation that's there or on the land in front of the brook. And there's only, what we have is roughly about 1/3, maybe a little more than that, that's actually sits over the brook, is where Mike's gonna show here with
You can
this.
see where it is. By
Put it on the table.
Yeah, yeah.
Put it, Diane,
Sure.
in the television.
You can see where it is by the model here. This much land is garage and pavement.
Okay.
The timbers go right here where they're shown, and then it's their backyard.
Okay.
So the brick profile is right here, exactly what it is, all measured out. So they park cars here and there. There was a barn door here to drive through. They just want to completely do the thing all over again, so they have a garage back.
So the garage is a bridge over the brook.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have heat? Do you want, are you gonna have heat
No,
in there?
it never
No
was heated before.
Okay.
There was electricity, but
It's
not a heated barn, no.
So you're gonna electrify it, put
We would like to do that
Yeah.
again because when we bought the house 26 years ago, there was electricity in there for lights, for overhead light inside and overhead light that's shown on the driveway. We had since had 2 electric garage doors installed, and we would probably, if we got permission, we would do that again. We're older now than when we bought the house, so. About 10 years ago, we had those doors electrified.
Is there enough power, is the wires big enough going into it to support?
They were, they ran it, when the fire department came, to shut it off, we had to get an electrician to figure out in our basement which one, but yeah, there's a wire and the wire is still coming up, so whatever an electrician would do now, I'm assuming, since the 30s.
It probably has to be brought up to code.
Yeah,
From the
yeah.
house to the garage. In conduit, 3 feet down, whatever you require, an electrician doing it, making a panel inside the garage.
Okay.
Right, there was a panel inside the garage, and,
Yeah.
yeah.
If you do put electricity back in the garage, you should make provision to put a charging station, just in case, an outlet.
Oh,
Just in
see.
case you ever wanna get an electric car,
Oh,
or
yeah. Oh,
if you
good
sell
point.
the property,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
and the person wants an electric car, the state would require
Okay.
you to have
A charging station?
a charge, or an outlet that's sufficient for charging.
Okay.
Which is, I think listed as what is a ground fault circuit interrupter, protected outlet on a dedicated circuit, and then there's some criteria.
And I
Okay.
believe you need a dedicated 20 amp breaker for that.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
either 120 volt, 20 amp for overnight level 1 chargers, or a 220 volt, 50 amp for level 2 charger.
Can I ask a question here? When we get your response to our application, will that
information will
Okay,
be
okay, I'm
ready.
taking notes, but I can see I go home and I will get it 2 days later.
But also, I just figure if
Yeah.
I read you
Yeah.
what is a standard
Okay.
provision, at least you'd be aware that that would be.
And I'm
And
assuming
that's-
to
oh,
use
I
the
thought
cells.
Brian would be here, but that would be based on the
Okay.
Brattleboro zoning.
He's not loud enough?
Well, we don't specifically have that in our
He's reading.
code,
Okay.
but it's like one of those things that we do recommend, and
Okay.
it is something that the state also
Okay.
recommends as well.
It's a good idea,
Yeah.
as long as you're gonna have an electrician in there, just, because you never know, right?
Right, and at some point, we are thinking of selling the house, and we don't know when that is, but we certainly want to make it, so that somebody would want to buy it.
Yeah, or you could be getting
Yeah.
an electric car
Right.
yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a Prius now, so who knows, maybe we'll graduate from a Prius too.
And it is the only access to the back of their land, the backyard, and going through the garage, through the back barn door.
Yeah, you gotta get a good running start.
So the house, your living area, the house
Yeah.
is all on one side of this brook?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. There is a deck, a 2-tier deck that does go to the back. I mean, we have.
Yeah, we put on when we bought the
Yeah.
house in
Yeah.
The deck goes
93.
over the brook
Yeah,
also.
yeah, and
Yeah.
we got permission to do that,
93.
93.
Okay. And when Irene came, or other floods,
Mhm.
did you have any problem with destruction?
Not with the garage, we did, there's this is the front of the house, over this wall over here, it had, over the years, been kind of loosening up, and Irene kind of
It
losing
collapsed,
collapsed.
it collapsed a bit
So,
there.
we had to have somebody from the state come down, look at it, we got permission to have it rebuilt, and we had Jim Herrick from Marlboro came, and he had built a retaining wall for us when we first bought the house, so he came and repaired it, like, the spring after Irene.
So this is the front of the garage. Our house is over here roughly. We have a little path that goes there, and the brook, the deck goes over the brook here, and this goes over the brook over there. So that's the two accesses that we have to the backyard, which is partly a wetland too, which is one of the reasons why building back there would not be a good idea.
Could I ask you a general question about Bonneville Road?
Sure.
Yeah.
The brook goes behind your house.
It goes behind our house and then it swings, so this is our house. It goes behind our house under the deck and then it comes around between two houses.
And it crosses over to the other side of the road.
Yeah, there's a bridge right there
to the
before.
left, right to the right of the front of their house.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you go up another couple houses and then it's crossed over to the other side.
Yeah.
There's two, if you're coming up Bonneville from Western Avenue, there's two bridges that you come to early on, and our property lies in that little bit of land that's carved out like a C-clamp or something like that.
But that's my understanding, is that this brook crosses over Bonneville a number of times.
Yes, it does.
In its route.
Yeah, it's snakes, kind of snakes.
I believe there's a property further up Bonneville, if you're traveling up Bonneville, further up that has, I believe their house is off to the left behind a brook, and they actually have a little private bridge to get
That's
to their
just
house.
below them.
Oh, that's below them.
No, there's that one, but there's also, there is a property,
Yeah.
you're right, there's,
And there is a property below you.
there's two bridges that, at least for Brattleboro side of Bonneville. The brook only has two places where it crosses, where it needs a bridge. And that's just like a few hundred yards up the road from where we live and just right next to our property. So as I said, it's sort of like a C shape, and our property kind of saddles that area, that corner where one of the bridges is.
And this brook, of course, then, trying to picture orientation, but closer to the entrance of Bonneville, it actually goes under Western Avenue.
It does.
Yeah.
And then goes on to join the Whetstone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it feeds into the Whetstone.
I used to play in that brook a lot.
So
Glen Street.
when Irene came, the water rose up very high.
Okay.
But I think it must have been when it flooded downtown. Later on, we were able to see that when it flooded downtown, that the water went down dramatically at about 12:30 that afternoon when Irene hit. And we're actually where the property is. It's a slow slant. The land goes incline going down to Western Avenue. Not drastic, but enough that we're kind of above the flooding that you get in the Whetstone that we saw further on where the Diamondstone property was. And
Well, and then we have Glen across from us on the other side of Western Ave is
It's Glen Street.
Yeah. They were, so because we were on a very slight incline, the water went down like this, and they got much more damage than Bonneville did.
My only other question is, you say you're gonna put an outdoor light to light up your driveway.
Yeah.
Right now, we try to get at least partially, either fully shielded or partially shielded lights.
Okay.
And have them pointed no
Down.
more than 45 degrees. Preferably, what you want is a light that lights up the area on the ground that you're shooting for, and not that doesn't point out to the street.
we had a light right here
Yep.
in the garage that burned down that we would use for shoveling snow or something like when we had to get out or something like that. And that's what we'd probably do, put a light that just lights up that driveway area.
Okay, but yeah, it's kind of like you don't really want to see it from the road. They have a good section in the book, in this book, the planning book, that shows.
They have two full-size parking spaces.
Yeah.
Right here. So
Yeah.
any light that went down would just shine on that, not get Bonneville Road blinded.
Yeah, it wasn't, the previous light wasn't like that. It was really our driveway. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
like to just screw in the floodlights
Yeah.
and let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When your driveway parallels the brook for a while, right?
No.
It runs, if it.
No, the driveway is, the brook's here, the driveway's here.
This is probably the
The
best.
brook's right in here, Bonneville Road's right here.
Can you
So-
visualize
So it's
that?
not parallel, it's more like a T to it. So this is the
So-
brook, this is the driveway.
So from the driveway, do you have any runoff into the brook?
No, because, here, if this is the driveway, there's all this land over here and here. No, there isn't any.
So when you,
Is that wetland on the
On
side?
the far side.
The wetland is kind of where the rock wall is, I guess, is where.
I kind of drew a map of this years ago. It's not really the scale, but kind of gives you an idea of how
Yeah,
this is
we
a
have
brook.
it.
We have-
Oh, you have that?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but the driveway is not, it's not parallel to the brook.
And this end of this end of the property too is higher than this end. So the brook is actually running a little bit down from us.
It runs down grade under the garage.
Yeah.
And if you actually go uphill from the garage, it's you see it coming down quite a bit.
Because I was thinking that runoff from, I
The
don't
road?
know, oil spill or
It's not,
grease
it's
or
not any, the
anything
driveway
that
really
goes-
isn't near the brook. There's all kinds of land on either sides and there's a pretty.
There's no drain hole in the middle of the.
No, but it doesn't,
On the opposite side of Bonneville Road, here's Bonneville Road, on this side, there's a trench for water to run on that side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as
Yeah.
they're plowing, whatever they do, it runs off that way.
Yeah.
They're making sure it doesn't go into the brook.
yeah. Yeah, there's a, which I think the town maintains that trench across from us. This property, there's a house up in the hill, but the town comes in the summer and cuts down goes along with that, whatever that thing is.
it would probably be, not a culvert.
Do you want to answer?
It's not quite a culvert, it's.
Swale.
We'll just-
Swale, is that what it is?
Swale.
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 Can you just elaborate on the
The ditch.
stormwater management?
One of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The stormwater, it's kind of vague in here.
What's the question number?
I.
Okay. So what is it that you would want, how can
I'm
we
just curious
elaborate?
where is it being run off to?
What,
Based
you
on
mean when it was like that?
Is it just going off the roof right into
Well,
the road? Yeah?
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
Okay.
there's no garage.
Would anyways, if it was
Yeah.
raining on it. Would
Yeah, I
run
don't
into
know
the
what you're
brook,
asking,
too.
because we don't have any garage now, so.
I mean, the design can do.
the design for,
Well,
yeah.
it
the-
falls
this-
off in here, it falls off here, we have a roof rake, so we have used the roof rake to pull it away from the brook and put it either in the back of the land or in the front and the side.
But rain just, like when it rains,
Yeah.
it just.
Yeah.
Goes straight.
It would be very much like the Creamery Bridge,
Mhm.
which basically rain falls down on that bridge and it goes down into the brook. So same with snow, that slides off.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you summed it up by saying your garage is a covered bridge.
It is,
It's
it
just
really.
you can't drive all the way through.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not used for a covered bridge, but that's essentially what it is.
Must have been a charming feature when you bought the house.
I know, a lot of our neighbors were very upset.
We're not liking not having it, protecting our car from the snow, it's new for us to have to go out and dig out in a way, not digging out, but digging the car out, so it was a very nice asset to the, it was also good for storing, garden. implements.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
right.
What would be the general size? I think this illustration showed us.
20 by
It's a
20.
20 by 22. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
The platform itself is framed for 24 by almost 24.
Okay.
That's what the foundation is on both sides.
Okay.
The timbers didn't go all the way to the edge of it,
Uh-huh.
so they have like 6 inches they can gain on either side,
Okay.
just to make it
Yeah.
follow the footprint, but just use the foundation that's there,
Yeah.
rather than coming back 6 inches. They left the timbers on the outside like a space, I don't know why they did that, but
Okay.
whoever built this in 1930, Bonneville Road was probably, we spoke about this, Western Avenue was probably dirt. So-
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Anybody have any other questions?
Just one kind of curious as what caused the fire?
They did, the police, the
They didn't
fire
ever know.
department We weren't, in the 26 years that we've been there, we weren't really doing anything different. I mean, we had paints and solvents in our basement, but, you know, we had gas cans and things that you put in garage, and they weren't able to determine.
The place where it started too had dry stuff, like we have a charcoal dry barbecue pit, and we had charcoal down there that was, you know, unused. We had, you know, newspaper there, which was flammable, that was unused, but it was nothing,
And
there
the
was no
electricity,
oil or anything like that.
the electricity was shut off because we weren't using that bay. We used to have 2 cars, we were down to 1 car, so that bay, we actually were starting to store things, so we didn't need to be opening the garage door, so the electricity was off, so, on that side too, so, so the fire department, their final report was undetermined.
Anything else?
They managed to rescue
move we
the car
approve.
out of the burning garage.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Well, this side was on fire, the car was over here, so we got it out in time. A couple of things.
Anybody like to make a motion?
I was starting to. I move we approve it with no additional conditions.
Second?
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Where's the mouse?
You're good.
Okay.
So, do we understand you approved us rebuilding this? Okay.
I just want to say personally, I love the model.
Yeah.
Because it makes it very clear.
It's the
Mike's
best
design.
one
I
we've
do
ever
this, I
had.
do a lot of timber framing,
Yeah.
and I do this for,
Yeah.
I have built models which help sell the work when you
Yeah,
see a
yeah.
model, full model of it, because when you do a blueprint,
Yeah.
I do that also, but people are like, I don't get it. When they see the model, they go, oh, I absolutely get it now.
Well, I think it gets very clear
Yeah.
what it is we're approving.
When we
You
first,
could have
when we
weddings
first
there.
lived there was an old man who used to go for a walk. I haven't seen him in probably 20 years, but in the summer he'd stop and he'd look at me and he'd say, I never saw the like of it, a garage over the brook. And he said it every time, he just was, you know, anyway. So you've approved it, but do we have to wait for the 45 days to?
Until you get it.
Until you
Written
get a
copy.
written.
Okay.
Okay.
So you have up to
And-
45 days, but you won't necessarily take 45 days?
I'm not sure how long it takes, usually a week or so,
Okay.
but we have Christmas next
Yeah, yeah.
week,
Yeah,
so,
we understand that.
But I will sign it as soon as
Okay,
either Andrew or Brian types it up.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
So then, do we use this as the permit that we put on it when, or,
I believe so, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Do,
You'll get notification from
okay,
our
all
department.
right, okay.
Yeah,
But
with
that's the
with
notice that
directions.
that's the notice we would put up on the
Yep.
site, okay.
And
All right.
anything else that we need to know will be in that package that we received.
Yep.
And-
You
Yeah,
got
it'll
it.
have,
Stuff like that.
it'll
Yep.
have the information about the charging, and it'll have information about,
Mhm.
The design of the light.
the
Okay.
light.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
that will be helpful because,
All of that will
yeah,
be in.
that would have definitely changed since the 30s, so.
In the conditions.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Any other business?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
I second
All in
it.
favor of adjourning?
Yeah, thanks.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Oh, it's right there.
We did a good job. We had one thing to decide, and we did it.
Agawa, I'm the vice chair of the Development Review Board, and I'm calling the meeting to order at 7:01. And I have some opening remarks. I don't know if you guys have heard these before or not, but anyway, I have to read them, so here we go. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our finding. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence regarding an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearings, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and the decision of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly urge all of you to speak up at this meeting, and I think you're all planning to anyway, so. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm your testimony will be truthful. So would the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application, please affirm the following. I hereby affirm. I hereby affirm.
Raise your hand, no?
Yeah.
I hereby affirm.
You don't have to repeat
repeat.
after me
Okay.
until the end, and then you can just say I do.
Okay.
I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the case under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7. We don't have quite 7 people, but we do have a quorum. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next hearing. So if you think things aren't going to go your way or something, you can request that we continue. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. So, I have a motion to approve the minutes of, what's our last meeting?
November 20th.
November 20th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Anybody opposed? No? Everybody was sworn in. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've been properly warned.
You were properly,
Yep.
yeah, I saw it in the paper, actually. So.
Yep.
And
Twice, actually, because this was on last meeting as well.
Here comes
Pardon my lateness.
Strayed. So, I'm still gonna appoint you.
Okay.
And okay, does anybody have any conflicts of interest or had any ex parte communications applications? Okay. So, the first case on the agenda is 2019-156, Timothy Kavanaugh and Diane Leary. Do you want to come and take a seat there? That microphone is only for the television, so you have to speak up, so we can, so we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you introduce yourselves and then talk about your project?
Okay, and have you had an, do you, prior to this, do you look at the
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, I just want to, all right, I'm Diane Leary,
I'm Tim Kavanaugh.
and we both we're married, and we live at 55 Bonnievale Road in Brattleboro. On September 23rd of this year, almost 3 months ago, our garage caught on fire, was totally destroyed, and has since been taken down, and we have filled out a form. We'd like to rebuild a garage on the same site that the previous garage was. And can I introduce another person? Mike Kraus is here with us. Mike Kraus is the man we've been working with, the contractor.
Yeah.
He demolished, he took down the previous one, and if we do get permission from the board to rebuild, he will be our contractor, and he's also built a model of.
He bought it with him.
You know, brought it with him if you want.
Just so you can see how it sits over the brook.
Okay. So, is the foundation still there?
Yes.
or-
Yes.
So you're gonna use the same foundation?
The same cement, I think it was poured cement
The
foundation.
foundation's poured with panels, probably in the 20s. It's very secure. It's been built all around the rocks. The timbers down below, the fire never touched any of the support timbers. It never touched the boards on top of the support timbers. What it did do is the 2x3s, 3-inch thick timbers on top, the top surface burned, but it saved the ones underneath when the timbers haven't been touched. So the fire was going up, it burned the top surface, but 3 inches thick, it got the top inch and never went any further down. And they have pretty heavy timbers, half logs, all been there for a very long time.
Can I ask a question? In the photos,
Uh-huh.
would the dark, would that be, what would we be seeing there, the dark?
Can I look at it?
Yeah. These are the photos I
Right.
assume you've seen them?
Yeah, I took those and.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you see those timbers, I took pictures from underneath.
Oh, okay. And I'm just curious of what the dark surface, is that from, left over from the fire?
Yeah, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the top of the burned wood.
Oh, okay.
It's the top of the 3-inch thick
Timbers
wood.
are all,
And the driveway also got a little charred.
I wouldn't bother showing me those, but thank you.
Yeah.
If you look at this picture, you can see there's concrete underneath it, and then there's just
Yeah.
that top layer is timbers.
No, I didn't get a chance to drive by your location, so these pictures are very helpful.
Yeah. So essentially, our garage is a covered bridge. It's
I mean,
what
that's
it
the
is, and it's been there, used as a garage since it was built. I was told the 30s, I'm not sure when it was built, but I think it's been there quite some time. And the way it is now, there's basically 2/3 of the garage sit either on the foundation that's there or on the land in front of the brook. And there's only, what we have is roughly about 1/3, maybe a little more than that, that actually sits over the brook, is where Mike's going to show here with
You can
this.
see where it is.
Put it on the table.
Yeah.
With Diane
Sure.
and the television.
You can see where it is by the model here. This much land is garage and pavement.
Okay.
The timbers go right here where they're shown, and then it's their backyard.
Okay.
So the brook profile is right here, exactly what it is, all measured out. So they parked cars here and there. There was a barn door here to drive through. They just want to completely do the thing all over again, so they have a garage back.
So the garage is a bridge over the brook.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have heat? Are you gonna have heat
No,
in there?
it never
No
was heated
heat.
before.
Okay.
There was electricity, but
Okay.
it's not a heated barn, no.
So you're gonna electrify it,
We would like to do that
Yeah.
again because when we bought the house 26 years ago, there was electricity in there for lights, for overhead light inside and overhead light that's shown on the driveway. We had since had 2 electric garage doors installed, and we would probably, if we got permission, we would do that again. We're older now than when we bought the house, so. About 10 years ago, we had those doors electrified.
Is there enough power, is the wires big enough going into it to support?
They were, they ran it, when the fire department came, you know, to shut it off, we had to get an electrician to figure out in our basement which one, but yeah, there's a wire and the wire is still coming up, so whatever an electrician would do now, I'm assuming, since the 30s.
It's probably gonna have to be brought up to code.
Yeah.
From the house to the garage. In conduit, 3 feet down, whatever you require, an electrician doing it, making a panel inside the garage.
Okay.
Right, there was a panel inside the garage, and yeah.
If you do put electricity back in the garage, you should make provision to put a charging station, just in case, an outlet. Just in case you ever want to get an electric car, or if you sell the property and the person wants an electric car, the state would require you to have
a charging station,
or an outlet that's sufficient for charging.
Okay.
Which is, I think listed as what is a ground fault circuit interrupter, protected outlet on a dedicated circuit, and then there's some criteria.
And I believe you need a dedicated 20 amp breaker for that.
Yeah, it says either 120 volt, 20 amp for overnight level 1 chargers, or a 220 volt, 50 amp for level 2 charger.
Can I ask a question here? When we get your response to our application, will that
information?
Okay. I'm taking notes, but I can see I go home and I will get it 2 days later.
But also, I just figure if I read you what is a standard provision, at least you'd be aware that that would be.
And I'm assuming to use
I thought Brian would be here, but that would be based on the Brattleboro zoning.
He's not loud enough.
Well, we don't specifically have that in our code,
Okay.
but it's like one of those things that we do recommend, and it is something that the state also recommends as well.
It's a good idea,
Yeah.
as long as you're gonna have an electrician in there, just because you never know, right?
Right, and at some point, we are thinking of selling the house, and we don't know when that is, but we certainly want to make it, you know, so that somebody would want to buy it.
Yeah, or you could be getting an electric car yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
We have a Prius now, so who knows, maybe we'll graduate from a Prius too.
And it is the only access to the back of their land, the backyard, and going through the garage, through the back barn door.
Get a good running start.
So the house, your living area, the house is all on one side of this brook?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There is a deck, a 2-tier deck that does go to the back. I mean, we have.
Yeah, we put on when we bought the house in 93.
The deck goes over the brook also.
Yeah, and we got permission to do that.
93.
93.
Okay. And when Irene came, or other floods, did you have any problem with the structure?
Not with the garage. We did, there's a, this is the front of the house. Over this wall over here, it had, over the years, been kind of loosening up, and Irene kind of
It collapsed. It collapsed a bit there.
We had to have somebody from the state come down, look at it. We got permission to have it rebuilt, and we had Jim Herrick from Marlboro came, and he had built a retaining wall for us when we first bought the house, so he came and repaired it like the spring after Irene.
So this is the front of the garage. Our house is over here roughly. We have a little path that goes there, and the brook, the deck goes over the brook here, and this goes over the brook over there. So that's the 2 accesses that we have to the backyard, which is partly a wetland too, which is one of the reasons why building back there would not be a good idea.
Could I ask you a general question about Bonneville Road?
Sure.
Yeah.
The brook goes behind your house.
It goes behind our house, and then it swings, so this is our house. It goes behind our house under the deck, and then it comes around between 2 houses.
And then crosses over to the other side of the road.
Yeah, there's a bridge right there.
To the
before.
left, to the right of the front of their house.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you go up another couple houses, and then it's crossed over to the other side.
Yeah.
There's 2, if you're coming up Bonneville from Western Avenue, there's 2 bridges that you come to early on, and our property lies in that little bit of land that's carved out like a C-clamp or something like that.
But that's my understanding, is that this brook crosses
Yeah.
over Bonnieville a number of times.
Yes,
in
it
its-
does.
In its route.
Yeah, it snakes,
there's
kind
a-
of snakes that
I
way.
believe there's a property further up Bonnievale, if you're traveling up Bonnievale, further up that has, I believe their house is off to the left behind a brook, and they actually have a little private bridge to get
That's
there.
just below them.
Oh, that's below that.
No, there's
No,
that
he's
one, but
talking
there's
other way.
also, there is a
Yeah.
property,
Yeah.
you're right, there's,
And there is a property below you.
there's two bridges that, at least for Brattleboro side of Bonnieville. The brook only has two places where it crosses, where it needs a bridge. And that's just like a few hundred yards up the road from where we live and just right next to our property. So as I said, it's sort of like a C shape, and our property kind of saddles that area, that corner where one of the bridges is.
And this brook, of course, then, trying to picture orientation, but closer to the entrance of Bonnievale, it actually goes under Western Avenue.
It does.
Yeah.
And then goes on to
Yeah.
join the Whetstone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it feeds into the Western.
I used to play in that brook a lot.
So
Glen Street.
when Irene came, the water rose up very high.
Okay.
But I think it must have been when it flooded downtown. Later on, we were able to see that when it flooded downtown, that the water went down dramatically at about 12:30 that afternoon when Irene hit. And we're actually, where the property is, it's a slow slant. The land goes incline, going down to Western Avenue, not drastic, but enough that we're kind of above the flooding that you get in the Whetstone that we saw further on where the Diamondstone property was.
Well, and then where Glen, across from us on the other side of Western Ave, is
It's Glen Street.
Yeah. So because we were on a very slight incline, the water went down like this, and they got much more damage than Bonnieville did.
Go ahead.
Oh, my only other question is, you say you're gonna put an outdoor light up your driveway.
Yeah.
Right now, we try to get at least partially, either fully shielded or partially shielded lights.
Okay.
And have them pointed no
Down.
more than 45 degrees. Preferably, what you want is a light that lights up the area on the ground that you're shooting for, and not that doesn't point out to the street.
We had a light right here.
Yep.
In the garage that burned down, that we would use for shoveling snow or something, like when we had to get out or something like that. And that's what we'd probably do, put a light that just lights up that driveway area.
Okay, but yeah, it's kind of like you don't really want to see it from the road. They have a good section in the book, in this
Okay.
book, the planning book, that shows.
They have two full-size parking spaces.
Yeah.
Right here. So
Yeah.
any light that went down, just shine on that, not get Bonnieville Road blinded.
That's.
Yeah, it wasn't, the previous light wasn't like that. It was really our driveway. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
like to just screw in the floodlights
Yeah.
and let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When your driveway parallels the brook for a while, right?
No.
It runs, if it.
No, the driveway is, the brook's here, the driveway's here.
This is probably the
The
best.
brook's right in here, Bonnieville Road's right here.
Can you
So-
visualize
So it's
that?
not parallel, it's more like a T to it. So this is the
So-
brook, this is the driveway.
So from the driveway, do you have any runoff into the brook?
No, because here, if this is the driveway, there's all this land over here and here. No, there isn't it.
So when you,
Is that wetland on the side?
On the far side.
The wetland is kind of where the rock wall is, I guess, is where.
I kind of drew a map of this years ago. It's not like the scale, but it kind of gives you an idea of how
Yeah,
this is
we
a
have
brook.
it.
We have-
Oh, you have that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but the driveway is not, it's not parallel to the brook.
And this end of the property too is higher than this end. So the brook is actually running a little bit down from us.
It runs down grade under the garage.
Yeah.
And you actually go uphill from the garage, it's you see it coming down quite a bit.
Because I was thinking that runoff from, I
The
don't
road?
know, oil spill or
It's not,
grease
it's
or
not any, the
anything
driveway
that
really
was-
isn't near the brook. There's all kinds of land on either sides and there's a perennial.
There's no drain hole in the middle of the.
No, but it doesn't,
On the opposite side of Bonneville Road, here's Bonneville Road, on this side, there's a trench for water to run on that side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if they're plowing, whatever they do, it runs off that way.
Yeah.
They're making sure it doesn't go into the brook.
yeah. Yeah, there's a, which I think the town maintains that trench across from
Yeah.
this property. There's a house up in the hill, but the town comes in the summer and cuts down goes along with that, whatever that thing is that
It
cuts
would
down.
probably be, not a culvert.
Do you want to answer?
It's not quite a culvert, it's.
Swale.
We'll just-
Swale, is that what it is?
Swale.
Swale.
Can you just elaborate on the
Good pitch.
stormwater management?
One of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The stormwater, it's kind of vague in here.
What's the question number?
I.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what is it that you would want, how
I'm
could we
just curious
elaborate?
where is it being run off to?
What,
Based
you
on
mean when it was like
Into the
that?
brook.
Is it just going off the roof right into the
Well,
brook? Yeah?
right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
Okay.
there's no
It would
garage.
anyways if it was
Yeah.
raining on it. It would
Yeah,
run
I don't
into
know
the
what you're
brook,
asking,
too.
because we don't have any garage now, so.
I mean, the design can do.
The design for,
Well,
yeah.
it
the-
falls
this-
off in here, it falls off here, we have a roof rake, so we have used the roof rake to pull it away from the brook and put it either in the back of the land or in the front and the side.
But rain just, like when it rains,
Yeah.
it just.
Yeah.
Goes right.
It would be very much like the Creamery Bridge,
Mhm.
which basically rain falls down on that bridge and it goes down into the brook. So same with snow, that slides off.
Thank you.
I think you summed it up by saying your garage is a covered bridge.
It is,
You
yeah,
just,
really.
you can't drive all the way through.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not used for a covered bridge, but that's essentially what it is.
Must have been a charming feature when you bought the house.
I know, a lot of our neighbors were very upset.
We're not liking not having it, protecting our car from the snow. It's new for us to have to go out and dig out in a way, not digging out, but digging the car out. So it was a very nice asset to the, it was also good for storing, garden implements.
Interesting
Yeah,
piece,
right.
right.
What would be the general size? I think this illustration showed us.
20 by
It's a 20 by 22. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's,
The
Same size.
platform
Yeah.
itself is framed for 24 by almost 24.
Okay.
That's what the foundation is on both sides.
Okay.
The timbers didn't go all the way to the edge of it,
Uh-huh.
so they have like 6 inches they can gain on either side,
Okay.
just to make it
Yeah.
follow the footprint, but just use the foundation that's there,
Yeah.
rather than coming back 6 inches. They left the timbers on the outside like a space, I don't know why they did that, but
Okay.
whoever built this in 1930, Bonneville Road was probably, we spoke about this, Western Avenue was probably dirt. So-
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sure it was.
Anybody have any other questions?
Just one kind of curious, is what caused the fire?
They did, the police, the
didn't
fire
ever know?
department, we weren't, in the 26 years that we've been there, we weren't really doing anything different. I mean, we had paints and solvents in our basement, but, we had gas cans and things that you put in garage, and they weren't able to determine.
The place where it started too had dry stuff, like we have a charcoal dry barbecue pit, and we had charcoal down there that was, unused. We had, newspaper there, which was flammable, that was unused, but it was nothing,
And
there
the
was no
electricity.
oil or anything like
The
that.
electricity was shut off because we weren't using that bay. We used to have 2 cars, we were down to 1 car, so that bay, we actually were starting to store things, so we didn't need to be opening the garage door, so the electricity was off, so, on that side too, so.
Yeah.
So the fire department, their final report was undetermined.
Anything else?
They managed to rescue
move we
the car
approve.
out of the burning garage.
Well,
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, well, this side was on fire, the car was over here, so we got it out in time. A couple of
Anybody like to make a motion?
I was starting to. I move we approve it with no additional conditions.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Where's the
Abstentions?
mouse?
You're good.
Okay.
So, do we understand you approve us rebuilding this? Okay.
I just want to say personally, I love the model.
Yeah.
Because it makes it very
Mike's-
clear.
It's the
Mike's
best
is
one
right.
we've ever
I
had.
do a lot of timber framing,
Yeah.
and I do this for,
Yeah.
I have built models which help sell the work when you
Yeah,
see a
yeah.
model, full model of it. Because when you do a blueprint,
Yeah.
I do that also, but people are like, I don't get it. When they see the model, they go, oh, I absolutely get it now.
Well, I think it gets very clear
Yeah.
what it is we're approving.
When we
Yeah,
first,
you could have
when we
weddings
first
there.
lived there was an old man who used to go for a walk. I haven't seen him in probably 20 years, but he, in the summer, he'd stop and he'd look at me and he'd say, I never saw the like of it, a garage over the brook. And he said it every time, he just was, you know, anyway. So, you've approved it, but do we have to wait for the 45 days to?
Until you get it.
Until you get a written.
Okay.
Okay.
So you have up to
And-
45 days, but you won't necessarily take 45 days?
I'm not sure how long it takes, usually a week or so,
Okay.
but we have Christmas next
Yeah, yeah.
week.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, we understand that.
But I will sign it as soon as
Okay,
either Andrew or Brian types it up.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
So then, do we use this as the permit that we put on it, when, or,
I believe so, yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Do,
You'll get notification from
okay,
our
all
department.
right, okay.
Yeah,
But
with
that's the
with
notice that
directions.
that's the notice we would put up on the
Yep.
site, okay.
And
all right.
anything else that we need to know will be in that package that we received.
Yep.
Yeah,
You got
it'll
it.
have,
Okay.
it'll
Yep.
have the information about the charging, and it'll have information about,
Mhm.
The design of the light.
the
Okay.
light.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
that will be helpful because,
All of that will
yeah,
be in.
that would have
the-
definitely changed since the 30s, so.
In the conditions.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Any other business?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
I second
All in favor
it.
of adjourning?
Yeah, thanks.
Aye.
Opposed?
We did a good job. We had one thing to decide, and we did it.
let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 18th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All those in favor of approving the special budget meeting minutes from December 18th, 2019? I'll entertain that motion.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the special budget meeting from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All right, additions and deletions to the agenda tonight. I need to add under meetings, a discussion about the meeting dates for January, including a pre-town meeting, whether or not we want to have one this year, which would actually be in February, but we should decide that now. And then under new business, I need to add a liquor license for 3J's LLC. Is it liquor and tobacco, or is it just liquor? It just seems to be liquor, okay.
Well, they really on the phone.
And then I also need to add under new business the potential school tax rate increase. Is there anything else that needs to be added or deleted? Alrighty, then moving on to the warrants.
Motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,903. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,903 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay payroll taxes, warrant number 2, in the amount of $5,365.37. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,365.37 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 3, payroll, in the amount of $14,742.20. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 3, or not tax warrant, payroll warrant number 3 in the amount of $14,742.20 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 4, payroll tax, the amount of $6,133.01. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 4 in the amount of $6,133.01 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $2,682. Excuse me, $1,669.50.
1,006, repeat the number.
$1,669.50.
Okay.
That's not what I have.
We'll test. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion? The discussion on that is there was a duplicate bill in there that had already been paid. So the warrant was amended from the 268272 to 166950 after that error was caught. Okay. Any further discussion then on that?
No.
All right. So all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $1,669.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $11,606.68. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $11,606.68, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $12,152.50.
Okay, did warrants?
$12,152.
We skip one.
We skip number 7.
They're probably out of order. 6, well, no, what's this next one? This is a general fund warrant, yeah, so the numbers have gotten mixed up.
Oh, they're just, yeah.
Okay, so basically this is warrant number, on your list it's warrant number 8. Okay, Carla, can you catch what's going on?
Yes.
What was numbered as number 7 is actually, is the highway warrant for 12-1-152.
Okay.
Okay, so just change the categories between 7 and 8. So, was there a second for that highway?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
What's the total on that?
1215250.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway fund warrant number 7 in the amount of $12,152.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 8 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,311.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,311 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,394.48.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 9 in the amount of $3,394.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so moving on to reports. Highway?
Again, I can just report on weather and storms. The week of New Year's, it started Sunday night and it didn't end until Thursday morning. So that's basically what we've been doing, is taking care of the roads. Everything's up and running. Using material, of course. But like I said, everything's up and running and we're keeping up with it.
Alrighty, any questions for Steve on the highway? All right, and the town clerks, you all should have gotten a copy of the counter money in the boxes. And so then the treasurer.
The sweeper count, $884,751.11. Your checking account, $29,741.23.
Okay, any questions? No? And then moving on to correspondence, we received a copy of the CLA for this coming tax year, and it remained pretty much the same as it has in previous years. The common level appraisal is 99.41%. So we're almost at 100% evaluation, and that's about what it was, 99 something last year. So that really hasn't changed. So remember that as we begin to talk about my added school business piece.
Happy 99.41.
99.41%. Yeah. All right, members of the public. We don't have any members of the public this evening. All business is, in fact, the continuing budget discussion, so we will postpone that until the end of the meeting. So then we'll move on to the new business, which is going to be the 3 requests for the use of the town hall. The first one is Community Hope in Action. These are actually not town hall. These are all common use. Community Hope in Action on the first Saturday in May for the 2020 Green Up. So would somebody like to make a motion to allow them to hold the Green Up on the Common on the first Saturday in May, which I'm not even sure what date that is. Is it the 3rd? No, second. Second. So it'd be second.
Sorry, move that we allow the Community Hope and Action Group to hold Green Up Day festivities in conjunction with the town on the Common on Saturday, May 2nd.
Second. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Community Hope and Action to hold a Green Up Day on May 2nd on the town common, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So today is 1, 7, 2. Okay, there's one. The next two are for Grace Cottage. The first one is for the May 9th Spring to Health 5K run, and that is to use the common.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common for the 5K run on May 9th.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
Just want to clarify if the fee for that is waived.
Well, that's where I was going to go, yes. Is the fee waived for this one? This particular?
At no charge.
Okay.
So that no charge last year?
I don't remember.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so there's no... Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage 5K run to use the common on May 9th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that's 7, 20. Okay, now the next one is again Grace Cottage. It's on the common. To use the common from July 27th through August 2nd to set up for a hospital fair day.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common from, was it July 27th to August 2nd?
Correct.
For hospital fair days. We charge them
No,
for
there's
that, at the regular rate.
At the regular rate?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
I just don't remember that without looking at the policy. So,
It's $100.
but it's, what is it per day? I don't remember.
It's
I think it's 100 a day.
$100 a day.
Is that what it was? It's not on the application, it's on the, it's in the,
It needs to be on there. Yeah. It's in the- I think it's $100 a day.
Yeah, I think so.
There's the policy on the town hall, there's the policy on the common. Events which require structures to remain standing on a $100 fee. Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. It says a $100 fee payable to the town of Townsend will be required for any individual group, party, or organization using the town common. And then $25 a day extra.
okay, so it's 100 plus 25 times what? 7, 28, 29, 30, first, for a week. So it would be 7, so actually 6, so another 150, so it would be a total of 250. Okay, that's all right. So somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
So moved. I mean, I made the motion to allow it at the fee
Okay.
of, I'll amend the motion
To
at
allow
the fee
it for
of 250.
Second.
Okay. So any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage Family Health to use the common from July 27th to August 2nd for hospital fair days at a fee of $250, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so that will need to be, these three will need to be notified, Carla, that we'll need a copy for the book, but they also need to be notified that they've been approved. So I know the hospital wanted to clear that up.
Can I also have, while we have this, can I make a motion to amend the application form to have the fee schedule printed on it?
Go right ahead. You're welcome to take and add the fee schedule
I would
to
move
it.
to amend the application form.
You can
to
actually
put the fee schedule on.
you can actually correct it and put the fee schedule on.
Yeah.
Second.
You
I think
can.
that's great.
I think we should do
I think we should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only difficulty is between the use of the common, which has a different structure than the use of the town hall. And it makes it difficult to run the two columns for people that are going back and forth between the two entities.
Yeah.
You know, you've got summer, winter use here for the upstairs. You've got the common with the standing structures for more than 2 days. You know, that type of, it's going to be very wordy to add the fee structure.
Oh, we'll put it in a table.
Go
check boxes and everything.
Go for it. You can go for
Carly,
it.
can you email me the application?
So all those in favor of actually amending the usage fee for the town hall and for the town common to include the fee structure, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that is now your job. Thanks, Will.
Sure.
Okay. So we took
Is there a
care.
second on there?
Yeah, it was, Steve, I think,
Okay, thank
seconded
you.
it. I think. So there's that. The liquor license has to be dealt with. All right, so now we have the liquor license for 3J's LLC, which is Harmonyville Store, and it is a second-class license. I'll entertain a motion to approve a second-class license for said entity.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving a second-class liquor license for 3J's LLC, doing business as Harmonyville Store, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, this is one of those funky ones where we all have to sign on this side.
The right-hand side?
Yeah, then we're going to sign up again.
That's, that joke is as old as time.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? We have that.
Oh, yes, this is one, right.
Okay. We all got this. We both did really well. I'm impressed. Then the only other thing that is actually on the active agenda that we added for discussion tonight, is this just a point of information before we go into budget discussions? Is the school, West River Combined Unit actually passed their, or West River Education District passed their budget last night, and Townsend's increase is estimated to be 30 cents on the school rate, which means that just the school rate taxes next year for Homestead will be $2.17. That is up 30 cents. There is a meeting next Monday on the 13th at 7 o'clock on the library at Leland and Gray to kind of take public comments on the budget, but they've already passed it. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But that is certainly an increase that cannot be sustained. Just plain and simple. On a $200,000 house, that's an extra $600. And just in school tax. So that was just a piece of information that came out from last night. So if there's nothing else, no need for an executive session that I'm aware of, Carla? No? Then I would entertain a motion to recess from this meeting and then reconvene to be able to do the ongoing budget discussions. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of taking a 15-minute break to allow everybody to move around, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So no resolution.
Are you gonna
Oh, we
decide
forgot
on
we
dates?
forgot to do the dates. You're right. Before we do that, back that trolley up. Yes, we do need to talk about the dates. We are currently scheduled for the 14th, which is next Tuesday. And I looked at the dates today for the requirements for the warnings. We cannot even sign the warning for town meeting until the 23rd. That's the earliest that we can actually warn. but the town report has to go to the printers before the end of the month. So the question becomes, do we want to meet on the, we can't meet on the 21st. I have another obligation. So we can either meet next week on the 14th and then on the 28th. We could hold it all off and maybe have a special meeting sometime the week of the 20th to finish budget and then sign the warning on the 28th, because that would be the last piece to go to the printer. I don't know what your preferences are.
I'm okay with doing we're scheduled for next, so would we move next week to the 21st?
No, I cannot do.
Oh, you can't do the 21st.
I cannot do the
Right.
21st.
Right.
I'm not sure we'd have any business on the 14th, a week from
Right.
today, other than
Right.
just finishing up the budget, but we still can't sign the warning. We'd still have to meet to sign the warning the
Right.
following week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So do we do it off day on the week of the 19th and maybe Thursday the 23rd and sign the warning that night?
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what I think.
And then do
Okay.
business on the 28th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody want to make a motion to that effect, that we'll, our next scheduled meeting would be the 23rd of January at, I'm assuming 6:30?
Oh.
Okay. And then we'll leave the 28th as a regular business meeting. So
moved.
okay, so the motion is to hold the next scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. and leave the 28th intact. But get rid of the 14th. All right, so all those in favor of doing so signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right, the motion passes. So that's the schedule. We need somebody on the 23rd, because that'll be actually signing the warning. And then we'll have a regular meeting on the 28th. Now we can go into recess.
Are you gonna do pre-town?
I don't know, are we gonna do pre-town?
We always have, haven't we? Although we don't have a school board this year.
You don't have there's no school board.
What's the point?
It usually gives you a little bit of indication of where your issues are gonna come from.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you time.
And it's a chance to touch base with the moderator.
Well, that can be done now anyway, though, but it's really more to find out where are the troubles going to come from, and have an opportunity to try to short circuit it before you get to the stage on town meeting day. So it's usually the Monday
Before.
before.
Right?
No, it's not the day. It is
It's
one
the
week.
week before on Monday.
Right.
Right.
Which is in this particular case, it's going to be February. Monday the week before. It's going to be the 24th, if we have it, of February.
I would move that we set a pre-town meeting date for February 24th.
At what time?
6 o'clock.
At 6. Everybody okay with that?
Crystal?
Is that a Monday?
It is a Monday.
Can it be earlier for people so that they can get here before they go home?
Well, part of it is the fact that we don't want to catch them before they get out. If they get out at 5, by the time they come up the valley, do they want to stop and eat? It's
No, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah,
6.
that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually pretty quick.
Okay, so then all those in favor of holding a pre-town meeting on Monday the 24th at 6 p.m.? Okay, 6 p.m. signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, now, you got anything else in your little?
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, Rich.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 354th episode of Energy Week with the appallingly slow George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm in the flesh, too. But, you know, I got up this morning and I was thinking, am I really in the flesh? I'm getting old. Anyway, today is the 16th of January. It's a Thursday morning. We're doing our recording for the show, which will probably come up later today or tomorrow and stay up for a week. I'm going to start out with an appeal for money. At the end of this month, our account comes due, and I've been appealing for money every week. This is a tax-deductible donation, not to Energy Week, not to me, not to Tom. It goes to BCTV, and in order to keep our accounts straight, we have to get $105.
By the end of this month?
By the end of the month.
Wow.
Wow. Tough one. Well, if nobody else will give it, I will. So Energy Week will keep going. It will take the onus off me if you donate. That'll be nice. If we have excess donations, they will go to BCTV, which, by the way, spends a very large multiple of what we're being charged for Energy Week, what the amount that Energy Week has to raise. They spend a multiple of that, keeping the show going.
Keeping the show going.
So we're only giving a small portion. So, you know, any excess would go to BCTV and help keep the show on. Anyway, that is that.
Well, that's a community service. Think of it that way.
Yep. If you want to give, go to BrattleboroTV.org. Brattleboro is spelled out Brattleboro TV.org. And you can click on the support local broadcasting, and when you put in the amount, go down to the box below that and put in a note saying that it's for Energy Week. And as I said, today is the 16th. We're starting our reports on Thursday, January 9th.
And we're going to start with a picture.
We are going to start with a picture. If you hear something that you want to look into more, go to the blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the calendar to get to the day, and that'll limit you to about...
Some of these are real good.
Some of these are really good.
At least one I can think of that is almost mandatory. It's
oh, yeah.
well worth reading.
Yeah. Okay, we're starting out with a picture. There it is.
And there's the picture.
Oh my gosh, that looks like something out of... This is not the worst. We've got another picture coming up that's worse than this. But this looks like something out of a bad dream.
Well, it says after a fire, so it could be what's happening in Australia. It could
It's
be
in
somewhere
Australia.
else.
That title I put on because the only thing that I could find for this was COO public domain.
Well, if you've been following this show and if you've been following the news, Australia's in deep doo-doo. I mean, they're
in
fires
trouble.
all
There's
over
no
the place,
question about it.
which we will be talking about on this show.
More than once.
Because it's probably the biggest news item right now in climate, going on anywhere.
I would say so, yes. What do you have for a title for this? This is
Pathway.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say this is phys.org, phys.org.
Yep. Pathways to changing the minds of climate deniers.
This is an interesting article. Researchers at Stanford found that those who deny human causes for climate change can be swayed through conversations that appeal to their different identities, reframe solutions, or even embrace their climate views. They have 4 suggestions for breaking down the barriers, and I bet you can tell us more about them.
I got the 4 suggestions written down here, and I guess since it's early in the show, we can talk about it.
We can talk about it.
Well, you start by acknowledging and respecting people's beliefs.
Yes.
Duh. And the items are, the first one is reframing solutions to climate change as ways to uphold the social system and work toward its stability and longevity. In other words, think positive.
Right.
Okay, the second one is reduce the ideological divide by incorporating the purity of the earth rather than how much we harm or care for it.
Right.
Okay, the third one is having conversations about the scientific consensus around climate change with trusted individuals. Okay, and the last one is encouraging people to explicitly discuss their values and stance on climate change prior to engaging with climate information.
Yeah.
And from a different website, but a very interesting aside, this says that better educated Republicans were more skeptical of modern climate science than their less educated
I
brethren.
think there's a reason for that, and the reason has to do
Let
with...
me finish.
Oh, I'm
finish
sorry,
that
go
and
ahead.
tell us. Only 19% of college-educated Republicans agreed that the planet is warming due to human actions, versus 31% of non-college-educated Republicans. For Democrats and independents, the opposite was the case.
You know, I'll bet
What's going on here?
Those,
What's going on,
those
George?
well-educated Republicans are probably not going out into the woods much.
I would say.
Yeah.
I think the article said they are not doing what they believe, but they're doing what they think they should believe.
Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. One of the things that happened early on when I started doing my blog work, which is 8 years ago now, I found out that there were two different kinds of websites, two different kinds of news media. One of them was all over the map. They had people writing in favor of renewable energy, against renewable energy, in favor of you know,
in other words, objective.
Yeah, they were trying to be objective, and they had lots of different points of view. Another one was adamantly against, well, I have to say there were certain websites that were adamantly in favor of renewable energy and climate science. But there was a group that was adamantly against anything that was renewable. If it had renewable attached to it, it was wrong as far as they were concerned. It didn't work, it was a scam, and you know, and they also were adamantly against anything that said that there was human-caused climate change. And one other thing that I found in that group that was adamantly against renewable energy and so forth was that they tied those beliefs to socialist politics, which they were against. Yep. And one other thing was they were all financed by the same 4 or 5 people.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. This was David Koch, Charles
Yeah, I was
Koch.
going to say the Kochs. Yeah.
People
And I
at
wouldn't be
ExxonMobil.
surprised if Exxon wasn't throwing some money at him.
And also Rupert Murdoch.
And Murdoch.
Yeah, and Murdoch says that there's no climate denial in any of his news media, including Fox.
Well, I don't watch Fox, so I don't know.
Well, I wonder if he isn't getting too old. I know I am.
Well, let's move along here.
Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica.
It's an interesting article.
This is an interesting article.
Tesla is the most valuable auto company in the history of America. I wouldn't have thunk.
Barron's noted on January 7th, 2020, that Tesla had become the most valuable auto company in U.S. history. Let me repeat, not just currently, we're talking about the most valuable American auto company ever. Congratulations to Elon Musk.
Well, this is what they mean there. Tesla, at nearly $89 billion, beats out the old automaker market cap.
Yeah.
Market cap.
Yeah.
And a market cap is the market value of a publicly traded company's outstanding shares.
Which you get by taking the price per share and
measurable
multiplying
item. I mean,
you multiply it by the number of shares.
And if Tesla is now $89 billion, the old leader was Ford in 1999 at $81 billion. So Tesla's got doing something right.
Changed. Well, people are betting on electric cars, and the fact is that Tesla's way out ahead.
They're way out ahead. Well, sometime during 2021, Tesla will have produced more than 1 million vehicles within a year. So they're growing rapidly.
They're growing very rapidly. There is one car company that might be bigger that sells electric cars, and that's BYD. But BYD, I don't think BYD is selling as many cars. BYD sells big vehicles, though.
Well, they sell buses.
They sell buses and earth-moving equipment.
They're in China. Their market is China, and that market is huge.
Yeah. They have a market in the United States, but, you know. Anyway, we are still on November 9th, and we've got an item from
another picture
CNN.
coming up here.
And there is a picture of a guy in Australia, and I want to explain what this is. That's not just a fan he's in front of. That is a misting fan.
It's blowing water on it.
Yeah, that's right. And there was a really interesting article today. We're going to have next week about irrigation, but about, you know, the evaporation of water cooling the earth.
Okay, that sounds interesting. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, what this thing is saying is 2019 was the second hottest year on record.
That's what it says. From France to Australia, from India to Alaska. If you stepped outside almost any corner of the globe, you'd feel it. 2019 was hot, really hot. In fact, we just lived through the second hottest year ever on record, according to the European Union's flagship climate monitoring organization.
Well, the only year that was hotter was 2016.
Yeah.
And only by a hair.
Only by a hair.
And a hair means 0.02 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a pretty small
Not
hair.
an amount that we'd really notice.
And the last decade was the warmest ever recorded.
And the last 5 years were the hottest 5 years ever recorded.
That's correct.
Man.
And nearly every region on Earth experienced above average temperatures.
And you know what? There are still people out there that say the climate change is on hiatus.
Yep. Well, let's
I don't know
move
what to
along
say.
here to
We're up
Friday, January 10th.
I was going to say that, January
Oh, yeah.
10th. That's okay,
How
you can
about
say
that?
it. CNN has this.
Trump announces overhaul of landmark environmental and climate rules.
He's just doing this in order to...
He's trying... Well, it looks like anything Obama did, he want to undo.
Well, it's not just Obama. He's undoing stuff that was done by Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. And oh, man. President Donald Trump announced changes to the National Environment Policy Act rules, which requires federal agencies to assess the environmental impacts of projects such as the construction of mines, highways, water infrastructure, and gas pipelines.
Yep.
That's what he did.
Well, Trump has taken significant steps to reverse Obama-era environmental protections. As
Yeah,
I just
we know
said.
that.
New regulations will relax government efforts to fight the climate crisis and make it easier to build infrastructure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's all about.
And people are going to go broke on this.
I think so.
And the reason why they're going to go broke is because it looks like it's going to be easier to invest in things that are obsolete.
Yeah.
And they don't put that together. Donald Trump tried to resurrect coal without thinking, maybe this is not a good idea because it's obsolete technology. And now he's doing it with gas.
Well, the Center for Biological Diversity called the new regulation a gift to the fossil fuel industry.
Well,
yeah, it really is. Forcing federal agencies to ignore environmental threats is a disgraceful abdication of our responsibility to protect the planet for future generations.
Well, it stands the law on its head. It's like saying we have a law against people stealing things, but we're going to make it easier for people to do it by changing the regulations under which that law is enforced.
Redefine stealing.
Well, you know.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, we got another picture coming up here.
We do.
Let's
And
see
this
if I
is
can find it.
you know, every time I see these things, I get a little bit irked.
That's a Cadillac.
That's a Cadillac. It's a Cadillac EV. It is a Cadillac electric vehicle. GM is putting a lot into the Cadillac electric vehicles.
Yes, they are, as I read in the article. Well, GM and LG Chem, 30 plus gigawatt hour Ohio battery gigafactory highlights rapid EV industry progress. And I said before, whenever you see gig, think big.
Think big, unless it's a gigajoule. a joule is, a
It's
Joule, is an amount of
That's
energy
small.
that is so small that a gigajoule is still not very big. Okay, there are a few measurements like that. A month ago, GM and LG Chem, I think LG stands for Life's Good.
It does.
And
yeah.
it's Chinese.
Well, it's in China, but it's American owned.
Oh, okay. A month ago, GM and LG Chem announced a joint venture to build a 30-plus gigawatt-hour battery factory in Ohio and drive down battery costs in the process. The announcement shows how clearly and how quickly the EV industry has changed. This is from Clean Technica, by the way.
Well, I got a little note here, I'll just repeat it because it repeats what we just said. Giga is a prefix indicating a billion.
Yeah.
So the batteries will be used in GM electric vehicles, and they're coming out with 4 new fully electric Cadillac models.
All Cadillac.
Oh, this is just Cadillac, okay? Within the next 2 years. So
Okay.
this is combining GM's manufacturing expertise with LG Chem's leading battery cell technology. Okay, which sounds like a smart move to me.
Yeah.
And it's going to accelerate the pursuit of an all-electric future, which is
Right.
coming, folks.
Well, our next item kind of comments on that, I think, a little bit.
This is interesting,
This is
too.
also from Clean Technica.
Ride-hailing group Free Now buys 60 Tesla automobiles.
Free Now is a mobility service owned by 2 car companies jointly, Mercedes and BMW.
Yep.
The Handelsblatt report says Free Now decided to expand its fleet of electric taxis in Germany and will begin that by adding 60 Teslas to its fleet in the cars in Hamburg, where Free Now has its headquarters.
It's interesting there. I don't know why they don't call it a taxi service, because that's what a mobility service is.
Yeah,
It's a
well,
taxi
it's
cab company.
it's a little bit more. It's
Well, you can use your cell phone.
you
and
can
get a
use your
taxi
cell
cab.
phone, and they
Well, Free Now has about 30,000 drivers throughout Europe, so they're not small change.
Yeah, they have billions of dollars of income.
It grossed over $2 billion in 2019 from
Yeah.
300 million trips. So they're
Yeah.
out there. Neither Mercedes, this is the interesting part of it, neither Mercedes nor BMW, who owns the company, has electric cars of their own they consider up to the task. So the score in the electric taxi revolution stands at Tesla 60, Mercedes and BMW 0.
Zero, yeah. Okay, we're up to Saturday,
And we got
January
another picture
11th.
coming up here.
And we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, let's
This
look
is
at
a
that
scary picture.
It is a scary picture. And if you haven't guessed it already, that's Australia.
Oh, you can tell just by looking at the countryside.
Yes, you can.
I want to point out that at the bottom of that screen are meadows of some kind. They're parts
Oh,
of
looks like that,
farms.
doesn't
And
it?
farms in Australia are, by American standards, anywhere other than Texas, they are absolutely huge.
Yeah. Well,
So-
when they started these farms, Australia had a lot of vacant land. Still does, but you can't grow on most of it. But all the good land's been taken already. But
Yeah, well, that's I think been the case for a long
Oh, yeah.
time. But see, did you?
I haven't read what it says,
Oh,
so
okay.
I will. Australia is burning. The Arctic is melting, yet Trump keeps gutting climate change regulations.
Yeah. So the article that we're talking about here really doesn't talk about Australia. It just came with that particular picture, and I thought that picture was significant enough that it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile putting up so people
We'll
can
leave
see
it
it.
up for a little while.
That is a picture of a fire, which by the standards of the fires going on in Australia right now, it's actually a rather small fire. There's a mega fire, which we're going to talk about. that
It's a merger.
It's
the
20
fire's emerging.
Yeah, it's 20% bigger than the state of Delaware. This thing is not that big, but it's big enough that it's actually causing its own weather. And that's what's going on there. Okay.
Well, it says Australia is burning, the Arctic is melting, yet Trump keeps gutting climate change regulations.
Yep. Increasingly, the world is feeling the dangerous impacts of climate change, but the Trump administration is steadfast in pursuit of one of its signature policy goals, gutting environmental regulations, including those aimed at curbing climate change.
I think we got time to talk about this. 'Cause
Okay.
I have some of Trump's rollbacks
Yes.
to mention. First of all, he's overhauling a landmark law requiring environmental assessments. Huh?
So you don't need to do environmental assessments
Right.
before you,
go
build
ahead
your
and do it.
strip mine or put in a natural gas pipeline or whatever it is you're going to do.
And he's replacing the Clean Power Plan.
Well, he's been working on that
Been working on
from
that
the
one,
day
right.
one.
And this one is cool. Opening public lands and waters offshore to oil and gas drilling.
Why would we do that?
Money.
Yeah, except for one thing, and that is we're opening these things up to an industry that isn't doing exploration anymore. And the reason they're not doing exploration anymore is because the price of oil and gas is so low.
So low, it isn't worth doing.
So it isn't worth doing. Okay.
Well, he's pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement.
Yeah, he did that.
He's loosening restrictions on methane emissions.
Yeah, why bother about methane?
Methane's worse than CO2.
Yeah, why bother about methane emissions? You know.
Delaying ratification of a treaty on hydrofluorocarbons, which has been a foregone conclusion. These are the things you use in refrigerators and air conditioners.
Yeah.
And if they get out, they're bad news.
They're bad news for the environment. Yeah.
1,000 times greater warming potential than CO2.
Yeah.
And
as
far as I know, they're not using them in modern refrigerators.
Well, they are, but they're not the same hydrofluorocarbons that are fluorochlorocarbons. It used to be that they used Freon.
A little bit better for us.
Yeah, it used to be that they used Freon, and Freon was banned while Ronald Reagan was president. And Ronald Reagan...
He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, no, you see, Ronald Reagan looked at this and he said, okay, what is it going to cost to ban it? And, on the other hand, what will it cost if it turns out that these guys who are saying that the stuff is so nasty happen to be correct? And he looked at the one figure and he looked at the other figure and he said, we can't afford not to do this. And that's a thinking that the Trump administration is not willing to do.
He was more practical and Trump is more ideological.
See, the thing is, the way Ronald Reagan was working, if you presented him with the data on climate change, he would say,
I actually read it.
We have to stop this.
Yeah.
We don't. He might even take up the line. We don't know what's going on, but if that's going on, we have to stop it. We can't take any chances. And what's happening with the current administration is they're saying, okay, you're telling me my house is on fire, and I'm going to tell you I've canceled the fire insurance, and I'm not going to get it back because it costs too much, and I happen to know that the house isn't on fire. I don't even have to look. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
California's renewable energy targets slashed carbon pollution. Now there's a proposal to pause them.
Yep. Analysis shows...
This isn't Trump doing it, although he's trying to do it too.
Analysis shows California's renewable energy targets helped drive a large drop in emissions and pushed the state past its 2020 climate goals early. Yet one California lawmaker wants to put a stop to the mandate for now. Okay, it's for now though. This is from Lost Coast Outpost.
Well, the deadly 2018 campfire burned through the districts of the two lawmakers, the one that you mentioned and another guy. And they say California needs to free up utility funds to harden the electrical infrastructure that stopped that blaze.
Which is a little different from what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, it's having the same effect, but yeah.
They want to make the infrastructure harder. And you know what would make better sense would be to install batteries that are islandable locally so that if you have one of these fires, you can shut down the grid around the area.
Yep.
Or you can keep the grid going around the area and shut it down just where the fire is.
So the fire doesn't start somewhere else.
We're going to have a different paradigm for transmission. You've talked about this many times, where
it's going to be distributed.
It's going to be distributed, absolutely. And people haven't got it's complicated to think about, and people haven't quite got that yet. Now, do you want to go on?
Well, while emissions from electricity have dropped, emissions are ticking up in other parts of the economy, like transportation.
Transportation is a problem.
And we're going to talk about
We are going to talk about
transportation
a little bit right now.
We got a picture coming up, and I just love this car. This is elegant. What a car.
What a car.
That is elegant.
That was a car that was built at a time when the word coupe meant something massive.
I meant a two-door something massive.
Yeah, well, that was a coupe. That didn't have a back seat.
Well, a little tiny back seat. Or maybe it was a rumble seat.
It might have had a rumble seat. I doubt that Chrysler had a rumble seat. But a Model A Ford coupe had a rumble seat, and that was my ideal car.
Huh?
I always thought the Model A Ford was my ideal car, at least from an aesthetic point of view. It's absolutely gorgeous.
They used to call it a mother-in-law seat.
Yeah. And we used to call the Model A Ford, the guy across the street owned the puddle jumper.
Oh, yeah?
He had a...
Well, Fiat Chrysler will basically fund Tesla's Gigafactory 4.
What does this mean? This is from
Well,
Clean
big means
Technica.
big.
Yeah, right. Last year, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles made a deal
I'm going to put that
to
car up.
pool its fleet with Teslas in order to comply with Europe's stricter emissions rules. According to a U.S. investment bank, the deal was worth $2 billion. They're going to be paying Tesla $2 billion to allow their fleets to be combined so that they can get through without fines. Just imagine what those fines must be. So,
yeah, they're playing games here. Really.
They are, and this will basically fund Tesla's new German factory. This is something that I think is just mind-boggling. It means they don't want to change the way they're doing things, so they're going to pay $2 billion to be allowed to continue, and that money is going to go into funding their competition. Now, is this smart
an interesting
thinking?
way of looking at it.
Is that smart?
Well,
Right.
Fiat Chrysler has coming plug-in hybrid versions of the Jeep Compass,
Yeah,
the Renegade, and the Wrangler,
yeah,
plus a fully electric Fiat 500.
yeah.
So they're going to be making electric cars,
But,
so they
you
need the
know,
batteries.
They need the batteries, but for crying out loud, that Gigafactory is going to be building cars in addition to batteries. So we are up to Sunday, January 12th, and we have an item from the Observer Reporter,
This is interesting,
which I
too.
think is a Pittsburgh publication.
I would expect. I would expect it's Pittsburgh. Well, traffic on the Monongahela River slows due to a slump in coal demand. A little geography lesson here. The Allegheny and the Monongahela meet in Pittsburgh.
And the
And
Ohio.
they form the Ohio.
Which
And
comes
that's why
out.
Pittsburgh is there.
Yeah, absolutely. Pittsburgh's three rivers have dropped from being the #1 inland port in the United States. If you had asked me what's the #1 inland port, I would have said probably Chicago, and if not, Detroit. No, it was
Pittsburgh.
To 4th due to a slump in demand for coal. Shipping on the rivers has dropped from nearly 52 million tons in the early part of this century, that is the 21st century,
Yeah, that's
to
not too long ago.
Yeah, 27 million in 2017. That's almost a drop of half because coal is not being
People
shipped.
don't want it anymore.
What does
you
that
can't make
tell
money
you?
on it.
Wow.
Well, hauling of coal by barge made up most of the tonnage that was shipped.
Yeah.
Okay, so rapid expansion of natural gas in southwestern Pennsylvania dealt the blow to King Coal. Now, Cincinnati has replaced Pittsburgh as the largest port.
Wow.
I wouldn't have thought that. But
I
Cincinnati
never would have thought
No.
it. Never. Absolutely never.
But it's
You
on
know.
the Ohio River, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, there's certain things about which I just don't know. Okay, our next item is from The Guardian. We're still on Sunday,
got a
January
picture
12th.
coming up here.
We do. Let me put that up. That is a picture from Dante's Inferno, actually taken by a guy named Sam Mui. Okay,
I'll
he
take your word
went
for
down
it.
into the nether reaches and found the people who were being, well,
Well, specifically, it's called the Dunn Road Fire.
man, isn't that horrible?
Wow. Look at that. Look at that.
There's a picture later on that is also, but anyway.
Well, Scott Morrison
Yeah.
can't afford to waste bushfire crisis when Australia urgently needs its own New Deal. Now he's the prime minister.
Own Green New Deal. I just want to repeat those words.
Australia needs its own Green New Deal.
And
that's what
we have to explain this. Scott Morrison is the current climate change denying Prime Minister of Australia. He's no longer
For now.
climate change denying.
He's not
at
going to
least.
be in there long.
I don't think so. He says he's
They're
not a
shooting
climate
at him.
denier.
They're really shooting at him.
He says climate change is happening, and then he follows that with, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. And I'm making fun of his words. Those are not his words. His predecessor was Malcolm Turnbull, who was of the same party, but who,
but a different mindset.
a different mindset, who followed Tony Abbott, who was of the same party and was adamantly opposed to anything that was renewable. And this is what the blurb says: the lies of climate deniers have to be rejected. This is a time for truth-telling, not obfuscation and gaslighting, writes the former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. He calls for a Green New Deal in Australia. That is the equivalent of an important Republican saying he wants a Green New Deal.
I would say that's a good analogy. Yeah.
And if you don't mind my breaking in here, I know you have something to say, but I also happen to know that you've got it written in front of you.
Of course.
When I think of people who are influential, obviously Greta Thunberg comes to mind.
Oh, absolutely.
But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She's important too.
Oh, wow, is she ever? Do you remember who co-sponsored that call for a Green New Deal with her?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I should know. I've known that, but I don't. I can't.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Okay.
You know, Senator Markey. And
of course, Markey, right.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called for a Green New Deal, and it got a lot of hype. And I got news for you. It's getting hype all over the world. This is an important movement worldwide. And Green New Deal was not new with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but it's important.
It rings a bell, though.
Its importance tracks back to her, and I think she's far more important than people give her credit for being.
Well, this particular article from The Guardian is basically a political speech.
Yes.
The whole article is this one guy talking.
It's an opinion piece by Malcolm Turnbull.
Yeah. And a quick takeaway is how much of our country has to burn? Yeah. How many lives have to be lost? Homes destroyed before we resolve as a nation to act on climate change. And he goes on from there.
Yeah.
Our priority should be our own Green New Deal in which we generate as soon as possible all of our electricity from zero emission sources.
Yeah, well, all of our electricity and all of our transportation and all of our heat. Not that they need heat, but you know.
Well, yeah, he's only talking about electricity, but eventually everything's got to, we've got to stop burning carbon.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Okay. We got
a scary one here.
A scary one from Live Science. I didn't want to include the picture.
Australian megafire engulfs nearly 1.5 million acres.
You know, this is something that's frightening.
Oh, yeah.
On one of the shows that we had recently, I did the math. The fires in Australia amounted to being about this, close to the size of, comparable to the size of the state of Vermont. 1 week later, they were comparable to the size of the states of Vermont and New Hampshire put together. 1 week later, they were about 60% of the size of New England.
These are all the mega fires
this is
together.
all, yeah, and this is, it's just spreading. And, you know, this thing here, this is what they're, well, let me read this. 2 fires in southeastern Australia have merged, creating one megafire that spans 2,300 square miles, which is a little bit bigger than the state of Delaware.
It's about a quarter the size of Vermont.
One fire.
One fire. It's like all of, you know, from Bennington to Brattleboro and up to Rutland.
It's just one of at least 155 fires that are burning in New South Wales.
Just in New South Wales.
And, you know, I mean,
whoa.
Yeah. According to the Sydney Morning Herald. This is from livescience.com.
Well, the article has 3-minute slideshow with maps of Australia, and you can see all the fires burning in Australia. It's just a click, 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 click.
Oh, it's sad.
And related in photos is a devastating look at raging wildfires in Australia. This is also from that website. So Australia's really getting hit hard. Mm-hmm. They are getting hit hard.
Okay, Monday, January 13th, we have a picture here.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's an interesting picture.
And it makes a lot of sense.
It sure does.
Largest electric school bus program in the United States is launching in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Clean Technica. Dominion Energy partnered with local Virginia school districts to begin replacing diesel buses with 100% electric school buses in phases. Thomas Built Buses Incorporated has been selected as the provider for all 50 of the initial electric school buses. Now that picture is not a Thomas built bus. That's a Proterra bus. But nevertheless, the Thomas built bus is going to look
very much like
very
that.
much like that. I mean, that's recognizably a school
It's
bus.
a school bus,
just
yeah.
about anybody. But this is, you know, the times are changing.
Well, it's about Dominion Energy.
Yeah.
And they're a utility.
Yeah.
And they're operating in Virginia, obviously, but they also operate in North Carolina. And they supply natural gas in Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. So they're a big utility.
But they're not dealing for natural gas burning buses. They're dealing for electric buses.
And this is about electric buses. And
Yeah.
electric buses make a lot of sense
Yeah.
because of the way they're used.
Yeah.
You know, they're sitting around all day.
Yeah.
Probably half
absolutely.
the time they're idling.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
mean.
And they go back to their headquarters where they could be recharged.
Yes.
The run of taking the kids to and from school
Yeah.
is short.
Yeah.
They go back and they can recharge. I mean, it's a natural
It's
for
a natural,
electricity.
absolutely. Okay, our next item is from
Let's see
Gulf
this-
News.
Let's see if I got any more about
Oh,
this.
okay.
Well, I do, but I'm not going to bother because a lot of it's evident.
Okay, our next item is from Gulf News.
Well, before we hit this one, in this article, there's
Yeah.
a quote, and it has nothing to do with the article, but it's from from Thunberg.
Oh, from Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear what Greta
And she
Thunberg
says,
had
we
to say.
don't want these things done by 2050, 2030, or even 2021. We want this done now, as
Yeah.
in right now.
Yes. Well,
She doesn't mince words.
she doesn't, and she happens to be right. And, you know, we can show that, and we've got more stuff coming up that's going to talk about that. Even as we've, you know, we're 2/3 of the way through the show. And anyway, our next item is from Gulf News.
It is that. Renewable energy must double in 10 years.
The International Renewable Energy Agency, which is also called IRENA, or IRENA, said that to address climate change, renewable sources need to grow from the current 26% of global power to at least 57% by 2030. This will require annual investment in the sector to double from the current $330 billion to $750 billion a year.
Well, what they also, ARENA now, calls for a change in attitude toward renewables.
Yeah.
The key to sustainable development, which is with the renewables, because of their stability, affordability,
affordability, amazing. That's
availability, and
yeah.
scalability.
And this is what everybody's complaining about. They're not having, who is against them.
Well, falling costs strengthen the case for renewables as well, with photovoltaic costs having decreased by almost 90% over the last decade.
Yeah.
And offshore wind prices having halved over the same period.
Yeah.
So renewables are getting cheaper, folks.
Again, we've talked about this in the past.
Absolutely.
It's the right curve. It is the technology curve. The prices will just keep going down according to Wright's law. Okay, we have an item here from the Japan Times, and we've got a picture of a wallaby.
Tiny wallaby down.
A wallaby, by the way, is...
It's like a small kangaroo.
It's like a small... They're not small animals, but they are
well,
like
anywhere
smaller
from 18 inches to 4 feet.
Right, and 4 feet...
A big kangaroo can be 7 feet.
6.5, 7 feet, yeah. So a wallaby is like a kangaroo, but maybe half as tall.
Yeah.
But
it's a miniature kangaroo.
Yeah, miniature kangaroo. This is a picture of a wallaby eating a carrot.
Well, they've been airdropped.
Yeah.
That's what they've been doing here. Australian firefighters say mega blaze near Sydney is under control. Well, that's a little bit of good news.
Yeah, it is. Some good news. Exhausted firefighters said the largest mega blaze is under control as wet weather promised to deliver respite that is much needed. The vast Gospers Mountain fire on Sydney's northwestern outskirts has been burning out of control for nearly 3 months. This is a fire the size of Delaware, which is sitting on the edge of a city with 5 million people living in it. This is...
Well, yeah. The fire and several connected blazes total over 3,000 square miles. That's
almost
about
half...
a third of Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay. Dozens of other fires have yet to be brought under control.
Yeah, and I want to point out here in this picture, that wallaby is eating a bunch of carrots. And what's been happening is that the people who are doing this, and I don't know what agency or organization is doing it, but they're flying helicopters over areas that have been burned, where animals who are already traumatized don't have any food.
Yeah, they go back to where there's been burnt and there's no food.
There's no food. They can't eat.
That's why they're doing that.
What they do is they drop these things out of helicopters. They don't land. They just drop them.
Drop the food.
So they can drop lots and lots and lots of them in a short amount of time. And they don't have to worry about landing because when they come over with the helicopters, the animals are scared away. And so
they're not
they
worried
can just
about-
drop whatever they want to drop and don't have to worry
So
about
the
hitting an
carrots
animal.
aren't landing on the wallabies.
So the carrots, well, they're not just dropping carrots, they're dropping bales of hay. And you know, those big bales of hay, I have no idea how much they weigh. But you need a front end loader to pick one of those things up.
Well, they say that the only recorded instance of death from marijuana is when somebody dropped a bale of marijuana out of a helicopter and hit somebody.
Oh, no. Okay. Let's get past that. We're up to Tuesday, January 14th, and we have an item from the BBC.
Australia fires will be normal in a warmer world.
Yeah, this is scary. UK scientists say the recent fires in Australia are a taste of what the world will experience as temperatures rise. Professor Richard Betts from the Met office, Met is what's Met?
Metropolitan?
No, it's not Metropolitan. It's
I don't know.
It's the weather.
Meteorological.
Meteorological.
Yeah. Okay.
Office
makes sense.
Hadley Center said we are quote seeing a sign of what would be normal conditions under a future warming of world of 3 degrees Celsius, end quote.
Well, from the article, it says what we are seeing in Australia is not the new normal. There's a transition to worse impacts.
Yeah.
57 papers show links between climate change and the increased frequency of severity of fire weather.
You know, we haven't even hit 1.5 degrees yet, and this is what we're getting. And when we get to 3 degrees, if we get to 3 degrees, hopefully we won't. I think we're going to have situations like what's going on in Australia in the United States.
I think we have them going on already in California.
The thing in Australia is a multiple of what happened in California.
Yeah.
But the Peshtigo fire, which happened the same day as the Chicago fire in the 19th century.
Well, there's a lot of large forests in the west, in the mountains in the west.
There's a lot of
and they're
large
very
forests
vulnerable.
in Vermont and New Hampshire.
Well, it's not as vulnerable as the west, though.
It's not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, we have a picture of the Moy Wind Farm, which
We do that.
that looks like some weird geological thing going up on the left side. You see that snaky stream going up, and it looks like there's an escarpment of some kind.
Yeah, yes, it looks exactly like that.
And you see those kinds of things in the UK.
Sort of there's a river valley there between them.
Yeah.
And there is a snaky river going through it.
Yeah. Okay, we're still on January 14th, and this is from CNN.
Business leaders must help fight the climate crisis.
This is an interesting article. This is a make or break year. Global emissions have risen 3 consecutive years when they should have been dropping. If the world is to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement, I'm an optimist, and I believe we can respond with material action, but we are running out of time. And who was it that said this?
Well, I was just going to mention that. There's a statement from Grant Reed, who's the president and CEO of Mars Candy.
This is Mars
It's
Candy.
worth reading.
If you eat a Mars bar, you're supporting him.
Well, yeah. My nephew works for Mars.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, I was just with him over Christmas. He
Yeah.
was talking about it. It's a big company.
It's a big
Mars
company.
is not, they make more than just Mars bars.
Yes, they
Well,
do.
for one thing, they just recently absorbed Wrigley,
Yeah.
the chewing gum people,
Yeah.
who themselves were a big company.
Yeah.
So these guys are the biggest company in the world in candy.
Yeah.
They really are.
But they do more than candy, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But candy's principally what they do.
Candy.
But they're in a lot of other stuff, too.
I used to work in a chemical factory near Hackettstown, New Jersey, and there was a big Mars plant in Hackettstown. Big local employer.
Well, that's where their headquarters are.
Is it in Hackettstown?
I think so.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, it's definitely in New Jersey somewhere,
Okay.
because that's where my nephew works.
Okay.
Well, there's a statement, as I mentioned, from Grant Reed, who's the president and CEO, and it's worth reading.
Yes, it
His
is.
statement is worth reading.
Yeah.
And a quick takeaway from it is, if the scientific data compelling us to take urgent climate action in this new decade isn't motivation enough, then the threat to human life, the loss of biodiversity, and the economic impact of extreme weather and natural catastrophes should surely make the case.
Yeah.
Global businesses, which he is one, of course, have a crucial role to play.
They have a crucial role to play, but they have to protect themselves, and which is one of the things that he's talking about here.
Oh, absolutely.
We have to be protective of our environment, because otherwise we're in
We
terrible
won't have
trouble.
anything. Yep,
Yeah.
that's just what he's saying.
Okay, our next item is from CNN, and it's kind of scary.
Oceans are warming at the same rate as if 5 Hiroshima bombs were dropped in every second.
This is a
They've
study.
taken a look at the numbers, and this is a different way of looking at
It
the
sure
same
is.
numbers.
A study showed that 2019 was another year of record ocean warming, and this ocean warming thing is a real, honest-to-goodness problem. The world's oceans are now heating at the same rate as if 5 Hiroshima atomic bombs were dropped into the water every second of every day, the scientists
Well,
say.
there's a 7-minute video in this website that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
And basically it says how climate change impacted the world in 2019. And it shows pictures from all around the world where there's been climate change problems.
Yes. And this is one of the things that's a problem here. We've been doing this show now for, I think, 6 years, and we didn't really start talking a lot about ocean warming until maybe a year ago.
Well, that's true, but as the article says, oceans serve as a good indicator of the real impact of climate change.
Exactly. What's happened is these oceans have been absorbing carbon dioxide, and they have been absorbing heat.
They absorb the vast majority of the world's heat.
Right. And what's happening is, as they absorb heat, they become less able to absorb heat. As they absorb carbon dioxide, they're less able to absorb carbon dioxide. I worked in a factory where one of the guys called it carbon dioxide.
Okay, carbon
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide.
You got to use carbon dioxide for that. Okay.
Well, this is just a different way of looking at the numbers.
It is a different way.
And the amount of heat we put into the world's ocean in the past 25 years equals to 3.6 billion Hiroshima atom bomb explosions. It's just another way of looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
And looking at them this way, it kind of wakes you up a little bit.
Yes.
Which is what it's intended to do.
It's what it's intended to do. Okay, we are
We
up.
got 11 minutes left, and we're on the last day.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of time to talk.
Wednesday, January 15th was kind of a special day for my blog.
Was it really?
Well, every day,
we
I
got a picture here.
We
I'm
do.
gonna put the picture up, and you can talk.
Yeah. Every day I put up usually 15 items. If there's not a lot in the news, I'll put up 13 or even 11, but usually it's 15.
Yeah.
And every day I get bad news and I get good news. And on the 15th of January, there was 1 or 2 mildly bad news items, but the rest of them were all good.
That's unusual.
It sure is.
I mean, it's good news.
Hopefully, we're going to
Good
be...
news that it's good news.
Yeah, we're going to be moving to a different zone or something. And we have an item from the Weather Network, which, by the way, is a Canadian. I think it must be a public
I think it is
organization.
Canadian, yep. I
But
think
it
it
is. It is Canadian because the money that it talked about was Canadian money.
Canadian money, right. Transitioning to 100% renewable energy by 2050 would pay for itself.
Would pay for itself.
Yeah.
Okay. A global effort to eliminate the world's greenhouse gas emissions implies a transition to 100% renewable energy by 2050. That's not 100% renewable electricity. That's 100% renewable for everything, which means you drive a truck, it's going to be electric. You fly a plane, it's going to be electric or in some other way renewable.
Or you're going to heat your house. It's
Yeah,
gonna be electric.
absolutely. According to analysis, that would cost 95 trillion Canadian dollars, which is 72.7 trillion American dollars. But the investment would pay for itself in 7 years. That
sounds
astonishing.
like a good deal.
Now, the story behind this was,
People spend more time paying for their car.
oh, do they ever? The story behind this is material that came from Stanford University, but from other places too. And
well, that's a good article.
There's
a couple of videos in it worth looking at.
Right. Yes.
Well, the transition includes redesigning power grids.
Yes.
Requiring manufacturing, transportation, and other systems to run on renewables.
Yes.
And have enough storage capacity to keep the lights on overnight.
Yes.
This is perfectly doable using solar, wind, and hydropower alone.
Yes, and you throw batteries in and it becomes easy.
The proposal does not include nuclear power, carbon capture, and
This is,
biofuels
again,
for economic reasons. They cost too much.
Yeah, Mark Jacobson is not in favor of nuclear power. He's never advocated nuclear power, as far as I can tell. I've been following this guy for years.
This is the author of the article?
Mark Jacobson didn't write this article, but his work was part of what went into this article.
Okay.
And, you know, his position on nuclear power is, look, we're talking about something here that is very, very expensive. Nuclear power, new nuclear power, you're talking...
That's very expensive.
12 cents per kilowatt hour and up, where if you're combining solar, wind, and batteries, you might be talking about 5 cents per kilowatt hour down.
And it goes lower than that.
It goes lower than that. And
I've seen as little as 2 cents.
well, that's for solar. But you throw the battery on and you got it up to almost 4, you know. So 4 cents, you know that big thing that they had in California where the city of Los Angeles signed a power purchase agreement to buy 300 megawatts and 400 megawatt battery. It was just in the last few weeks.
Yeah, we just talked about it.
Doing that, in order to do that, they had to get rid of capacity that was expensive. So what did they get rid of?
Coal.
Natural gas.
They get rid of natural gas.
Well, it was peaking plants.
Ah, yeah, they are expensive.
They are really expensive. And this is something that people don't understand. They advocate for, we need baseload power. Well, I got news for you. We really don't need any baseload power. We need to cover the base load, but it doesn't have to be a traditional baseload power plant. It can be a lithium-ion battery or a pumped storage or whatever. But
it doesn't care where it's coming from.
It doesn't care. But the thing is, you cannot run a grid like we have in the United States on baseload power alone.
Well, baseload power itself is not totally unreliable, but it is unreliable. I mean,
it's unreliable.
Plants go down.
It covers the minimum load that you need. But the thing is, those big power plants, nuclear plants, coal burning plants, combined cycle natural gas plants, those big plants are built for economies of scale. And renewable energy is undercutting the price of that plant that's been built for economy of scale.
Mm-hmm.
And those big plants are built to, in order to get them to the economies that they've got, they build plants that can't be ramped up or down easily. And I do my reports on nuclear energy every day, or at least every weekday, and when I do this, I watch those nuclear plants as they come online. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks to get them up to full head of steam.
Up and running, up and running the way they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's a takeaway here. Worldwide, the transition would save the lives of 7 million people every year.
7 million people a year.
And an additional $30 trillion, that's US dollars, in health costs.
You know, not doing this is unconscionable.
The total cost, this is backing up what you just said.
Yeah.
The total cost of not transitioning is in the order of 75 trillion US per year.
Yeah.
When you add up the energy costs, the health costs, and the climate impact costs.
Yeah.
And they're real costs.
They're real costs. Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, one of the things that I keep coming back to is that the American Lung Association in California, the study they did that included the state of Vermont, where they were just looking at the health impacts of vehicles burning fossil fuels, our transportation sector fossil fuels, which would include, you know, diesel-powered trains and whatnot. $330 million a year for the state of Vermont, which is $480 per person per year. Who gets charged that? Well, all of us, except that we don't see it because it's covered by taxes and medical insurance.
Okay.
If we have a child who's suffering from asthma, we see it, and we may not realize that that's what the cause was.
You wouldn't know what the cause was, but you kind of examine things, and
Yeah.
you got to really decide: is this causing the asthma or not?
Yeah.
Pretty high probability that if it's not causing it, it's exacerbating it.
You know, one article that I came across, I think yesterday or the day before, was a really sad article about a girl who was 19 years old, went to bed and died up dead.
Huh?
She woke up dead in the morning.
Woke up dead.
Yeah. And she was
19 years old.
19 years old. And the reason they think was she had her asthma stuff next to her.
Yeah.
You know, when they
Yeah.
found her dead.
Yeah.
She had her asthma stuff next to her. She was trying to use her cell phone. And the reason was because she was living in Sydney, I think. And so the smoke from all those fires.
Wow.
You know, and this is something that you have to start dealing with this. You know, this is a real problem. Okay, should we go on?
Well, it's something you don't even think of very much, and it's a very real problem. I mean,
Yeah.
We have talked about on this show many times the health effects of bad air.
Bad air, right.
And they're real.
They're real. They're absolutely real. And we pay, all of us, because we live in a country, all countries really are like this, but in our country, in our state, the state has expenses that have to do with the public good that are health expenses. Yeah. And anybody who's got health insurance, you know, is paying for other people's medical problems.
Well, that's the way insurance works.
That's the way insurance works. We have to take that into account. Do you think Donald Trump has health insurance? You can bet your bottom dollar he does.
I would guess.
Okay, our last item is from Green Tech Media, and this is a
the last
good
item.
item. It is.
Yeah, it is. Well, it better be a good one. Three-quarters of new U.S. generating capacity in 2020. Guess what, folks? This is 2020.
Yeah.
Will be renewable. Three-quarters.
We have a picture going up.
We do.
I didn't include it
get
there.
That picture.
Yeah. Somehow. Oh, there it is.
It's there. I just didn't bring it up. Oh, it's because I included
items.
it with the next. It could have gone with either one of these items.
Okay. We have to get that last item too, so we're going to have to get through these two quickly.
Well, we got 11 minutes left.
No, we don't.
Oh no, I'm looking.
We have about 1.5.
Yeah, we're
According
okay.
to the latest EIA data, wind and solar will make up 32 gigawatts of the 42 gigawatts of new capacity additions expected to start commercial operation in 2020, respectively, dwarfing the 9.3 gigawatts of natural gas-fired power plants that are coming online.
There's a good graph on this article showing exactly that.
Right. Let's step to the last one, because I want to do this also.
Replacing coal with renewables could save energy customers $8 billion a year.
This is just coal that's almost already half dead. And analysts from Morgan Stanley, this is Morgan Stanley, and Moody's Investment Service, Moody's, these are
the big guys,
expect electric utilities to accelerate their transition away from coal. Replacing coal with renewable energy could save electricity customers as much as $8 billion every year. This is from DeSmog.
This is accurate, fact-based information regarding global warming misinformation campaign.
Yes. Well, this is investors coming to the public and saying you're being. In essence, they're saying you're being lied to, and this is what the truth is.
Morgan Stanley, Moody's, these are people who advise. They're investment
This is the U.S. economy.
Yeah.
And okay, it's time to go. So we will say, have a spectacularly enjoyable week. Come back next time.
And save energy, guys.
Save energy. Right.
Welcome, everyone. It's a little bit past 6. We are going to get started, and as people trickle in, they can be filled in. Just an overview of tonight's agenda. We're going to be looking at all the state's updates, an update from North Star, be looking at the panel legislative change draft, and also reviewing the draft annual report. Does anybody have any amendments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we're going to introduce our panelists. Chris, we'll start down at your end and work our way around.
Chris Camp, Executive Director, Wyndham Regional Commission, and proud alumnus of Louisiana State University, which is playing in the college football championship tonight.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Use the mic.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Representative Sarah Coffey, and I'm here at the appointment of the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee, Senator Pro Tem Tim Ash.
Lissa Weinman, citizen appointee from Tim Ash also.
Bob Leach, Governor's appointee. Josh Unruh, Governor appointee.
Brett Long, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development.
Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services, work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels, I'm the Senior Manager for the ISVIZI installation with North Star for my Yankee.
David Pearson with North Star.
Folks on the line, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Very good. We will review and approve the December 2019 meeting minutes. There were a few spelling errors that we need to get correct, and also a vote fix that we need to do as well. Tony, if you want to run through those for us, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Sorry.
I think this has gone dead on me.
No.
Oh, okay. There's 2.
Try now, Tony.
There we go, finally. The original configuration. Okay, so on page 6, we have 2 typos. And these are both on line 41. There's an is towards the end of the line that should be an R, A-R-E. And then also, I don't think we need the on that same line, so I'm recommending that be deleted. That's pretty minor. On page 9, line 15, we have a reference to one of the Issues Committee meetings noted as being on June 24th. That was actually on July 24th, so that needs to be corrected. And then the significant one on page 10, lines 13 and 14, in one of the votes, we had originally listed that Corey Daniels and Emily Davis voted yes, when in fact on those votes they had abstained.
I think, Tony, there was another vote that I abstained. It was the October meeting minutes.
Okay. I can go back. Actually, I don't have a set of the minutes here. I'm kind of winging this.
Right.
But I can go back and change that. So you abstained on the meeting minutes vote.
The vote of the October meeting minutes. I think it said that I voted yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as corrected. So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Let's go down through the list.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Abstain.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. No. Abstain.
Bill Irwin, abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
On the line?
Aye.
You catch the abstention?
Okay, I just want to review the abstains. We have Commissioner Bodeker, Dr. Irwin, and Deputy Secretary Long, so abstaining. And any others? I think the rest were all ayes, is what I heard. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is North Star update.
All right, good evening and Happy New Year. Next slide, Tony, please. So this slide will be a repeat, and you'll see it with a few different photos that was taken out the window when it was still cold out, which clearly that will change from day to day. Our project schedule, macro view, this is a recap, also has not changed. Our dry fill storage is complete. Our large component removal is in progress. Our decommissioning and decontamination efforts are ongoing, and the spent fuel management will happen ancillary to all that effort. Next slide. A slightly more granular view of that macro schedule shows the large component removals, including alongside the reactor vessel and internal segmentation, the large component removal moving through the steam plant and continuing to take advantage of large targets of opportunity, which include the main warehouse and our advanced off-gas structure for demolition. Next slide. So it's only been a month since the last meeting. Our safety performance remains acceptable. We've had 0 lost time accidents to date with our North Star staff, with over 300,000 hours of work on site. We've reset our dose goals for 2020 after meeting them for 2019, and we're looking forward to, again, testing those targets and showing good performance from a dose management perspective. Our regulatory performance remains good. We had 0 cited and 0 non-cited violations in 2019. Our QA audits and self-assessments, along with peer benchmarks, confirm our safe and compliant operations and conservative performance. Overall, our production remains on track and in a couple areas ahead of schedule. We are a little slow with some of the reactor vessel work, and some of that is attributable to the later start we got and some of the conditions that the site was in at the time of the transaction. But overall, the bulk work remains on or ahead of schedule, and we remain optimistic that we'll complete the decommissioning well ahead of the target schedule of 2030. Next slide, please. At a request, and I know there'll be subsequent slides from some of the departments discussing it, there's some specific volumes and locations for materials that have been removed from the site and shipped. As far as radiological materials, we've shipped now approximately 122,000 cubic feet of waste to Texas. As far as non-radiological items go, our construction and demolition debris to Massachusetts, we've sent 1,521 tons. That went to sites in Willebram and Millbury. And as far as asbestos-containing materials, to Ohio and New Hampshire, 537 cubic yards. That went to Weinsberg and the waste management facility in Rochester, New Hampshire. And we have sent a good amount of scrap and recycled material to Matsushio Scrap Metal in Everett, Massachusetts, 237 tons. Additionally, we've sent 8 rail tankers of intrusion water in from our turbine building, about 181,000 gallons, 4 tankers each to Waste Control Specialists in Texas, and 4 to U.S. Ecology in Idaho. Next slide, please. The macro of our vessel segmentation overall won't change. The arrows along the bottom show the general path of the way that is decommissioned, and it's basically working from the top down. The containment head is complete. The reactor head is now segmented and shipped. The steam dryer is also done. We have flooded up, and we have commenced the separation of the steam separator. There'll be a little more slide and detail on that. Ultimately, as a reminder, there are a few select components that will get cut up and stored separately and shipped in a specialized container at some point in the future. We consider those greater than Class C waste. It's a small amount and it will only be one container, and it should be one overpack style similar to the ones that are already on the independent spent fuel storage installation bed. Next slide. As you can see here, an overhead view, seeing the reactor, the large round pool area, all flooded up with water. To the left, just out of view of the slide, would be the spent fuel pool, and you can see the bridge and crane system that was originally used for moving fuel from the pool to the reactor and back. And to the right is a new bridge assembly working platform for the activities that happen in the dryer separator pit, which is also connected to the reactor vessel. That is actually broken into two discrete volumes now, so separate activities can occur within there. Next slide, Tony. This slide shows a large amount of Trident clamps. These are effectively long poles with specialized fasteners on each end that will be used for the steam separator dismantlement. It's a large component with, if you would consider helical cyclones from a top plate to a bottom plate, and as we cut that in half, it will basically dangle a little bit. I'll call it like a chandelier, and these poles will clamp those through those tubes or near those tubes and hold it into discrete components, so we can cut it effectively into 4 separate pieces and then in half, so ultimately it'll be 8 parts, and then those will get boxed up in special containers and shipped off. Next slide. This is just a photo of the water in the reactor. It kind of shows the clarity of the water that is there, and that's actually an instrument that is being used to perform a radiological survey. It's just kind of a neat photo. We threw it in. Next slide. This demonstrates the working bridge with folks on it who are actually performing some of the underwater work, prepping the steam separator for segmentation. You can actually see the steam separator that came out of the reactor vessel, the hole that we just saw the photo of with the instrument into it, which is towards the top front of the photo. Thanks, Tony. And it's been lifted up and slid back into the first half of the dryer separator bed. You can see the wall separating in the backside there. There's actually another working space behind it. And that is where that steam separator will be basically cut in half axially and then cut into 4 pieces from the top, if you think of it kind of like the way you chop up a pizza. Next slide. Kind of a close-up of some of the underwater cutting equipment. You can see we're actually removing some of the lifting lugs that would be in the way for the removal operations that we're going to conduct. You see the saw blade going through the material on the left and then a cut clean through on the right-hand photo. Next slide. So while that work is happening up on the refuel floor, we continue to work on the turbine deck. The turbine is missing. On the right-hand photo, you can see the large hole and opening that is the main condenser below. The large pieces of equipment on each side. On the left-hand side, these are the combined intercept valves. It's kind of hard to see if Tony can pull the cursor directly below the steam pipe that has got opening. There's a small water spray bottle right there to kind of give scale to how big this equipment is. But if you understand the robustness of the steam plant and how big this piping is, this is all Schedule 80, so it's 1-inch thick steel pipe that is 24 to 30 inches in diameter that runs basically from where the turbine was all the way to the reactor building and then into the reactor. So we're working our way backwards and removing all that equipment. There are 2 of these on each side of the turbine, and you can see the one on the left has had the pipe cut off of it. The other 2 on the right are still awaiting further dismantlement. Next slide. In addition to the work that's happening in the turbine building, folks have been interested in the ingress of the water into our lower levels of turbine structure, which is below the water table. We've put some intercept wells in place. We've developed those wells. We've tested the water outside of the turbine building, and it is clean. And we are currently trenching and installing some piping to connect that so we can sample and batch it. And we're working on the permitting so we can utilize the ability to send the water away before it enters the turbine building and gets any radionuclides or radiation to it. This will effectively be like a footer drain around the front corner of the turbine building, and it will eliminate some of the cost and improve the controls for any of the water that ingresses into the building. We haven't installed the pumps yet, but we have a good plan moving forward, and we're working with the appropriate state agencies for the permitting, and now we will conduct the discharging of that water. Next slide. So the other significant demo opportunities coming up, to the left of the large white structure in the bottom is the warehouse in what we called our combined maintenance office building. That all is scheduled to go away in the first part of this year into the spring. That'll be somewhat weather dependent. The final permitting and the start date for that will also be impacted by our resource allocation. The teams that we use out of Boston have other work to do, so we'll arrange that when it makes sense. And then the other small red circle you see, or square, is what we call our advanced off-gas building. And this is a very robust structure. The thinnest walls on that building are 4 feet thick with 2-inch rebar inside of them. And at the base, they're over 7 feet thick. So this is a pretty big target, but we plan on working on that as well. And again, the resources and the weather will help us decide when we actually start that, but it's scheduled to begin the first part of the spring. Next slide. A couple photos of the inside of the warehouse, like we would with any demolition. All combustibles and materials have been removed. The final removals will require us to pull the light bulbs and the exit signs and all the universal waste, and then commence the permitting, and then the 90-day clock will start as long as we're all set up to go, and then we'll start knocking down the structures. Next slide. So, along with the actual physical work, and this slide hasn't changed much from when we were here last month, we've conducted the phase 1. The site model is complete. So we know historically what's happened on the site all through its years of operation, combined with the history of the property before it and any legacy components that contributed to that. We've shared all that information with our friends at the Agency of Natural Resources. Their specialty consultants have weighed in on all the information. We've incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to that program. And we're working through that, and we're going to finish up a final report of that at the end of this month. It'll likely get turned around mid-February to late February, and then we'll continue to work on any plans for remediation or activities that will require cleanup for any sites that require it. Additionally, we've conducted 3 rounds of groundwater sampling, and I'm sure the other agency reports will talk about this a little bit. Next slide. So a reminder, we have all the information from previous activities that occurred at the site, even before we owned it. The last presentation was kind of long, and it got towards the end of this. I think I rushed this information a little bit. My apologies if any of it was confusing. The 17 areas of concern that we described previously, they're not new. They're not particularly exotic or exciting. They are just areas of interest that we understand would require additional look and sampling and characterization and potentially remediation. And of those, we had a couple that we determined will require some degree of remediation. Some of that will be natural attenuation. Some of it will be a small area where we will excavate and then check the margins and then apply the information discovered through the permitting process and determine if we can close those areas out. We're working through the sampling plans to finalize the scope and determine what remediation will occur on those. And the other state agencies, again, will be able to speak to that in some detail. We also have a subject matter expert with us in the audience today who also can answer some questions if there are more detailed questions. Next question. Next slide. Thanks, Tony. So now we're updating that site investigation report as I described. We'll design the remediation plans, and in the couple of areas we've determined that we will need to remediate, we'll work towards doing so, and we'll continue to support all the permitting and any additionally determined sampling or remediation activities. And again, this process is very iterative as we conduct it. We work with all the agencies and their specialty consultants often doing split samples and performing any correlation for the collection and analysis of the results, and then applying all the information learned into the remediation plan, and then hopefully completing the closeouts for each of these areas independently. So as we approach the end of the project and want to perform final site release, we're ready to do so with all areas. But we found nothing surprising. All the areas that we did find contamination of any type, and it was mostly areas that had some diesel fuel oil spills. We will conduct those remediations. One of those was the connecting lines that went from the old large 75,000 gallon emergency diesel fuel oil system tank to where the fill connections were underneath of the slab of the warehouse. So as we remove that, we'll be able to discover exactly how far, if indeed there's been any migration, and determine the depth and size of the excavation or remediation that will occur. Next slide. One small note, we have finalized a contract with Antioch University to perform a site study and an inventory for use of the property for potential redevelopment options. As everyone on the panel and most of the public is aware, we have an MOU with the state of Vermont that has us look at certain characteristics of the site and consideration for leaving some of the infrastructure, even though it's of limited scope, and the ways in which we can best do that during our not redevelopment, but our remediation of the site will let us leave it in the best condition efficiently, so future redevelopment can take advantage of that infrastructure in the best manner possible. We've also been in discussion with the Friends of Vernon. We have another meeting with them on Thursday. They've recently been bequeathed the Governor on House from Entergy. It's a historic property at the front entrance to the site, and some of the ancillary and adjacent spaces are on our current properties, and we're looking at the best ways in which that can fit into that whole process of making sure we're able to let the local stakeholders take best advantage of those. Next slide. So with that, I'll leave it open for questions. And Chris?
Corey, I know you guys have a stormwater permit for the site and prep in the works. Where are you guys at in that process? And I know we've asked for, Wyndham Regional Commission asked for a public hearing. Do you guys know about when that'll be?
We're looking at submitting some of the paperwork on Wednesday for the permitting for the intercept wells, and then there'll be public notice associated with it following that, Chris. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I guess I thought the stormwater permit was for the whole site more than just the wells.
There is a stormwater permit that's for the whole site.
And you don't have that permit yet, right?
Yes, we've had a stormwater permit for the whole site the whole time it's been in operation.
Have you petitioned for a new one though?
There'll be one for the discharge of the intercepted water with the intercept wells, and that will be separate. Yes, Bill.
Under production, it says here that the reactor removal was slightly behind schedule following transaction delays. Do you mind telling me what happened there, or us what happened there?
Sure, Bob. Some of that is we originally, and if you recall, the original schedule for the transaction was to happen in the middle of 2018. We originally had intended to receive the site from Entergy with the spent fuel pool already cleaned and empty and dry. That work did not occur until after the transaction occurred, so North Star had to conduct all those activities, set the refuel up in a manner in which it could support some of the vessel segmentation commencement.
Thank you.
That's kind of the big rock. There was a few other things, but in the pre-work that we had originally determined that would benefit setting the site up for instantaneous moving forward, it wasn't quite in that condition.
Go ahead, Laura.
Clarification on the stormwater and discharge that we were just talking about. The water that will be discharged, what is happening to that water now?
The water that was developed when we tested the well to see how much came out of it was collected into frac tanks, and it's being stored. That water will likely be stored interimly in the large basin that the cooling tower was originally sited over on the west side. So we have about a 1.4 million gallon concrete vault there, and we will likely store the water there until we can batch and test it and make sure it's suitable for overboard discharge.
So, as I'm sure you probably can guess, my question is related to the water that's been trucked off. This is not the same water.
That is correct. It is not the same water.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first is about the demolition of the advanced off-gas building. If I recall, that building has below-grade space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think that this may be the first of your structures to be demolished that does go below grade. Is that correct also?
That is correct.
And this is also the area where there was a condensate leak, and it was discovered in 2009 and then mitigated over the 2010 timeframe. And it is a building that goes to, I assume, bedrock for its foundation. And the question I have is, are you planning to do some exploration of the space up gradient of that building up against the foundation to see if there are any reservoirs of water that have collected? Because that's been the source at other sites of reservoirs of contaminated water. And it would be, it seemed prudent, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's in your plans, to evaluate that before you actually started to remove that wall, which functions as a dam to prevent the down gradient flow of water into the river. Am I correct in those assumptions, and are those a part of your plans?
Bill, you are correct in those assumptions. We also have sentinel wells that are located up gradient of that structure as well as down gradient of that structure, quite a few of them actually. And we've been monitoring that, the information that is there for quite some time. The source term that was originally available from that leak has diminished as expected to very low levels, but we will continue to do so. It's part of our regular quarterly sampling.
Great, appreciate that. And the second question is about the non-radiological areas of concern. I think it's really benefit to the panel that you have presented both in December and again tonight your definition of these areas. Specifically in December, you actually had maps that showed each of those. And I understand from my previous review of the preliminary site assessment that was negotiated among the parties back in the early stages after the plant shutdown, that the preliminary site assessment also came up with radiological areas of concern. Are you able to present the same sort of map of those radiological areas of concern and then give some sort of status as to the nature of those and what plans there are? Because I think it would benefit the panel to see both the non-rad side as well as the radiological side, which obviously for nuclear power plants becomes more problematic oftentimes than the non-radiological characteristics.
I can certainly look to update future presentations to include that information. We're not prepared to speak to it right now, but what I did describe at the last meeting was the initial assessment that we did on the site. With the instrumentation, we were able to drive around and take over 1.3 million discrete samples. We found 2 locations that were both explained as not areas of concern. One was a toolbox that we just had not recognized where it was, and we understood what it was. It was properly labeled and marked, and we just picked up, we'll call it a false positive reading, that we had to validate what it was. And the other one was from the operations that were occurring right in front of the turbine loading bay, the little bit of shine that comes out of the building from the radiological materials that were in there. We also picked that up and noticed it, and then we were able to validate that in fact it was from the building where it was expected. So right now I don't believe there are any areas of concern radiologically, but I will definitely make sure we include that in future presentations.
Great, thank you.
Hi. Just back to the non-radiological areas of concern. Can you, you said there were only 5 that were needing remediation, but I don't need I'm not asking for a long description, but if you could just give a description of a typical site, one typical area.
Sure. So we found a spot out of the cooling towers that has a little bit of what appears to have been a small diesel fuel oil leak, and additionally some potentially some herbicide materials. It's a small location. It would likely be no more than a 10 by 10 foot area that we would likely remediate down to about 18 inches. A typical remediation effort would be we would excavate the soil. Take that soil, obviously collect it and package it appropriately for disposal. Then we would sample the margins of where we did the excavation, and then per the docket 8880 agreements with the MOU, we would bring in clean fill that meets all the criteria, and we would reload that, and then we would work with the agencies to do a release of that particular component. And then the one that I mentioned for the large fuel oil tank where the lines run under would be a little bit larger, but it's effectively the same process.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in compliance with the IRUL and the state agencies' oversight and, of course, a collaborative effort to make sure that that meets all the requirements. Thanks for the question, Derek. Good question.
Follow-up question to that. When do you anticipate all that work to be done? Like, what's your timeline? And I guess also I'm thinking about what is the timeline for the design of those remediation plans with agency input?
So those designs are occurring right now, and we will ultimately intend to do those remediations on an individual basis as soon as possible. So weather dependent, and once the plans are approved, and again, like we mentioned, it is a highly iterative process. So once we conduct those and do the additional sampling, determine that we are complete with it, we'll work with the agencies to close those out. But the goal is to, I'll use the term whack-a-mole, but to go after them one by one until they're all done as soon as reasonably achievable.
Just like spring 2020?
Absolutely, for some of them. And then some of them won't require remediation. Likely there's potential that natural attenuation will be the preferred method for them, and then that will just require continued monitoring to some level, and that'll be finalized with the specific agency involved and the plan as it's developed.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions for North Star. Let's move on to A&R for their update.
Good evening. So as I think you're all very familiar with, the Department of Environmental Conservation's responsibility is for the non-RAD elements here on the site. And if you go to the first slide, Tony, this just overall is the timeline that we've been on. And so as has been mentioned in the North Star update, by the end of January is when we're expecting the results and the report from the supplemental site investigation. And as Corey mentioned, this was additional investigation that was required based on the first site assessment and the identification of areas of concern. The questions that Emily Davis was asking about each of those individual AOCs and where cleanup is required, that will be the step following when we have the full site investigation report that comes in at the end of the month. Each one of those will have its own plan and will be governed by the I rule. And the I rule is our kind of short way of saying the one rule that rules them all related to any hazardous site cleanup in the state. So this site will be held to the same standards and will follow the same cleanup process that any of our hazardous sites in Vermont goes through. Next slide, please, Tony. So of those AOCs that were identified, there were a number where we wanted to do some initial analysis. You can see the list here, Site 3, 5, 7, and 8, the cooling towers, AOC 16, the rail line, and 17. And I want to just point out there, AOC, that is for the groundwater. So rather than it being a specific building or location where there have been a likelihood of spills of diesel or whatever it might be from past operation, this is looking at the groundwater underneath the site. And just want to point out here, as well as the petroleum byproducts, VOCs, TPH that we've looked at, we looked at metals and also PFAS here. That's a question that I believe has come up in relation to other PFAS concerns and testing that we're doing statewide. So if you go to the next slide, please, Tony. So there are 4 rounds, as noted with the dates here, 4 rounds of sampling that began in May 2019. Those results were included in that initial investigation report. From the August 2019 sampling and November 2019, split samples were taken. So at times, DEC's engineer, Gerald Noyes, has been on site, and at other times ATC, which is the contractor hired by the state to be additional expertise and additional eyes on the ground, has also been on site. And literally split sampling is when you take a sample, you split it in 2, one gets sent off to the laboratory and monitored by ATC on the state side, the other gets sent off the laboratory monitored by North Star on the other side. So what we have found comparing these samples is a great degree of similarity between the samples that we have. We do note that we found low-level groundwater contamination from the split samples we've looked at in August 2019, but I do want to note what is in low level. And so that low level is metals that we found, but they are all below the MCL, the maximum contaminant level that's allowed. And there were no VOCs or TPHs found in that. So I wanted to note there was some, but I also wanted to explain what low actually means. And so the split samples from the 3rd round, again, they were taken by ATC. They're currently under review. The results from those will be in the end of January report. And the 4th round from February 2020 as planned, obviously they won't make it into a report deadline cutoff for the end of January, but we'll be able to report back on those after a certain passage of time when we've compared the results from the 2. Next slide, please, Tony. Thank you. So as was reported with the groundwater intrusion into the turbine building basement, the water that has been taken out of the interior has been shipped to facilities that can accept that kind of RAD waste, and it's been going to both U.S. Ecology in Idaho and WCS in Texas. So this kicked off the effort to ensure that further groundwater was not intruding into the building itself, into the basement. So where we are with this right now, Haley and Aldrich, on behalf of North Star, has submitted permit applications so that that groundwater that is collected, that is from the 3 wells, that's collected, that is sent through the discharge system, that's being held in the basin, as explained, that will be held there until we actually have a permit for the groundwater discharge. It will be discharged through the cooling system pipes and out to the Connecticut River. For that discharge to happen, then we need to ensure that while it tests today at drinking water standards, and while it tests today that there is no RAD component to that, we need to ensure that it is monitored and tested on a regular basis. The fact that it's being held in the basin before it's discharged enables this monitoring, so that if anything should change as other excavation or remediation occurs on site, that we can understand what's going on. And the Department of Environmental Conservation is working with the Department of Health to develop those groundwater testing criteria that will then be in the A&R discharge permit, which is the authority, the jurisdictional mechanism that we have to require any additional remediation that might be needed. And just to reference back to the question that was asked about the stormwater permits as well, thank you for that. Then what is our typical practice is to wait until we actually have all of the permit materials in, so that we can review those permit materials. And then when we're confident we've got everything we need, at that point in time, when we issue a draft permitting decision, we can then notice the public meeting. And in past, not with this applicant in particular, but with past applicants, there can sometimes be an insufficient amount of information that's provided. So we make sure we've got all of that in hand and that we review for the draft permitting decision before we actually set the public meeting. So that is all in process at this point in time. And moving on to the next slide, Tony, about the asbestos abatement observation. So again, the state has contracted with ATC to provide additional expertise that the state does not happen to have on hand or utilize every day, and to have additional eyes on the ground. So the observation for the asbestos abatement has continued at the turbine building, the advanced off-gas building, and at the cooling towers when they were demolished. And a statewide asbestos review plan was conducted by ATC and Hillman, who's actually North Star's asbestos contractor. There have been a few situations where we have asked for additional samples. They have been collected and analyzed without any issues, with concurrence from North Star and their contractors. Next slide, please, Tony. And so these are the amounts of material that have been recovered and disposed of appropriately. Again, the non-RAD components. As you can see, it's quite substantial, and this was mentioned by Corey in North Star's presentation as well. 1,500 tons of demolition and construction debris. It's actually a Vermont state policy to try and recover as much construction and demolition debris as possible. This in fact did go to an out-of-state facility, both of them in Massachusetts, and so then Massachusetts laws govern what material is accepted. Same for the asbestos, as you can see it in New Hampshire and Ohio, 537 cubic yards of asbestos material and 237 tons of scrap metal, again going to a facility in Massachusetts. So again, a Vermont policy whereby we want to encourage recovery of materials, but once this is shipped out of state, it is receiving facilities state regulations that manage exactly what is received. And to the last slide, please, Tony, in terms of where we go from here. Obviously, there's a continued sampling. There is the supplemental site investigation report that is due in the end of January. All the remediation will then be governed by the I-rule. But just one note on a procedure that was required, that was established in the MOU, and this is the site restoration protocols. So this governs overall all of the non-RAD. And so this site restoration protocol essentially governs how we work together with North Star and the contractors, with the oversight of the state and ATC, to accomplish the non-RAD materials and remediation that is needed. So within this is now a signed agreement, and we are operating under this procedure. And I think one of the important things to note within that is there is a bi-weekly call. Things can change on a fairly rapid basis with a site of this kind of complexity. So we have a bi-weekly update with North Star and with their contractors. So as anything does change, if there are additional eyes on the ground that are needed, if we get sampling results, etc., that are back that need more attention, we are checking in on a bi-weekly basis. Thank you, and I'll leave that time for additional questions.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just a quick one. Commissioner, on the, I don't remember the exact language in the MOU, but basically if something is found that is either going to change the schedule or cost of the process, that's supposed to be, the state's supposed to be notified. So is this one of the vehicles by which the state could become aware of something that's going to be an issue in terms of money or time?
Absolutely, yes. And so with a bi-weekly check-in, then it does enable kind of real-time adaptation as needed for the management of that. To date, we have had, certainly not on the side where DEC is responsible, we've not had many surprises in terms of the operation of a site where we have diesel generators running. So the kind of non-rad contamination has been pretty consistent with the experience that we've had with other sites for this type of contaminant. So this absolutely would be a mechanism by which we can be quickly alerted to any issues that do arise. We'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on this, especially as any other deconstruction activities might start to disturb any of the site and disturb kind of below the surface level. So that's a point at which we want to make sure that we've got regular and very real-time communication.
Commissioner, this is just really a curiosity question. So in terms of the biweekly check-ins, what is that? Is that an on-site check-in? Is it on the phone? Approximately how long is it? Just what does that look like in general?
That's a phone call. There are various site visits that are scheduled in and around these, so we certainly have regular eyes on site, or I'd say frequent rather than regular, like every single Tuesday. It's frequent. So this is an opportunity to check in. It's on the phone bi-weekly. On that phone, we have both the engineer who's assigned to the site, Gerald Noyes. We have other of our site's management staff as needed. For example, if there are concerns about PFAS, we bring in one of the PFAS experts. We also have on the phone Chuck Schur, who is the director of the division. And we also have Jordan Gonder from the legal team, who actually was working on the MOU and the protocols. So we can have an engineer at the staff level, management oversight, and legal staff who are reviewing what information comes in. And in addition, there are the times that staff from DEC are on site and the ATC is on site, and then ATC is obviously communicating with us directly outside of these bi-weekly meetings with anything that they're observing.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the Vermont Department of Health update.
Yes, thank you. I'll wait for Tony to get the slide up. If you could put that on presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, if I can get this to work.
Slideshow? Top middle, slideshow? It's a word.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it right now.
The very top middle.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
From beginning?
There we go.
Great. With all that, I only have a picture of the site, which I thought was interesting because it is a picture of a photo of the site that is more current. Most of the images you see on the internet are old images. This is fairly recent. I don't know exactly how this came about. It was not me, just so that folks know that. Next slide, please. So we are working with our state partners to oversee the decommissioning and have been since Entergy announced the expected shutdown of the plant in 2013. And the twice monthly, actually 2 to 3 times monthly calls that Commissioner Boddicker mentioned were a part of those calls at the health department. In addition, there are other meetings that are held of the various agencies of the state each month. So there are numerous meetings throughout each month. And we also do conduct site inspections. I conducted one today and just last week, and they're very helpful to be able to see some of these things that you're seeing photographic images of. We also are reviewing all of the reports and schedules that are generated by North Star and its contractors. We do independent monitoring of the environment. We have for since before the plant actually started operations. We were collecting air samples, water samples, and direct gamma readings to establish background in the very early 70s, and then after startup in 72 until still today, we collect these environmental samples, and you can see those results at the website that is shown there in that URL. We also maintain radiological emergency capabilities for the state. Our state hazmat team, the Vermont Hazardous Materials Response Team, trains twice a year with exercises here in the local area where they simulate either a transportation accident or a fire that might occur that could create concern among residents as well as others that there was contamination that had left the site. And so we maintain our readiness to respond to those kinds of incidents. And we track radioactive waste shipments with the assistance of the shipping department here at Vermont Yankee. Our environmental surveillance is extensive. We collect water, air, milk, and direct gamma radiation measurements. Most of our samples are off-site currently. Primarily, we're looking at the gamma radiation at the property boundary. We also have extensive monitoring at at Vernon Elementary School. We have air sampler. We have multiple dosimeters. We have an online or a constantly on radiation detector in the principal's office. And we also do 2 of the local farms, the Blodgett Farm, the Miller Farm. And we sample the Connecticut River upstream and downstream for water. And we sample private wells near the site, and we sample Brattleboro drinking water. We also do get some on-site samples that contractors at VY have over the years provided us samples of sediments, fish, and we have also been getting groundwater samples from wells. There are 4 wells that we've consistently been getting samples from in a leach field spreading area. And recently we actually received some split samples of some groundwater wells that are within the protected area, which is of course that area that we're especially concerned about, with our goal, as you can see here with this image, to try to evaluate all of the constituents that could contribute to radiation dose in our ingestion pathway in our everyday lives to ensure that they are always within the very low limits that we have for both the health department and by our confirmation also those that are used by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I mentioned that we track radioactive material shipments, and this is a graph of those shipments over the year 2019. And we do this, each of the shipments that goes out from Vermont Yankee, the shipping manager sends a report to us. We are tabulating each of the volumes and each of the amounts of radioactivity in each of these shipments. And we also notify all of the law enforcement agencies so that if there were some sort of incident on the roads or elsewhere, or they stopped a vehicle and it had radioactive materials as a part of its bill of lading, they would be expecting these shipments. We do this with all of the entities that transport radioactive materials through the states, and Vermont Yankee has consistently done this over the years. You can see this is a graph that somewhat shows what's happened over the year 2019 in the updates from the team at North Star. And that is that over the months starting in March, there's been a consistent growth in the number of shipments of radioactive materials offsite to licensed disposal facilities. There have been some upticks periodically. The most important one is the most obvious one is radioactivity. That was in April when some very radioactive filters were removed from the RAD waste system and shipped to disposal site. And then also you can see that back in October there were a lot more shipments, and obviously that's probably like us with our firewood. We're putting a lot more firewood into our wood sheds in October. They're getting them off the site before the winter comes. We expect to be able to provide these kinds of updates to you not only in our annual reports but at these meetings ongoing. And I'll take any questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the report. I have a question just about the water testing in the private and public drinking water. How large of an area out beyond the footprint of the plant are you testing?
We have focused on the immediate drinking water in Vernon in particular. We obtain water samples in, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens per day from all around Vermont for sampling, because our laboratory does radiochemistry on all kinds of environmental samples for many different reasons. People are concerned about radium in their water, or uranium, or radon. We do that testing. So we have great background levels, and also we understand what the rock, the geology does to water throughout the state by taking all those samples. What we're really focusing on and what we report on is what's happening here in the immediate area that could be the result of transitions from activities on site into the bedrock and then potentially into the drinking water aquifers that are, for example, used by the school or local residents. So they're really pretty close, other than the Brattleboro water supply, which is the largest water supply, which we feel is useful for us to test on the basis of the population that uses it.
So just for some specificity, distance, is it within?
Yeah, within miles.
Within miles?
Yes, maybe 2 miles. Mostly. As far as the Blodgett Farm to the south, Brattleboro to the north, and West Brattleboro to the west, as well as the river. Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the Public Service Department update, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The briefing will be given by Jim Porter, the Public Advocate at the Department.
Thank you. So I've got my reading glasses, and I think everything is a little bit either too far away or too close, so bear with me a little bit. But, so Tony, if we can just go to the next slide. Just a reminder of our kind of ongoing role in this oversight. Primarily, it's reviewing the financial performance and the work as it's done and as reimbursement is sought. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. We may have had some of them at the last meeting. I wasn't here, so I'm not positive. But Tony, if we can go to the next one. Just talks about the department's activities related to this function in 2019. I think you know most of this, and it's been gone over. But we have 2 lawyers internally who deal with this matter. We have a law firm in Boston that we keep on retainer. We have Tony, who you all know. Our internal finance and economic division reviews certain of everything, and then we have hired consultants this past year who do an ongoing review of all the financials. And I think you all know this. If we can go to the update since the last meeting. Not too much. One thing, we did have a site visit with our technical consultants in late December. And then Representative Sibilia submitted some questions to the department, and a letter was sent to her, and I think to all of you, but we were also going to deal with some of those responses in this slide presentation. Got major activities on site. I think those have been gone over in earlier slides. Financial updates, the trust balances, and then the next one is disbursements from NDT. The next one, disbursements from SRT. Kind of financial status of the project is the next one, with some little pie charts. We also, that go along with these, have fairly detailed spreadsheets. I did not put them in here, but they're on our website and they're updated, I think, monthly. And then if we go to the one, Tony, yeah, department's financial review. Are you interested in you just want to look this over and see if you have any questions about? Seeing none, let's move to.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the end of the presentation until we get to my questions. May I ask a question on this piece? So, just one quick question with regard to the disbursements slides. I know we have a date of notice and the amount requested. Is the amount dispersed always the same as the amount requested?
I think thus far it has been. We have the ability to object to a disbursement, and we have not done that thus far.
So, yes, thus far it has always been the same. The amount requested has always been the amount dispersed thus far. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
And I think it may have been questions about one of the disbursement months that precipitated the site visit with the consultants this past month. So, but as I say, no.
I'm sorry, would you?
So our consultants had some questions about some of the items in one of the disbursement schedules that we received, and they actually came here to meet with North Star people, and their questions were answered, but they do monitor these every month.
And so what was the nature of the question? Was it about the cost estimates, or whose is that? Okay.
I believe it was the cost submitted and the work that went along with it.
So was it a look back or something going in front? So something that had already happened or something that was...
like I said, it already happened because I think it came about from a request for a disbursement for repayment. So
okay, and the consultants found that there was no...
thumbs up right after their site visit.
Okay.
They were very pleased, I believe.
Does anybody else have any questions regarding the update before we move on to the responses to the questions that were laid out by Laura? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to those responses.
Great, and everyone got a copy of the letter. Okay, and so if you go to the next slide, Tony, estimated cost to complete the project. So, and this indicates, this was based upon the record that was before the Public Utility Commission when this transaction was approved. And I believe the total estimates were about $811 million. And then you've got a breakdown below that. Any questions about this? Great. So if you go to the next, I think one of the questions was, is there uncertainty built into the estimated cost? And as you know, there's an extremely detailed model that was used for this. And I think the first bullet talks about the 900 line pay item disbursement schedule. I think there's a 10% contingency built into each line item. Broadly speaking, North Star bears the cost if there's a shortfall, but obviously the idea is for them to make money with this transaction. The next slide really goes to kind of what was about 90% of the context of the transaction that was before the PUC. And it was, I think, fairly early on, the parties believed that North Star had the expertise to do this. The question was, did they have the financial wherewithal? And there was much work done with financial assurances and essentially everything that could be thought of that could reasonably put together to ensure that the funds would be there to complete the decommissioning. And then this has, I'm sorry, I really can't see, but this has bullets of the various components of the financial assurance package. Estimated percentage of the work complete, I think approximately 14.9, 15% complete. Current schedule, looking to the end of January in 2027. March 31st of each year is kind of a big reporting date, kind of, you know, the yearly reports of various things. This will be the first complete year that will be analyzed and put together. So I think that piece will have a lot more information on that at the May meeting. Our consultants, 4 points. They, you know, thus far believe everything is on track as it's supposed to be. I think one of Representative Sevilla's questions was, what happens if there's a surplus when all the work is done? I think 55% of surplus funds would go back to ratepayers. And then some piece would go to North Star as successor in interest to Entergy. And then the question I think she may have been more interested in was what happens if there's not enough money. And that, as I think the commissioner wrote very nicely in her letter, truthfully, nobody knows. To some extent, again, every effort was put in to see that that doesn't happen. And with the various monitoring, I certainly think, or the idea is that if something was not going according to schedule or that was of concern, that we would see it, you know, long before it became a problem. In some scenarios, as the letter says, it could be go back to safe store, which we all remember that. But there are many scenarios, and it's a little bit hard to answer. talked a little bit about the annual reports that'll be coming in at the end of March. Excuse me. Please ask me some questions.
I'm writing a list.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
If you're ready with your list, I think
Sorry.
he's ready.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
Excuse me. And they're not, I don't think they're anything, thank you. This is a helpful report. I appreciate the care and attention that went into the letter, and I think the explanations were really helpful.
Great.
A few questions. I heard you say that with regard to the surplus, 55% would go back to the ratepayers, and some piece would go back to North Star. That's a fairly imprecise
40. I think it's 45.
Okay, thank you.
I was having trouble deducting 55% from 100, but I think it's 45.
Okay. And with regard to the...
Can I just a follow-up to that real
Sure.
quick? Just for the watching public, could you just briefly describe what the Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Corporation is? Because since we have a shutdown plant, people may wonder, well, why does that thing still exist and what is it? And why is only 55% going to Green Mountain Power Corporation?
So the 55% to Green Mountain is most of you know, the plant was originally owned by our electric utilities. We had Central Vermont Public Service and Green Mountain Power each owned a piece. When Green Mountain Power acquired or merged with CVPS, you know, those entities became one, and that was a larger percentage. Does that help? Okay.
Okay. With regard to the now the annual reports that are coming in March, these are really an analysis of the financials, what was said and what is happening. Is that right?
Financials, balances, where the money's invested, work completion, so all of those things. From our perspective, this is just from our perspective, what we look at.
And so in terms of some sort of warning or red flag that there is an issue, since we've established that we can't really know for sure until we get to that place if we have enough funds, what types of red flags would the department be looking for in between marches?
So let me answer that from the least technical person that touches this project from the department. But I think if you saw big overruns in line items, if you saw a big decrease in any fund balance, anything, as I say, in the experts, there's so much information and it's so granular that I think they're able to monthly kind of look at the work, how it's being done, is the work value of the so I think you would start to see something financially fairly soon. So from my perspective, that's the type thing they would see. If North Star, not North Star, 4 Points were here, I'm sure they could give you a lot better detail as to what they might see.
If I could offer something on that point. We will be getting these reports March 31, as the presentation shows, and the department is happy to look into having 4 Points attend in May, I think it is, to take your questions at that time. And that would be an excellent question to ask them from a technical perspective. What we're able to tell you is that, for instance, with the December 12th site visit, when they see something that gets their antenna going, that's the procedure that we follow. So that monitoring is ongoing through the year. And then again in May, once the comprehensive reporting is complete, we're happy to make them available for your questioning.
So I do think that would be helpful, Mr. Chair, to have them come when we get that report here.
And Laura, and then there's also the MOU with that
Right.
Emily was talking about.
You're pointing, and that makes me nervous, Chris.
Sorry.
No.
No. But what Commissioner Bodeker was talking about, that's another opportunity to catch something.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, and I should have said, I'm really talking about the money, and of course, you've got the whole A&R contingency, and they're on site doing visits, they have their own consultants. So I'm really just was talking from the financial perspective.
We're also, in trying to answer your very appropriate question, we are dealing with hypotheticals. So I would offer this one to you. Let's say, for instance, that with A&R's work, an unanticipated environmental attribute is discovered that materially alters some of the financial assumptions that have gone into planning this decommissioning. So that would be a noted or a material event. If the experts from our shop see financial consequences that attach to that, for instance, that it would lead to a precipitous withdrawal of a size from the trust fund that is not anticipated, that would be the kind of thing that that they would want to analyze. We would want them to as well, in order to ascertain whether there's some sort of reconfiguration of the 900 item schedule that needs to be considered. If that helps you.
That does help.
That's reported within 7 days too, per the MOU, as I recall, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a very intricate mechanism, but yes, in a nutshell, you're right.
So thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate again all of the time and care. That's really all of my questions right now with regard to the financial. And what I have learned through this process is how important and necessary it is to continue to have these public opportunities to understand how we're progressing. I want to be clear that at this point, I have no concerns about the finances, but I think that given that we can't actually know until we're done, I think we have really underscored the need to have regular reports on this. I do have one other question after.
If I could just add something to your comment, though. I could not agree with you more, because I think the transaction and really the plant itself, I cannot recall a time in doing this work, and I've been doing it for 20 years, where folks were not asking the question, one day when this plant no longer operates, are the resources going to be there to decommission the site? And there have been a variety of combos about, is it just decommissioning or is it restoring it, and to what degree, et cetera, et cetera. This is a long, storied conversation that has occasioned much discussion, and I think the fact that this panel was preceded by yet another panel tells you how personally the public takes the topic. And so I commend you, Representative Sibilia, for the attention that you continue to draw to these conversations and the monitoring, and the other panel members who have been in touch with me about this. And I can assure you that the department is fully vested in not just reporting to you as we did in the letter, but also committed to this public forum. I mean, this is very Vermont, and it's something that catches the eye across the nation, really, as other states start looking at these processes as well. So you can certainly count on the department to continue to make fulsome public reports. That has been our custom all along, and we'll continue to do that.
And could I follow up and ask the committee kind of a process question? So I've not been to one of these meetings in a while. I hope to start coming to these regularly now. We have a very smart, highly technical lawyer who understands all that, who loves to make these PowerPoints. We are putting more and more information on our website. If you want to look at spreadsheets, if you want to look at the details, they're there. What do you like in the way of slides? Those of you who know me, I'm a little more colloquial. I'm a little more interested in, do you have questions? Is there something bad going on? What are you guys doing on a monthly basis? Do you enjoy the technical piece of the slides or a little bit more of a narrative for these?
Well,
you can think about it.
May I will speak for myself and say I don't think that we are the sole audience. So I think that that's something to take into consideration.
And I would just like to add that this is great. And in addition to your website, I feel like the ENDICAP panel in and of itself is the primary way for the public to engage with all of this material. So in these slides, if there are links to some of that technical reports that might be buried in your site, I know that there's a lot of care. I've dug in there and there's a lot of information there, but this is yet just another way. This is the mechanism, I think, that the public gets it, because we get through BCTV and there are all sorts of links. So I appreciate you asking the question.
Could I follow up on that? As a matter of curiosity, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, because I'm mindful of our time tonight, did you find it difficult to find the materials on the website?
Not most of the time.
Okay, but some of the times.
Some of the time.
Well, if I could ask if you want to contact us and let us know, that would be most helpful. We always want the feedback.
Sure. Thank you.
This might not be a question you can answer. There might be someone else that can answer, but it's not on. Okay, there you go. The spent nuclear fuel management fee, the almost 288 million. Until what date does that presuppose the management of said spent fuel? Do we know, does that end with the projected end of decommissioning, or up to when does that management go on in terms of this budget analysis?
That's an excellent question, and I expect that different parties see the answer in a different way. What we have right now are the known resources. That's the number you're looking at. What we also have, if I'm not mistaken, is federal law that says that the federal government is supposed to take title and possession of this waste and dispose of it conclusively. And as you well know, maybe better than I, the federal government has made interim arrangements at best. And so when that question is going to be resolved is something that I don't know. And I will not sit here and tell you that I know whether the number that you're looking at is sufficient to cover until that day comes.
Well, no, what I wanted to know is up until what date does this number presuppose?
I don't think the number does presuppose. I think rather the number is the number. And it remains to be determined how long it's going to be necessary. And I think that logically points to a question all of us ask, which is what happens if the end time is not achieved before the money runs out? End time meaning the final disposal of the waste.
So this number was projected without an end date in mind, Corey?
I think that the number exists to reflect what we know to date.
And do we know how much on an annual basis spent fuel management is expected to cost moving forward?
So I would not be the person to answer that question.
Kind of asking Corey.
We can start with the company and see what their view is. Tony, unless you have a number on that.
Well, to answer the first part of the question, I don't remember the exact date for the spent fuel management, but the projection, if I recall correctly, and I think Corey or David can correct this, is out through the end of what was originally the safe store period. So we're talking to approximately the 2060s at this point, but Corey's going to update this.
I can shed just a little light on that. So that number, I believe, was generated with the original projections, and it was an estimate that the DOE would be able to execute on its commitment to retrieve the spent fuel by 2052. So the original numbers were
That's
built
what I was
out
looking
for
for.
that.
Okay.
We cannot give you an exact number for the year-to-year costs, but that's a great question, and what I can share with you is the historical average for the last few years in the New England region, considering the other independent spent fuel storage installations that exist, are around $9 million a year.
Yeah, I had thought it was 10, but, okay. Well, that's interesting. One last question, may I? My understanding is that the decommissioning of Vermont Yankee is the largest industrial project currently at play in the state of Vermont. Is that correct? And if so, what's the next largest?
That's a good question. I don't know.
And frankly, I don't think either one of us is in a position to answer that question. I don't know what the definition of industrial is, and there are limits to what the department can responsibly say on something like that.
Okay. Well, if anybody
Is
gets
that
any
okay?
information on
'Cause
that, I'd be interested to know.
I'm seeing looks down the panel, so.
Well, I wonder if that's a question for Commissioner Bodecker. Is it more of a cleanup question? Is that what you meant, Lissa?
Yes. Well, just
Like an industrial cleanup? Is that what you meant, or what did you mean?
just in terms of the raw value of the work being done.
Oh, no, okay.
I know there are some other large hazardous sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal in Burlington. Work kind of occurs at these large sites intermittently, and a lot of that is based upon when federal funds become available. So just an example, we've actually finished out this year $6.2 million of work at the Pine Street Barge Canal, but that wasn't the first. So once you actually have a full site remediation plan, you then kind of have to get in the queue in terms of when you can get federal grant funds. So to total up one of the large sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal or like the Superfund sites, certainly if it'd be of interest to the panel, I can get a total for you for Elizabeth Mine, what's been spent over the last 30 years. So you can get an idea of the magnitude. So we are fortunate that we have very few Superfund sites. Elizabeth Mine's probably one of the most well-known. Those that are downtown, Pine Street Barge Canal is a really good example. And we have very few, but we do have one site like VAG, which is the asbestos mine up above Morrisville and Hyde Park, that was never designated as a Superfund site. Therefore, there has been no cleanup as a result of being designated as a Superfund site. So I can certainly get some examples for you so you can kind of put this work in context. This is, to the best of my knowledge, by far the largest and by a very substantial amount.
Largest what, though? Largest hazardous waste cleanup site?
Yeah, largest hazardous waste cleanup site. Obviously, with this having a radiological component on top of it. If you have a look at it in terms of the other hazardous materials that are non-RAD, that are under DEC, I don't believe it would be the largest, but I'd be very happy to get you some context for the next meeting.
No, it's not necessary. I'll look into it myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to echo what Representative Sibilia said, that when anybody's presenting, whether it be your department or previous departments, please understand that you're actually representing to the entire public and not just this board. Panel, do we have further questions for anybody? This is kind of our time to, if you thought of anything between, the start of North Star's presentation to now, to ask those questions before we move on to the public. Go ahead.
Of course, I have one more, but I think this is it, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the March reports that we're going to get, and I did speak to several of you today about this, would it be possible for us to get an overall update on the progress with the MOU? Not just the finances, but the MOU itself.
Oh, yes, we would have, that's what we would plan as a matter of course, and I think that's a really good thing to keep doing.
And I would like to just make sure that we are understanding each other. So for me, that would mean kind of walking through the MOU, and these things there's no issue with these things are done.
Correct.
Are there any confidentiality issues that would arise from kind of a progress update on the MOU?
The way I would handle that is that we will report on everything that we can within the public sphere. Anything that's confidential, we would identify it as such and explain why it needs to be confidential. I don't think that will be the overwhelming bulk of it. It should be really minimal, but there is some confidential material, yes. There are aspects of that in the case.
So, Mr. Chair, I would, given the number of reports that are coming in, I would ask that we maybe think about an interim meeting between now and May, or that we move up that May meeting. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing to what you said, Representative Sibilia, with the number of reports that are coming in at the end of March, we anticipate that, certainly from our perspective, that our consultants will probably take a month to try to look and digest. So, thanks.
And I mean this as respectfully as I can possibly say it. These reports are also going to be posted as soon as the department can put them out there. And we do need folks to read them and process them so that the time spent here can be this kind of engaged discourse. And I appreciate your comments, Representative Coffey, about how this panel is the primary access for the public to assimilate the information and understand the information that we're sharing here. But I can't overstate the importance of actively engaging as well by going to our website if that is the interest that the public has, because a lot of resources are going into making that website user-friendly and comprehensive. It's a lot of information to digest, and I think we need to make our peace with that.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, we will take public questions now regarding the North Star and state reports. Seeing no questions from the public, we will open it up for general public comments for those folks that can't stay through the end of the meeting. And we do have one. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. I used to live here for a very long time, raised my son here. I wanted to know if it sounds like there isn't, but is there a schedule of meetings of NDCAP for the next year, let's say? Is there a regular schedule? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, May is our next meeting. We have not scheduled them out. What we typically do is schedule the following meeting based on our needs. As Representative Sibilia mentioned, there may be a time where we need to move up our meetings from, our normal 3 or 4 month schedule. So no, there is no exact schedule. It kind of depends on the needs of the panel.
Okay. So I was notified of this. I'm on the list to get notifications, and I was notified on January 8th of this meeting. So it may have been in the minutes or something from the last meeting, but I didn't hear about it until a few days ago. And it is a tremendous amount of information to digest for people like me who have a full-time job and other things that we do. I'm probably not atypical for people who are, having a hard time keeping up with all of it. And I'm really interested in it. Not everyone is, I will admit. So I would, you may have met the qualification or the standard for noticing a public meeting, an open meeting, but that really isn't enough time to get people here, and there are very often very few people here, usually very few people here. And it is a problem, I think, that this is so complex, and so you have to read so much and know so much to understand it. And I don't really know how to deal with that. But this is not what I would call real engagement of the public, because there's so few of us here. I know in the MOU it does talk about some form of public engagement. I see that North Star is working with the town of Vernon, which is fabulous. Absolutely should be working very closely. But beyond that, how to pull people in and do education in the community so that people can understand these complicated reports. It would be really nice if that could happen. I know it takes money, and I don't know that there are resources for it. There are groups in the community that I'm part of and other people are part of that might be able to be allies in getting that information out to the public, or getting people in here, so that you're not talking to yourselves all the time. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for bringing this up, because we don't always know how the information about the meetings is going out. And I'm curious, because that's news to me that people would have heard about this meeting only on January 8th. So, because we set this meeting date at our last meeting in December. So what are the mechanisms? Is it just that this gets posted according to open meeting law, or is there a mailing list? Maybe Tony, would you mind? You might be able to answer that better than anybody.
Yeah, I can, and I appreciate the question because this is something I'm trying to emphasize more. The NDCAP does have a website through the Public Service Department. As soon as we know a meeting date, we do at least get the meeting date on that website. Now, what Ms. Darling is referring to is we typically get a press release out. We try to do this about a week in advance because past experience was that, well, if we went 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people would forget and we weren't getting turnout. We can attempt to do that earlier, but I would just emphasize to people, do check the website. We keep it as up to date as possible. And that will always have what information we have available. Now, with regard to the technical information that was put up on the website this week, I will point out that this part is a new process for us. Really, with the exception of tonight's meeting, we very seldom had the technical presentations available prior to the meeting themselves. So this is something that we committed to at the December meeting, that we would make an effort to get this done earlier. With the time of year, I did not get any of the presentations until this past week. So we got them up as quickly as we could, and I thank everyone who made the effort to assure that we had them in advance. But I think with the next meeting being on May 4th, unless the panel decides to have one between now and then, we can push that effort a little bit earlier to assure that there is at least maybe draft presentations available, say a week or a week and a half prior to the meeting. But that will depend upon the individual authors of the presentations.
Tone, is there any notification that goes out when there is any kind of and I don't mean minor, when there is any kind of a major update or information, a new report, new documents, or a new meeting? Is there any automatically just an email that goes out that says, the site's been updated to the interest list?
At this point, no, but that's something that I think we can consider. June, we may have to talk about that just to set up a ground rule, because right now, any type of release that would go out, I have to run through her office for approval. Some of these if they're very routine, I think we could just send out automatically, say, hey, the website's been updated with this.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction between the press releases that you're talking about,
Yes.
Tony, and what you're getting at, Representative Sibilia, which is, for instance, if a letter comes out from the NRC, is that fair? Or if one of the congressional delegation does something, or something that is of interest to the NDCAP and in turn to the public that follows the NDCAP, and what you're asking is, do we have a mechanism by which we push that out automatically to not just NDCAP, but also to our website? I think, I'm sorry to have to say this, but the department is not the sole source of such information. There are other state agencies as well, and arguably legislative developments as well. So now we're talking about how do we best aggregate all of that and push it out. And I do not have a person who could staff a web content management function in a way that would, I think, satisfy the ideal of what you're saying.
So I think this is probably something that we should stick a pin in to explore further. I've noted that you've stressed the importance of folks maintaining their knowledge with what's on the website. And I certainly recognize that the department is not swimming in staff and time to do all of this, but certainly someone is uploading a report.
But you're thinking of something like a news
May I
feed,
finish,
right?
Commissioner?
Yeah, of
It
course.
seems like there should be some mechanism that minimizes risk of inaccurate information going out. So if something is permissible to be posted, that there's some sort of operating procedure that is established that can be pushed out. I recognize that there's information that comes from all sorts of places, but if that is our focal point, the NDCAP website, it seems like that might be something we should try and work on in terms of some sort of standard operating procedure when there's something, a new report.
Yeah, I'm
or a
hearing two
meeting
different
date.
things. I'm hearing that you want a standard operating procedure, and I'm hearing that you want a current, constant feed of things as they go up on the website. Am I hearing something wrong?
So I think when the website is updated with a new report
Yes.
or a new date is put up, I certainly, there's 10 reports that were put up for this meeting, so I wouldn't expect 10 notifications. But
That was what I was hearing, so that's not what you expect, and I agree. We should be able to do something in an aggregate way.
Yeah.
But what I was hearing was that you wanted it to have it happen every time we do something.
So what you should hear me say is I think this idea merits some investigation as to what is reasonable
That sounds
to
fair to
increase the
me.
transparency. Is this something that we can maybe take up at a future meeting?
What I'm noticing is that my fellow state agencies aren't weighing in on the question, and it has implications for them as well, so perhaps they'd like to speak to the point.
Do they post on your site all of the information?
The entire NDCAP, including the business of the other members as well, if you have any. For instance, your query to us, if it had come in writing, that's something I would expect to put on the website.
Yes, it did come in writing.
I'm trying to remember that. I don't recall that, but I'll take you at your word, as I always do, Representative Sibilia. Do the other state agencies have anything to say on the point?
I think it'd be an opportunity for us to talk with our IT folks. I have to confess I don't know the full capabilities of the website, but if there'd be a way to automate notifications once files are posted and a way to batch, we can go onto multiple sites these days and give me once a week an update. I confess I do not know what capabilities we have within the IT website system, but we can ask the question.
Yes.
May I just offer a simpler solution? I'm mostly concerned with the comment that was made about people not knowing about our meetings. So I would like to tease that apart just separately. And maybe it's something that's triggered by the issues committee meeting, that we do in advance. And if we do that, we would need to do that regularly. But I do think that when people know about our meetings, then we can have more robust engagement, and I think that's really important. So if there's a simple way, I don't know if there is a list that exists of an email list of interest groups, but does such a thing exist is my questions.
Yeah, I can answer that quickly. The short answer is yes. There is a public interest list that I believe Kate O'Connor actually started, but I have inherited and maintained. And I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 people on that list right now. And if anyone is interested in joining the list, contact me. I actually have a slide I plan to put up during the break that has contact information, how to contact the panel, because it hasn't been put up recently.
And I'll just speak to one thing. Your question about the lack of participation in the public currently, I believe it has a lot to do with the sale being complete. Prior to the sale being complete, this room was fairly full on a regular basis. And I think the interest in the public has waned since the sale has been complete, because now we are really, as you mentioned, starting to get in the weeds of very technical things in these reports, and I don't think it really interests the general public in a lot of cases, except for someone like yourself and obviously the panel and the folks that are here. So I think that's part of the lack of public participation at this point. But if there is a better way that we can disseminate information, especially our meetings, we will definitely do that, and in hopes to find more people like yourself to attend.
I kind of am a dog with a bone, I will admit. I think you may well be correct, but I wouldn't. And yeah, I think people feel very relieved after all the years of conflict that things have calmed down and they don't want to really be in the middle of it anymore. But I do believe that this is very important for people's lives and well-being, and that they may not understand some of the basic things that are happening right down the road, and that if they did, they might be more engaged. I wouldn't want to see you say, well, people just aren't interested, so we don't need to try.
And I didn't mean to come across in that manner. As I mentioned, if there's a better way for us to get out the information, we absolutely will do that. I was just making a generalized observation from the time we started, really getting engaged in the sale till now.
No, I didn't take it that way. Yes, this room used to be full. I was there too. All right, thank you very much.
Well, there was also the issue of people feeling endangered, which is no longer the case largely.
Come on up.
Hi, hello. I'm just here to introduce myself. I think you might have heard at the last meeting about the possible project that Antioch University was going to be partnering with North Star and with the town of Vernon. And so really we've just begun the project. The contract was just signed among all the partners, and we're assembling the graduate student team right now. So I just wanted to give you a quick little introduction. I'm Krista Daniels. I work at Antioch as faculty right over the border in Keene, New Hampshire. And we've been assembling the graduate student team, which is great. We have 2 master's students that are GIS advanced students that are going to be working on this project. We actually also have a doctoral student that's going to be doing some of the photo journaling and documenting of the decommissioning process. So there's that part of the project, and then the other part of the project, which I find very exciting. I have nothing to report on yet, obviously, since this is just the beginning. But the students will be doing that landscape suitability analysis, which is really looking at the whole site and putting together layers of the site in GIS mapping. So they're going to look at hydrology, physiology, microclimate, and really it's basically to just say, here is the site, here's the ecological characteristics of the site, here's past human settlement, here's the history of the site, and it's to give more of a foundation as a basis for what you might do with that site, what the town might do with that site moving forward. So it's to give as much information on that as possible. And so I find that very exciting. We've looked kind of around the country to see if there were any other examples of this partnership, and we have not seen that yet of all the sites that are being decommissioned, where you're seeing the actual decommissioning site, the city it resides in, and an academic institution coming together to say, let's work together to look at what's going to happen next, or what information we can produce for people to make a good decision moving forward. So I think that's very exciting. I think it's going to put this area on the map. We've already been asked, just from mentioning the project, to present at national conferences, so that's exciting too. And so hopefully, once we get the students together and we can start looking at all the information, there'll be a time for us to figure out, we know we'll be presenting to the town of Vernon and North Star on regular basis, but maybe we can come back here and kind of showcase the results to you all as well as we move forward.
So, very excited about this project. One thing, and we do have Deputy Commissioner Long is here from ACCD. I hope that there will be opportunities to keep both the state and regional economic development and planning commissions kind of apprised of the work as you're going along. I think it's groundbreaking, innovative, really exciting, and kudos to all of you.
Yep, we will. And the good thing about the first part is that it'll also be accessible, very accessible to the public, because part of the project will entail not just creating these GIS maps that we're going to bring to events like this, but we're actually going to do a storyboard, which is where it can be linked off the town website, it can be linked off of our website. Anybody, any member of the public can just click on the link, and it'll look like a storyboard. It'll show the mapping that's been done, and it actually has text along with it that's very user-friendly for people to understand what the site looks like and what we found so far. So it'll be a good also area of engagement for the folks to kind of see what's happening very quickly.
So I'm Chris Cameron, Executive Director at Wyndham Regional Commission, and we're the GIS resource and mapping resource for the region, but also the towns. We have lots of town maps, already all kinds of data layers, so you don't have to, if you don't want to reinvent the wheel unless it's just part of what you want the students to learn, we've got all those data layers, so just feel free to reach out to us, and we're happy to help provide resources to you guys for your work.
Sure, thank you.
There's a lot of excitement at this end of the room, but anyway, I've been hearing about this project brewing for a while, so I'm really excited that you did it, that you were able to get the funding together. And can you remind us where, like, I think it's, did the town get a grant from ACC, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, to match some of the funds with North Star? Is that true?
Yes.
Great, that's great. Well, congratulations. It's a really exciting partnership, and any way that we can be helpful.
What is the budget and timeline for your work?
So right now, ANIAC's portion of the work is really from January through December. So it's just 1 year project to kick it off and see how it goes. And right now we're working with a budget about $35,000.
Have any students been assigned to the project yet?
We have, yes, we just signed, they're called work-study forms. They're actually not part of federal work-study. We're paying outside of federal work-study, but they're work-study forms. They have to be full-time students matriculated at Antioch. So we just signed contracts with 3 of the students for the spring semester. Some of those students may continue into the summer and fall. Some might be graduating, so we might switch out students, but we'll have at least 3 students through the spring, at least 1 over the summer, and then 3 again in the fall, maybe the same 3.
Can we anticipate they will be at these meetings?
So they will be, the way it's written in right now, depending on how many meetings there are, I know that they will be presenting to the town of Vernon twice in the spring. And so that's written into their project and their budget right now.
I'd like to also suggest that you present in the town of Brattleboro some of your findings at some point, and I'd like to offer you a space to do so downtown.
Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a general consensus of the panel. Do we want to take our 5-minute break, or do we want to push forward?
Go.
Can we take a 1-minute break?
Sure, we'll take a 2-minute break. How's that? We'll reconvene literally in 2 minutes. Okay, we are reconvened. It is 8 o'clock, which means we are exactly on schedule. The next item on the agenda is to review panel legislation changes draft, which you should find in the packet that we handed out at the beginning of the meeting. This was introduced by Representatives Coffey and Sevilla.
Mr. Chair, it has not yet been
Has not been
introduced.
introduced. Okay, apologize. So if we can take a look down through the draft, you'll see the things that were removed, and anything that's underlined are the additions to the draft. And this is something that we need to have done so you guys can introduce it. We need.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. We wanted to wait until this meeting, but we remind the panel that deadline for introducing any legislation, we have to turn this in by the 15th. So we would like to be able to have a clear sense of what the panel would like to do so we can move this forward as quickly as possible. Sound good?
Yep. So I am going to assume everybody has taken a look at this at some point. So I'm going to open it up for questions, comments, concerns about the changes that were made, things that were struck out of the legislation, and things that were added. And if nobody says anything, I'm going to assume that their draft is perfect.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to say something. I thought the changes reflected faithfully the discussion that we've had to date. The one thing that is not in here that I've been holding in reserve, and I'll defer to the panel as to whether it's a today or another day issue, but we are amending or purporting to amend section 1700. And I've tried to do a quick look here to see whether that's the same section that also covers who pays for the support of NDCAP. And my quick look says, yes, that is the same section, at which point, to borrow Representative Sevilla's phrase from a moment ago, I'd like to put a flag in this issue, a pin in this issue, as to who pays for this, because I think it's time that the company assume that cost. And the statute right now doesn't read that way. The statute right now provides that the funding comes out of my budget.
May I?
Go ahead.
So there are two ways that we can handle that. And this is the way I would recommend that we handle that. That we don't put that into this draft, and that the Issues Committee, working with the administration, makes some sort of recommendation, if that's the case. A financial support recommendation would need to, really should be flagged pretty soon, I would say. The governor's budget hasn't come out yet, but we probably would want the Issues Committee to meet and make a recommendation. There will be some want for a recommendation. So.
I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm not talking about using state funds. The law right now says that my agency's budget has to pay to support this committee. What I'm suggesting is that the law be changed so that North Star pays to support this committee. And this is a combo that we've been trying to have for about a year and a half.
So do we have a recommendation on the amount?
I would simply say that it ought to be couched the way it is now. It's just that where the language right now reads, the source of funds. Funds for this purpose shall come from the monies collected under 30 VSA 22 for the purpose of maintaining the Department of Public Service and such other sources as may be or become available. So I would suggest that ought to be changed to simply say that funds for this purpose shall come or shall be paid by North Star. And just leave it at that. And I appreciate, this is probably giving Corey a heart attack and Mr. State as well, who's sitting in the audience. But, you know, if we're going to launch this legislative train, my experience is if you go in and open the can, make sure you put everything in there that really matters to you. And this thing really matters to me, which is why I'm putting a flag in it.
Mr. Chairman, respond. Thank you, Commissioner. At our last meeting, I took notes, we decided to not put that in here. That was the decision that this panel made, so that's why it's not here. It's not that we're not opposed to it. There is another way to get that into this piece of legislation, and it's as it goes through committee.
Understood, then
So,
I'm satisfied.
so I just want you to know that it wasn't that it was oversight, it was a decision that I tracked, but I'm not sure if that was the full intention of the whole group, because we were moving kind of quickly at that point in the meeting, so.
I will defer to your memory. I'm just making sure that the flag gets put in the issue.
I don't recall a vote either, but I was kind of sick and on the phone. But I think it's prudent that the panel vote on this issue.
You can't get it in at this point to the language. Yes, we can. Okay.
Well, no.
I would just recommend that it has been something that's been discussed. It's a large burden on the department. It's in the other cases of decommissioning, the corporate entity has paid far above and beyond what we've been, allotted in this VY process. And I would just say that I think that as a panelist, I'd like to see that represented in the legislative change.
So I would expect that this is a general request, that there's no limits that have been put on that. My guess is that North Star probably will have something to say about this being an unlimited amount. And so
Having lived with that very burden, I agree. It hasn't been easy for me to handle either.
So I think that, Mr. Chair, that it will be important to try and get a good sense from the committee of the direction. And that may be hard to do this evening, but I think it's something, again, that would need to be done quickly. It will need to be amended in my committee with the dollar amounts. And so
May I ask, you offered a moment ago that there is another path, and I understood that to be that that path could be through participation in the legislative process, at which point it would be very helpful if the panel itself simply gave direction on the issue, and then we could pursue that path, if you think that would work.
I do think that would work. I have not been a legislator for a long, long time, but long enough to know that in this are people, so let me ask, may I, Mr. Chair? I would like to know if the department and North Star have previously discussed this and have come to some sort of ceiling on this, or some language, some sort of limiting language that is agreeable to both of them before we leave this meeting.
No.
So that, to me, I think would be the prudent.
I disagree. I do. The statute right now doesn't have such a limit, and I don't see a need for a limit. I see a need for the cost driver to bear the cost.
And I recognize that, and I'm not advocating for there to be a limit. What I am trying to share with the panel is the reality of the legislative process.
And so this can be worked out here, or this can be worked out in the legislature. And it would be my guess that probably the panel would all be an interested party, and there should be some orderly process in that, is what I am suggesting. Mr. Chair, may I ask North Star if they have if they're willing to comment on this? I'm sure they're not, but may we ask them?
Yes, please.
So that was a surprise, but I understand the concern, and I understand your point. You know, for us to accept an unlimited obligation would be unusual. For us to accept or negotiate some reasonable settlement that would support this panel, we'd be open to that. But I think, and I understand you have an open-ended obligation. Whatever we would support would certainly be before any obligation that you might have. So, you know, if we said we will give $10, that's $10 you know you don't have to spend.
No, I think what you're doing is rewriting the statute on the fly, which I understand. That's not what I'm looking for, Scott. I'm looking for this statute to reflect reality, which is your business is driving costs that Vermont ratepayers are bearing, and I don't think it's appropriate for Vermont ratepayers to bear it, especially given that you're going to be taking what is left of the decommissioning trust fund that was fully funded by ratepayers if you execute on the schedule that you have had approved. So I guess my point is, this panel, one way or another, has tried to have this conversation for a year and a half. It shouldn't be surprising to you that I'm asking for this, because you've been in the room before when I have mentioned that this needs to happen. And I think the legislature, in its first iteration, chose not to put a limitation on the exposure that the department, and with that ratepayers have, except for the judgment that the commissioner brings to bear on what is reasonable. And I'm happy to continue to have that role in making judgments. But I think it's entirely appropriate for the company to bear the risk, if you will, of what those costs are. I don't see a negotiated settlement as being the tack to be taking when we're talking about statutory language. But I am one member of the NDCAP, not the NDCAP itself.
Understood. I hope that this panel and the community at large view our interactions here to have been fair and reasonable and transparent. You know, we try to present as much information as we can. We want to be reasonable about how all of this works. Accepting an open-ended obligation for a public or a private corporation such as ourselves is a pretty unusual thing to do without any control over what those expenditures might be. And I understand, I'm not intimately familiar with the statute, but say the statute allows this group to involve 2,000 members and a trip to Las Vegas. Do we pay for that? I mean,
if I say it's reasonable, yes. If I say that's reasonable, I'm probably out of a job.
So I mean, that's the sort of thing I wonder about. Now, you've got an unlimited obligation to cover this, but you are the sole decision maker of what's reasonable and what isn't, and many of those things, or have more input than I do as a private citizen, so to speak.
Yes.
So those would be my concerns. Representative Sibilia has, I think, some good advice here that we'd certainly like to have some level of discussion. I understand the legislation probably needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. The session runs through March, through May. I'd be happy to engage and try to find something that's equitable to all the parties and helpful and relieves you of a lot of the burden you have.
No, I really appreciate the attitude, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be conducting a two-party debate here, but I would just orient us to the fact that we're not talking about negotiation. We're talking about what the law mandates. And I think that's testimony that you would be most welcome to give at the State House. If it's persuasive, that's wonderful. But meanwhile, the state of the law is that ratepayers are bearing these expenses, and I don't think that's just, and I think the law should be changed.
I'd like to just share an insight along with that, June, and I do appreciate everything you just said, but I would remind folks that the state of Vermont, along with the folks who live in this state, decided to allow a nuclear power plant to be constructed in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This power plant was in a regulated environment for many years. And when we chose to deregulate that environment, we changed the structure by which that power plant can contribute to the economy, the tax base, and performance function effectively. Additionally, we also, upon deregulation, removed that 70% of the power generation of the state of Vermont or graders through the ratepayers' accountability for ensuring that this power plant, which was designed and operated for those 42 years, is then how it's decommissioned and how it is paid for. In the end of that deregulated environment, when Vermont Yankee became no longer economically viable, and a private corporation determined that it could develop a business model and conduct the decommissioning, and an MOU was developed, the model for the financial ability to do that was built. And that would have probably been the time to have this discussion and determine if that was the right time and place to pay for it. But to unilaterally decide that all of a sudden the persons or the companies performing that decommissioning should now pay for this process that benefits the public and the state, which consume the power and enjoy the benefits of the power plant for all those years, I believe should also be taken into consideration while this discussion happens. So I would just offer that.
So Corey, are you suggesting that the Public Utility Commission would have had the authority to change statute? Or are you saying this should have been resolved through the MOU and settlement agreement process, and that the Public Utility Commission should have changed statute?
Chris, I'm just offering that at that time when that MOU was being developed, it likely would have been more appropriate to include this element of a cost component if it was.
Chris, I think a different way to look at it is this. We developed the MOU. I think you kind of understand how we
I was part of that.
Yeah, you understand how we pay ourselves as we go.
Yeah.
We would have, if this were to be, if this were known to be an obligation, we would have put that into that pay item schedule, and funds could have been used that have already been accrued to do that. One correction I'd like to point out, Jude, we don't get all of the money in the NDT. We get 45% at the end if we're successful.
But in the period that Corey was just talking about, when the plant was first established, et cetera, it wasn't contemplated you would get any. And that, meanwhile, that fund was paid for by several generations of ratepayers, all of whom received some benefit of the generation. Today's ratepayers receive none of it. But today's ratepayers are defraying the cost of your participate or of our doing this handicap. And I think, as Chris has pointed out correctly through his question, the PUC wouldn't have had the power, respectfully, Corey, to alter statutory obligations through a settlement. I think what this conversation has revealed is that there is a more robust discussion to be had. It's a shame that the discussion has not been had to date on the timeline that we need, but we live in an imperfect world. And so I'm happy to take a pass on this and go for a further discussion and perhaps considering changes in the next legislative session if that's what the committee thinks is appropriate.
Just briefly, so I feel a little hamstrung because as a party to the MOU and settlement negotiations, I can't talk about what we discussed in those negotiations. So I am fully in favor of taking this to the legislature.
So, Commissioner, I think it can come to the legislature this year. What I'm recommending as the cleanest way to do that is what I was just talking with Representative Coffey. We're either going to, if this gets submitted, it's either getting submitted with your name on it or North Star's, and the other party's going to be up, complaining and trying to figure it out. It would be better if
submit it and then come back in with an agreement. I'm certain, you know, our committee would like, you know, the legislative process quite well, that, you know, if the two parties came in with some sort of agreement, that would be best. That doesn't have to happen. It's not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen
No,
tonight.
I agree, it's not going to happen
I think
tonight.
the Issues Committee should meet with this as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the process take its course. I just think fundamentally, my view is the original statute did not have a cap in place. And I would be hesitant to endorse putting a cap on it now, because I have no way of knowing what the conceivable reasonable expenditures are of this committee beyond what has been spent to date. And I know that my judgments have been informed by the fact that we were having to spend department dollars, and I've not had those dollars, as you well know. So who knows what better work the handicap could have done with better funding had it not been understood that that funding was going to come out of my budget, paid by ratepayers who never benefited from this generation. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, let me kind of pull us back together here. So what our two representatives in the room are suggesting is to hammer out the details of the things that we know about right now. Hold off on this discussion until further discussion can be had within our Issues Committee and you know, with North Star and all the parties involved, and then introduce whatever that decision is later on.
Yes.
Okay.
You can do that. And my chair would be, I think, I cannot speak for him, but knowing him, I would expect that he would welcome a solution being brought to him. And we probably would not take it up if we anticipated that there was a timeline for such a solution until such time.
Okay. And I will make a comment as another member of the panel to Commissioner Tierney's statement. As a business person myself, I understand where Scott's coming from, where I would never offer an open-ended purse string as a private business owner. So I understand, you know, his feelings in it. I understand your feelings in it, how your budget is being affected specifically by this exploration of decommissioning. But I would have a hard time myself signing a open-ended note.
I agree, I would too, but here we are as a panel, and this question has been coming up for the past year and a half, and I'm wondering, would it be appropriate to have a vote on whether we want to amend the language of the legislation as the commissioner has suggested, just to see where the panel is at? So in other words, I would make a motion to amend the legislative language to put the onus on the funding of the panel onto North Star Corporation.
Second. Moved and seconded. Sorry. Moved and seconded to change the said legislation wording to state that North Star is the bearer of the financial burden for the handicap. I'll open it up for discussion before we take a vote.
Can I just clarify, is the motion to amend the language so that it could be introduced, and then your committee will not be working on that language then during the session?
No, it's going to have to be amended in our committee regardless. We would just bring that in right out of the gate.
Right. Okay.
So we would introduce it as is. That's our option right now. Introduce it as is or not. And then it will be amended in the committee. We could work with Ledge Council to put a clean amendment together that includes that language change, but this is the language that will get introduced.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't really understand that. Just so you want to withdraw. Because you can't introduce it if we change it tonight?
So this, because of the timelines in the legislature right now, we had to have long form bills. So there's always a way to get this done. Let's start from there, okay? So in the process that we are in, with a long form drafted bill, they have to be submitted by the 15th,
15th?
The final draft had to
The
be
final
done
draft.
by the 3rd of June.
That's right. The final draft had to be done by the 3rd of January. So what will happen, it has to be submitted for introduction. It'll be submitted for introduction. It'll be sent to the Energy and Technology Committee. At some point, that committee will take it up, and amendments can be made, adjustments can be made, new language can be sent in, prior to it being voted out in the House considering it. If that doesn't happen there and it moves out of the committee, that can happen on the floor. It has to go to the Senate. It could happen in the Senate.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask, because it kind of sounds like your motion was for more exploration than it is to actually make a movement, that, if you'd like to withdraw your motion, withdraw the second, and do a consensus of the panel.
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
Maybe at least you'd go in there armed with some information, if not a vote to amend, but to take the temperature of the panel on this issue. And so how would I word that?
So I would ask you to withdraw your motion, and
So I
Chris to
withdraw the
withdraw your
original
second.
motion.
Okay, and Chris withdraws his second. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a general consensus of the panel about changing that specific wording. If you are in favor of changing that wording to put the financial onus on North Star, please say yay. If you are not, nay. Let's start at the end.
Nay. 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 Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Mr. Chair, may I explain?
Yes, please.
I just want to make certain there were 4 nays. I heard 2 down here, one from Bob Leach. I missed the first one. Sarah. Okay.
And do you want to raise our hands who said nay?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
please.
there are 5 nays.
Please raise your hand if you said nay.
Okay, 6. Okay, hold one.
7. There are 7.
1, 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily, I didn't see your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, hold on 1 second. Please bear with me.
Anybody on the phone?
Remember our telephone.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Would you be a yay or nay on this particular issue?
I will be a yay.
So Laura, if you'd like to discuss
I think
further.
Representative Coffey also, I would like to just qualify my vote. I am not willing to just give a blanket yes. I would like to see an agreement. I'm in favor of that burden shifting, but I would like to see an agreement worked out that is reasonable.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. So, Laura, I understand what you're saying, but I thought that what the consensus was about was whether or not the burden should shift, not necessarily whether or not there. I mean, my assumption is yes. I mean, I would encourage, yes, North Star and the Department of Public Service get together, talk about how many hours have you guys been spending on this stuff, what's the cost been like, and that some kind of proposal be brought to the legislature. But right now, I thought what we were talking about was just whether or not we thought the burden should shift.
That's not how the question was posed, though.
I swear I thought that's how the question was posed, but that's what I was voting. That's what I was.
That's what I was voting too.
Perhaps we could ask Member Weissman to reiterate or state.
May I first, I just wanted to explain.
I
my
understood
vote.
the way Chris understood it.
Go ahead, sir.
I heard from the chair that that the vote was to whether we were going to amend the language to shift the burden. That's what I heard. And explaining my no is that I would like to see the issues, I would like to see another path forward, that the issues committee come up with language for this that can be brought to into the legislative process. I'm not comfortable giving a blanket yes or no because without the details of what that is. And that's why I'm explaining
What was the vote?
So for clarification, you're both correct. The vote was to have a general consensus on us changing the language to put the onus on North Star. So if you take the last part of that, yes, the vote was to put the onus on North Star, but it was to change the language. If we wanted to do that tonight, was to change the language to say that. So that was the consensus that I asked for. If there's a different consensus that you'd like to have, I'm happy to hear.
So I would be interested, so I have a different answer if the question is, would we like to move in that direction? And would we like the committee to come back with, would we like North Star and the department and the issues committee to work on a solution? My answer would be yes. That is a different answer.
I think what I was getting at was, it's almost like a sense of the Senate. Does the panel feel that the onus should be on North Star, however it works out in the Legislative and the Issues Committee, but that as a sense of the panel, that North Star should be covering that cost, not the Department of Public Service? That was my intention.
Okay. Let's make this quick so we can move on. Please raise your hand if you have an interest to explore the options of putting the financial burden on North Star, maybe not necessarily as a whole, but some of the financial burden on North Star. Please raise your hand.
Wow. Okay, so 4 no's at this point is what I'm saying. And Bob on the phone?
I'm going to say yes.
What were the results of the first vote, if I can ask?
The first vote was, I tallied it up, it was 7-7. It was a split down the middle.
Okay, so I guess our direction moving forward here is we need to finish up what we can do tonight, and then allow the Issues Committee, North Star, and the Public Service Department to all work together on finding a common solution on the financial burden going forward. Correct?
That makes the most sense to me. And I'm certain that if a solution is not able to be found, that the individual parties will find their way to the legislature. So I would just love to encourage that collaboration.
Okay. So,
Just one more point on that, which is, I don't think the department uniquely can assess what handicap thinks is a reasonable amount that North Star should pay. I have not had such a cap to date. We have no record of that. What I can tell you with some further digging is what our expenditures have been. That historical rate of expenditure is not necessarily what this committee would want as it charts a course for itself as to the work it wants to do. So I do think it's important for other members to give thought. Just by way of example, if you wanted to retain some experts to advise the panel on issues that we're confronting with decommissioning, that can cost a pretty penny. You may want to have that built into your budget. I have not been in a position to say yes to something like that today because we're using ratepayer funds to pay for this stuff. So I would just encourage other members of the panel to not see this as a department and North Star work it out. This really needs to involve the members of the panel and your vision for this panel.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to see it in that light, Commissioner Tierney, but given the notice and the pressure that now exists for this to be considered in this session, that kind of amps up the pressure on everyone. And so for me, maybe the chair would like to consider another meeting to have handicap weigh in on how they would like to deal with this. If that was the case, I would suggest you would want to do that before town meeting, if possible. Ask and maybe spend some time with the Issues Committee asking that the various entities, folks ask what material they'd like to have here to make a recommendation.
So I guess I'll leave that up to the panel right now. Do we want to leave this in the hands of the Issues Committee with everybody's input to make a decision to move forward, or do we want to have another meeting as an entire group prior to town meeting to hash this out as an entire panel? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am trying to figure out how the issues committee developed from a group of, a sub part of this group that was meeting to identify the issues that might be on agendas for the coming year, has suddenly become a body that hammers out language that would be then either directly or after voting by the full panel, the language adopted. And I think that if this new role of the Issues Committee exists, it might actually color the nature of the membership of that Issues Committee. Because I think the Issues Committee has, as I mentioned, had a different purpose until it's being brought up here today for this purpose of trying to boil down some language relative to something as substantial as legislation.
We're all here. So let's get started at 5:04. So we want to add to the agenda discussion about special ed hiring. Was there anything else? Retirement. So, anyone where we put them?
Before search because I know that we
Gotcha. Okay, so we'll do retirement, and then, okay, so seeing no objections to that, let's start with approval of minutes, January 8th. Everybody get a chance?
I move we approve the minutes of January 8th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions, corrections, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the minutes, of approving the minutes of January 8th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions?
I am abstaining, so I wasn't here.
Okay. All right, communications, I'm going to say we have a lot, so maybe we'll put those under the special ed discussion since they all pertain. That's good. Welcome, everyone. There is a sign-in sheet going around, so if you can sign in. Committee reports, none. Warrants and payroll. So we are looking to pass the warrants of January 8th, which is 1094, 1095, 1097, 1099, and 1098. Sorry about that. In the amount of $576,804.95, and the payroll of January 3rd in the amount of $449,815.35. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on them? Anything we need to shoot an email to Frank, or?
I have some questions I'll send to Frank.
Okay. Are you okay if we move ahead with a vote? Okay.
They're just questions.
Just questions, okay. So all those in favor of passing the warrants as moved, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. No unfinished business, so new business, retirement.
So, dear Lila, please consider this letter my notification that I will retire from my full-time position as speech-language pathologist for the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, Wyndham Southeast School District upon completion of this school year. It's been an honor to serve families of the school district and to work with our fine staff. Thank you for your attention. Patrice Murray.
Okay.
I ask that you would accept.
I move that we accept with regret the retirement of Patrice Murphy.
Murray.
Sorry. Trying to grab it.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Special Education Director Search. So, you want to tell us where we're at right now?
Sure. So we posted internally. We have no candidates that have applied as of now. I have put together a team that includes, at this point, confirmed 1,
2, 3, 4 parents, 2 administrators, teacher, a colleague, and central office personnel. Still waiting to hear from 2 other parents that I've reached out to.
That's a good question. What's the difference between a teacher and a colleague? Or like, why the term colleague?
Colleague the special ed department has a person in charge of the high school special ed, a person in charge of elementary ed, special ed, and a director.
So it's
one of those.
It's one of those people. Okay. All right. For everyone coming in, there's a sign-in sheet if you want to sign in.
You may have to go to the back of the sheet. No.
I've got some more paper if we need it. So maybe now is a good time to do some of the communications. Do you think I should read this entire letter? I can.
It was asked to be shared.
Okay.
So it was asked to be kept anonymous, however.
Yes, so that I will do. I just want to make sure I'm bringing up the right one, and then I will read this letter. All right, so I can share this with you guys. Let's see, need one more down that way. There's that one. Okay, 2, Superintendent Search Committee and the WSESU School Board in regards to the hiring of a new district special education director. I believe that the district has an opportunity to look beyond the local area and search for an individual who has a different approach to special education, one that is more open to exploring alternative options that can help support individual students' learning styles and needs. It is time to clear the deck and create a new culture and a more student-centered approach and attitude towards the special education system in WSESU, I believe they meant to say. The current system has been a challenge for over 20 years. While there has been a change in administration, there really has not been a change in attitude or a desire to seek creative solutions. Is it okay to read the next part? Yeah.
Yeah, I think edit as you see fit.
Okay,
Given your position.
Okay, my child was part of the district during a time period, from the family infant toddler program through high school, ending at the age of 21. Early intervention went well. Things changed when we entered early essential education, EEE. The model was good with special needs children dominating the curriculum and typical children as role models, yet the focus was still a one-size-fits-all model, not an opportunity to assess each child, learn what they needed, and design a curriculum that would address the needs of each student and the group as a whole. I chose to homeschool my child during their elementary years. We re-entered the system when my child went into middle school. I appreciated Kathy Phelan's teaching style, enthusiasm, and approach. She designed a creative educational model for the students in her classroom that also empowered the paraprofessionals to take leadership roles. However, I watched as she was worn down by the system over years. The last 3 years of my child's schooling were not as creative and/or inspiring. When people I know in town have a child with special needs, I grieve for them, not because the baby was born with special needs, but because I know the extreme challenges they will have to face with the school district and the state services. These new parents will have to fight for what their child so clearly needs and deserves. I am sorry that they will have to learn to navigate the school district system and go through the same struggles so many parents of special needs children have had to go through since the 1990s. It is so unbelievable that 20 years have passed, and yet I hear the same frustrations and challenges with the special education system that I went through when my child was younger. How can the district say they can educate our children when the administration has not changed their approach, learned from past experiences, or grown in their approach to educating special needs children in 20-plus years? I feel this school district does not and has not challenged itself to learn more, try new approaches, create a real individual education plan. And I am so sorry that other families have to go through that experience. Over the long haul of parenting and life, it is the time we have with our children that is the most important. Our school district should be enhancing this time, not creating more stressors. Members of the superintendent search committee and school board, please take this opportunity to break out of the culture that has been set over the past 20 years and seek out a person who will embrace the Vermont way of being at the forefront of major issues that face our nation. Educating all our children is our responsibility, and doing it with creativity is the Vermont way. Signed, a concerned parent and educator of people with developmental challenges. All right, so that was one letter we received. Can I just go feed my kid? Sorry. He just walked into the conference room and I'm going to be a parent for a moment and say, this is food. Okay, now I'm back. You're good, you're good.
Parenting and running a meeting.
Parenting and running a meeting. Just remind me that he's in there so I don't leave him overnight. Thank you. Okay, so what other communications do you think we need to share? Again, keeping things...
Yeah, the only other one I got was to the board, was no request to have it.
Okay, and that is, I believe, the one I shared with Tim and Kelly this afternoon. So it might be in your inbox.
I had already gotten that one.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
you had already gotten that one.
Okay.
It was sent
Yes,
directly
I know.
to, I think, you, myself, and David.
Yeah.
So then I forwarded it because it was clearly meant for
Gotcha.
board.
Gotcha.
So I did that. All right. Would anyone from the public like to speak? You can identify yourself.
I sure will. For those who don't know me, my name is Jackie Reynolds. I'm a Brattleboro resident, local business owner, and mother of 2 young children. My son is currently attending kindergarten at Green Street School and is having what I would describe as a stellar experience there. Communication with the school has been incredible. Support has been given to my family during difficult times, and he's very happy to be there, most importantly. Unfortunately, this isn't the case for every student in our district, and I also have a 10-month-old daughter who has Down syndrome. Prior to her birth, I had certainly heard negative stories from friends and community members about their experiences with special education within our district. I will admit that I did not give these stories the level of attention they deserved at the time. It can be difficult to insert yourself into a scenario that is not directly applicable to you, but that all changed when we received her diagnosis. All of a sudden, these stories became extremely important to me. I had concerns for my daughter's educational future, so I took it upon myself to connect with other local families of children with varying abilities, both in Brattleboro and the surrounding towns, Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, Marlboro. And over the next few months, I learned of some remarkable commonalities in almost all of their stories. And of course, privacy prohibits me from producing any sort of list of the folks that I've talked to, but I can say that I have connected with over 24 families to ask about their experiences with special education in our district, and of those families, 1 reported having a very positive experience. The remainder of the stories I've heard range from troubling to honestly harrowing. Students have been isolated, restrained, punished for behaviors that are out of their control, excluded from activities that their typical peers enjoy, forced to leave their home school, forced to leave their friends behind, labeled as problem kids, suspended from school, expelled. And none of these are things that I would categorize as a positive school experience. The parents I spoke to had a long list of complaints, and it's going to sound very long, but I'm making it as short as possible. I won't read, it's not the 200 that I have, but it's some. I'm not a valued member of my child's IEP team. I've been labeled as a problem when I speak up. Communication has been poor. My child is being punished for being misunderstood. I don't understand why my child doesn't qualify for one-on-one support. My child has been restrained. My child will never make friends because they've been forced to change schools. I know that my child would succeed in a private school setting, but I can't afford it. I allowed my child to be placed in public school, and they reverted to some very concerning behaviors that just weren't happening when they were in a different setting. I don't believe that my child is being educated in the least restrictive environment possible. I don't believe that my child is being included enough. I don't find out about concerning behaviors in a timely manner. They are added up over time and lead to decisions that I'm not a part of until after the fact. My child's team doesn't believe in them. Special education in Brattleboro is broken, and I am afraid to attend tonight's meeting. My participation will be looked at critically, and I'm afraid that it will affect my child's experience. Please do not mention my name to anyone. It hurts me to hear these things and also to say them. Some parents are afraid to speak up. I've attended several school board meetings, and I personally am afraid that the board may believe that things are going fairly well. And I'm here tonight to make the case on behalf of myself and other families that things are not, in fact, going well. I found difficulty in organizing a meeting with all the families I've spoken to. Time constraints are daunting for all families and can be even more so with families of children with varying needs. And there are also many more families that I've yet to find time to chat with. Yet even with the small sampling of folks that I've spoken to, I find the trends in responses alarming. And I intend not to simply be another voice of complaint in this matter. Moving forward, we will have an organized delegation of parents and work toward more open communication with the special education department. I volunteer my time in the hopes that I may be a part of the solution and create a better situation for my daughter in the coming years. Recently, it was announced that our district would hire a new director of special education, which I thought was fantastic news. And I certainly don't know enough about the ins and outs of the department at this point to point the finger at any one person. But when a train derails, it's rarely the doing of just one person. Systems have broken down along the way to contribute to the overall disaster, and failing to overhaul those systems only guarantees a repeat incident. And I also think that a changing of the guard is rarely a bad thing in a department that is struggling. However, my excitement about this development dwindled quickly when I learned that the search for a new director might be limited to internal candidates. I find this simply unacceptable. Our kids deserve the absolute best, most innovative director the school board can find. I know I speak for others when I say that anything less than an extensive, thoughtful, and fully open candidate search feels like a tacit endorsement of the current situation that so many of us object to. I'm here tonight to ask on behalf of the families of children enrolled in special education in this district to open up the search for a new director of special education to any and all qualified candidates far and wide. It is our sincere belief that a fresh outside perspective could be just what is needed. Parents should feel included in their children's education, and currently many of us don't feel that way. You have the power to change that by granting this request, and thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Anyone else want to speak on this?
My name is Hannah Neff. I am a parent of 2 children, school-age children. Neither of them have are in the district, I think, though one is supported by the district. So I have my child has multiple disabilities and special health needs. He's actually my easier child to get special education for, and I feel pretty grateful for what we do have. We moved out of state and for a couple of years, and that was eye-opening to see how differently things might be, and mostly I saw positive things in other states. So I think that sometimes we don't know what else is available, or might be supportive for our kids if we just keep doing what we're doing currently. I have another child who we withdrew from public school because his disability is less visible, and I didn't see him getting the support that he needed and the support that we needed. We're already a family in crisis every day because of our older child, so having another child who's not supported by the school was just a disaster. So we were fortunate to be able to put him into an alternative setting. I am a healthcare provider. I should have multiple degrees by now for how much research I do for both of my kids and my end patients. And I think that there is more information out there that we're not looking at in supporting our kids, and especially our kids with, behavioral problems. I know there are a lot of families at the school where my younger child goes that have pulled their kids out of public school or been kicked out of public school. Whatever, it hasn't worked for their families and their children. A lot of people don't have that option. They don't have the financial resources or even know what else is out there. But why do our kids have to be pulled out of school to have their needs met? I think there's two things that I want to raise. Is one, yes, I think that we need to open up this search and ask what's the best way to replace this position, and also this is an opportunity to listen to parents and have parents included in the special education programs and policies. In other states, they have special education parent advisory committees or councils, CPACs. And why don't we have something like that? It's not a support group, it's not an advocacy group, it's a group of parents that are supported by the school district to give input and collaborate to meet our children's needs, and so we can all work together to improve the system, because the system is broken in many ways, and we have an opportunity to intervene. So I think that's all I have to say for now. So thank you for inviting us. And also, wait, I have one little thing. So I'm on the Vermont Disabilities Council for Developmental Disabilities Council, and I'm learning a lot about meetings being accessible. I think that's something that we all need to check ourselves about. Is this meeting accessible to everyone? And there are a lot of things that you could do, but one of them is the agenda didn't have the actual location. It just said the conference room on it. And I don't know, I went to 53 Green Street because that was the address on the agenda. So, it's a simple thing that we just make sure that we're making these meetings accessible to anyone that wants to be here. Thank you.
You're not the only one who has gone to 53 Green Street before. Any other comments from the public?
I'm Judy Robinson. I also went to 53 Green Street tonight. So I'm really glad to be here. My daughter is going to be a 9th grader next year. She's an amazing individual. She's one of the 12 finalists in Windham County's Got Talent. So come to that show. She has Down syndrome, if I didn't mention that. And so, this meeting, in my opinion, already is a success because of the outpouring of parents who came. So congratulations to the board, because it always seems to me that if there's a lot of involvement from the public, you're doing a good job, So I just say that right off the bat. And I only found out about this meeting a couple hours ago by chance. So I just want to say I don't have the background, and maybe some other people don't. I support the parents who are here sharing their stories. We are up in Marlborough and have our own story, which isn't related to Brattleboro. But because my daughter's going to be here and I'm really looking forward to a positive relationship with the district in this way, I'd love to get, after the parents have a chance to fully represent themselves, to hear kind of the nuts and bolts. Who is on the committee? How long is the hiring process? Open for the candidate search, kind of when you're projecting this, just those things that I'm sure you're all weighing that I'm not aware of.
How many people people might want to talk on this, just so we can get a sense of, okay, so we've got 3. Anyone else? And I'm not saying we won't open it up more if something comes up, but that way at least we've got a concept. So,
Can I just
yeah.
like, well, I have it on my mind, is when, under where it says notice of board meeting, it says the board will meet at 5 p.m. and then it says in the WRCC CUSIC conference room, just, which is like our lingo, we know what that means, but don't look at the top for that address, that's the address of the district body. You gotta look down a little bit, I mean, that's what I do before I race out, am I driving in the right direction? Just so next time if you're heading for a meeting, that's where it's listed.
Yeah, and maybe we just spell out instead of WRCC, we all know it.
We all know
it's
what
like
that
when
is,
we all
yeah.
start doing our alphabet soup of AOE and this and yeah.
I went to the wrong building, I was like, that's the career center, I'm there.
Oh, my first meeting ever, I went up there. I totally did it.
The address, this address is accurate.
Is it okay? So maybe we put corner of
I think it's
or.
my door also.
And having a sign on the door also would be really helpful. Because I went to that building, then I came here, and it was only by chance that somebody was working downstairs that I could ask. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. Yeah.
Okay, oh,
I would suggest that we take up exactly, tell me your name again? Jude, right?
Me, yeah.
Yeah, what you just said. Can you just give us a brief synopsis of the nuts and bolts of where we're at, who's involved? Because I've heard it through the grapevine, and because there hasn't been that much public notification of the special ed families.
So, today is the 15th, so this started last Wednesday when we received the resignation of our current special ed director. At that time, it was our superintendent's recommendation that we agreed with, that we would do an internal search, and she listed the people involved. It was never our intent to exclude anyone. Please know that we are also in the middle of a superintendent search. And so the thought was, given that we are doing a pretty extensive superintendent search, to have a new person come in to the special ed role at the same time that a new superintendent is coming in could be problematic. So we listened to the recommendation, and it made sense, at least to me, and I think it made sense to the rest of us, that this was a good way to go. We quickly got comments from parents saying there are no parents involved. And we all went, I think we all went, oh yeah. And at that point, the superintendent said, we'll get some parents involved. So if I wrote this down correctly, there are 4 parents, 2 administrators, a teacher, a colleague, and a member of the central office staff. Did I get all of that?
Those are confirmed.
Those are confirmed.
And so that's the first round.
Mm-hmm.
And then for all administrative positions, we always do focus groups, which is a group of teachers, a group of parents, community members, and a group of board members, administrators, and in that format, candidates, finalists cycle through all the groups. Each group asks questions, and then there's a member from each of those groups that goes to the board, and the board listens to recommendations from those groups and then come to a consensus.
And so you said 2 rounds. The first round is the larger group of the parents, administrators, teacher, colleagues, central office. What's their role? What are they looking at?
They look through all the applicants and then do the initial round of interviews.
Okay.
Determine who to go to the focus groups.
Questions?
I just want to clarify also that the motion, I just looked it up, the motion was to first do an internal search and then we would do an external search if that was not.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
The motion was to do an internal search first, and then if that was not fruitful, to move forward and do an external search.
How would you define being fruitful?
If we didn't have a candidate that was going to move. Yeah, if we didn't have that. So what can you talk to us about timeline?
Sure. So right now for the internal, I can pull up my calendar, the internal posting, if there are any candidates interested, they would have to submit by January 29th. And then that initial group is confirmed to meet on the 31st. And then after that, it would be probably the week of the 10th, maybe the end of the week of the 6th, if we can pull it together. Sorry, the week of the 3rd of February, if we can pull it together, but likely the week of the 10th for focus groups. However, if we have no internal candidates, we would extend the, we'd have to extend the timeline. So we would put that ad into national places, databases. And then I would likely want that to go for at least 4 weeks, and maybe even through February break, and then everything will get pushed back a whole month.
Questions? Thoughts? Question? Oh, are the parents on your committee for that? Are they parents of children with IEPs?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Question from the board? How much is it to do a national search? Is it?
So we would automatically do School Spring because we have a subscription with them, but we'd also do the Council for Exceptional Children. I don't know how much that is. I have also used the National Council of Black Educators, but I would also reach out to the state level and find out if there are statewide organizations, like the VCSEA may have recommendations for us of where we would want to post a director's opening.
Other questions? Thoughts? So now I think it's the, what are our thoughts on this?
Do you want to hear from other parents, the other
yes.
parents?
Yeah, actually there were 2 more, I think, over here, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, okay. Just introduce yourself.
I'm Jennifer Bayless Hart. I'm a parent of 2 children who are not currently involved in the district. We were part of special education for my older child, who's now 11 and a half. His needs weren't able to be met, and we had some challenges in creating a productive collaboration, and I wanted to just kind of speak to the importance of the open search, and I just wrote a couple things that I wanted to say. So, the need to hire a new director of special education services presents Wyndham Southeast School District with a unique opportunity. Rather than offering the position to an internal candidate in a closed process, best practice would indicate an open search to create an opportunity for fresh practices and fresh perspectives to inform and shape service delivery for our district. Additionally, parent participation in the search process is both necessary and appropriate. Special education services require collaboration with parents and families, so best practice would indicate intentionally creating a viable means for parents to be included in the search process. Going forward, it is also extremely important for there to be a venue for parent feedback about current and past services in the interest of reflection and refinement. This feedback should lead to a commitment to action informed by a collaborative, respectful approach and best conceptualization and implementation practices. Truly helpful and meaningful services to support children's educational experiences can only be successfully created in good faith collaboration with families. This collaboration grows best from an attitude anchored in curiosity, compassion, creativity, and respectful connection. These qualities of thought and relationship are as important as up-to-the-minute knowledges and skills in the field of special education. In this collaborative context, the district could deliver more meaningful and useful services to support students and families, and thereby our whole community. I hope the district will leverage this opportunity presented in hiring of a new director of special education to strengthen its commitment to parent and family involvement in providing meaningful services to better support our whole community and help all students thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Krista Yagdin. I reside in Guilford. I'm a longtime educator. I worked in the supervisory union for 8 years. I spent some of my best teaching time, my beloved teaching time at Guilford Central School with Principal John Gagnon over there. My son, Nate, was a student at Guilford for some time. He also, it looks like there are several of us here of parents who have children who have Down syndrome. He also has Down syndrome, and over time, we experienced some difficulty in the collaboration with the school district, and have, like some other parents, have resolved to keep him home in order to reduce the stress in our lives, not because we don't want him in school, but because the experience that we had was so difficult and challenging on us personally. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to ask you to consider doing an open search for the special education director. When I think about this position and the importance of it, in the advertisement, and I think the posting that I saw on the SU site, it's 500 students. I don't know what the current percentage of that our student population is, but it has to be between 15 and 20%. I bet Dr. Paul over here probably knows the number. 17, I don't know, I'm taking a gander, but 23. So it's a huge percentage of our student population. So second to the superintendent, I almost wonder if this is one of our most important positions in our school districts. Because of that, I feel like we also, as many of the other parents here, we need to find the best candidate. Something that I appreciate greatly in this district is the commitment to expanding our thoughts about equity and cultural diversity and racial diversity. I am concerned when we have internal searches that the message is to people of color or people with differences who have disabilities that there is no way that they would live up or have the same skill set as somebody in our district who would be more qualified. It's just what the message is when you do something like this. I would encourage you, because of that and our commitment, to recruit more people of color and people from out of our community, people who have different states, from different states, who have different perspectives, to our community. I think that's the message that we want to promote in our district. Second, I just want to say that, because of my challenges in the district, I feel like there is opportunity to hear from parents about what is and isn't working. I'm not here to just say that to talk about my struggles. I know as a special educator, there are many children in the supervisory union who are having successes, but there's really no venue for us to talk or have feedback from parents because special education comes under the SU board and it only meets 4 to 5 times a year. There isn't really an opportunity for us to have that conversation, and I appreciate that this is an incredibly challenging time, and you all are working. I mean, my heart literally, it goes out to you. The last week when there were endless hours of meetings, but that being said, I still can't set aside that this is an important decision for our community, for our children, and not only for children who receive special education. This position partners with a lot of programs in our school. It's a huge and valuable position. So I'm asking you to do 2 things, which is 1, consider doing an open search, an outside search, and 2, thinking about finding a way to have more parents' involvement and perspective on what is and isn't working in our district.
While we're on that, just slight diversion, how many people have filled out the Survey Monkey for the superintendent search? Yay, okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure it's getting around. So if you didn't raise your hand and you're sitting next to somebody who did raise their hand, have them forward you the link or we'll get it to you. Did you want to talk, sir?
Sure. Hi everyone, my name is Will Lonis. I live in Guilford. Aside from having a couple of children who have special needs, I've worked with the disabled population at, primarily at Mount Snow since the mid to late 80s. And I'm often struck by the dedication of the people who are volunteers who do that work with the disabled population. They are there because of their often connection with people with special needs, having had children with special needs, or just by chance have come to the program and find it a rewarding experience to work with that population. What I hope that you would consider is a director who has had the experience of managing a large group of dedicated individuals, or who has had to retrain individuals to have the empathy and the tools to really work with students to develop their potential rather than to fit them into some mold. I think each child or adult with special needs is different. And I think that it's important for people working with them to recognize and enhance those differences. So if this system is not working so well for some of the population, I would hope that you can get someone who is more experienced with change, and also be looking for more teachers who have experience working with special needs, rather than trying to have the resident teacher population convert to working with special needs. That's all. I'm Lisa Nicholson. My daughter is a senior here, and she has Down syndrome. I would say that she's probably one of the folks that Krista referred to as having a fairly successful experience in the school system, coming up from Winston Prouty through Green Street School, middle school, up through the high school. I'm also on the Youth and Transition Committee, which is organized through the Voc Rehab Agency, that as a parent representative. And what I discovered as we're moving towards, this is her senior year, so we're moving towards graduation. We've had success, but I wouldn't say it's without flaws. I think that there's definitely room for improvement around diversity. I think the teacher experience has been erratic in terms of, the embracing of inclusion, the understanding of how to work with someone with differences, and I guess I feel like I personally would like a special ed director that is working towards not having a job in the future. My vision would be a special ed director that is in a partnership position with another, manager, to have a collaborative approach towards education that's very much inclusion model of education, and have a real vision around that, and get support from the supervisory union around that. So I think diversity is where that's at, because I'm not sure that even though people are kind and interested, I'm not sure that there is a deep understanding of how the value of inclusion. I see on the transition committee that the guidance counselors know very, very little about how to help people with differences move through a transition out of high school and be successful members of the community. In fact, we had to fight for the last 2 years to even get anyone from the high school to sit on that committee, which happens in this high school. To me, that's like amazing. Like, this is an opportunity to help people be successful, work, participate, go to college. And when I ask the guidance counselors, they're like, well, we're not aware of what programs there are for people with disabilities. A special educator said maybe the gathering place would be a good outcome for my child. I was like, no, that's a day program. Vermont is not a day program state for people with disabilities. So I think there's room for improvement, and I am concerned, as other people are, that there might be a great candidate within that has all this vision that says, I want things to change. I think we're concerned that we're just going to get the status quo, and we don't want the status quo. I think most parents agree that I've spoken to in my community of parents, and even people without kids with disabilities, that there is room for change and growth in that area that all kids can benefit from. Because we all know, I'm sure everyone knows, that even kids not on IEPs or 504 plans, there are 25% of kids are on IEPs and 504 plans. I can tell you there's probably another 25% of kids that need the type of quality educational skills that a special ed educator brings to the system that they're not getting, and they're falling in the cracks. So I think that's 50% of the school population that would be more successful with fresh, new perspectives, high quality educational approaches. And I think, maybe there is someone within. I think it's worth looking at if there's someone within, but I also think it's important to not close the door and just automatically usher someone in because it's easier. That's just my 2 cents.
Options.
Do any other parents want to speak?
Oh. Hi, I'm Corey DeMario from Brattleboro. I have a son in school here, and he does receive special education services. I actually just wanted to note, I forget who it was who was asking about the process. I just wanted to say that I was on a hiring committee. I was a parent on a hiring committee last year for a position, an administrative position in the school district, and I was completely impressed with how well the process was run by Lyle and by the depth that the depth that we went to find the right candidate, but also the amount that the process was directed by the parents that were involved. It was beyond what I would have considered appropriate for my involvement. So that was I just wanted to add that. Thanks, Lyle. That was great.
I have a question about some of the process question. I'm the parent of an 11th grader who has an IEP, and I think it's every year, I get a paper survey in the mail from, is that a Vermont, is that a state?
I believe it
special?
is a state. David, it's the state. Is it
the special ed report that we get back?
Yeah.
So you just sent that around to us, right? The states?
I didn't send it around.
No, didn't you send us a report, special ed results from our district or something like that?
I sent it to you.
I think Chris.
Because nobody in the district, when I requested it, could find it, so I found it.
You sent it to us? Okay.
I feel like it's either the Agency of Education.
I'm just wondering if there's a district survey monkey or anything that would be helpful, because, I mean, a situation with, as you were reading about what your experience has been with talking to that many parents, it would be such helpful information for all of you to really have your finger on the pulse of of what families are feeling. I mean, I think everybody is sort of treading water, both parents and administrators and people in the special ed department, and with funding, that I understand, but I think it's crucial information to find out directly how is the system working for you, what is working, what isn't working, and to have it in a more open-ended format, because that state one is not that great. I don't think the data that survey derives is enough to portray the picture of what is actually going on in the day-to-day when we're trying to get our child's services.
So we don't do anything on our level. The state is doing theirs, but, okay.
We got Paul, he knows how to set up surveys, surveys, so.
So options as to where we are now.
one
I
more.
think, one more before? Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Future administrator.
I'm Tasha Tillman from Guilford, and I apologize for my tardiness, but I schlepped my 7-year-old and baby in between extracurriculars and dinner to come to these, because I just want to show that it's important to come to these, and that community members are listening, and that we care about who goes into these really important positions. And I think that I'm always on team transparency, and it would be really great to include as many willing and able parents in this process. I have a 7-year-old that has an IEP, and I'm very pleased with how that process happened through his kindergarten year, and I would love to continue to be pleased through the process of him working and making as much progress as possible. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, possible options. In no particular order, we change nothing. Or we say to central office, go wide. Is there anything in between? Is there?
The third rail is because our role as a supervisory union board is to hire the superintendent, and after that, the superintendent hires everybody, and we have not heretofore dictated to Lyle how she runs her searches. So I think the third rail is that we ask Lyle what her thought is. She may prefer that I don't have and she might fall off her chair as soon as I'm saying that, because I have been very vocal about open searches for the superintendent search position, but also people like to pick their team, and so trying to sort of manage what statutorily is our role and what is Lyle's role. And so
I think even before this, I sent an email to Carrie today saying, I think that our thoughts were good, but I would prefer at this point to open it to a wider search. If there's an internal candidate that's worthy, they'll come through the wider search anyway. So I will put that ad out widely, and I'll extend dates. I will continue to use the same. Everyone that I talked with recently was interested no matter what, so I will continue to use the same parents in the first round, and then of course for the next rounds we'll expand it for others.
So you had said that you were posting internally until January 29th.
Correct.
But we are now, I don't even know what day it is, January 15th. So would we now go Feb 15th?
I would
we go
probably
2
go,
weeks?
I would want it widely at minimally for 4 weeks for a month.
Okay.
So it would probably be around the 14th, but even into the next week.
Okay.
Depending upon.
Well, that
because
gets us
I
into
still,
school vacation.
Yeah,
So.
and that's just when applications are due.
Okay.
I still need to contact VCSEA and see what they recommend for posting.
Sorry, which is?
It's the statewide special education.
Okay.
What they would recommend. in addition to what I already would consider posting. So it might be the end of the week before I can repost, so I would probably want it to go into the third week in February.
Okay.
So there's plenty of time for people to pull together their stuff.
Pull together their stuff.
Yeah. But I don't want to wait any longer because good candidates will snatch up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi, I'm Andy Pashuli. I have a special needs grandson, and also work in the district. But I think that something very important happened here tonight, and it's great that so many parents came out, parents of special needs kids. And I didn't quite, Hannah.
Yeah.
Now, I hear everything you've all said, and taken it to heart, but your suggestion of the group that meets routinely, I think you called it
The CPAC.
CPAC, sounds very necessary for us going forward. The shame of this is that it feels like a lot of parents speaking tonight have a lot of pent-up feelings that they have not had an opportunity to express. So with a group that meets regularly, that would be a good thing, I think. You have an opportunity to have these conversations, have this dialogue, and make we administrators more aware of your perspectives and your situations and so forth. And that dialogue will be very healthy moving forward. And just one other thing, that regardless of who the new director is, special ed director is, status quo will not be maintained. It's status quo, I think, in most fields today, because the change is accelerated, and the status quo means you're falling behind. So that, there's many new issues to be addressed in education and in special ed. So that regardless of who the special educator director is, that all the schools, the principals, the superintendent, teachers, we have to continue to grow and look for ways to continuously improve to better serve our young learners. And we have a meeting with
Superintendent search.
Superintendent search at 6 in those schools, so I'm going to excuse myself.
So do you need us to do anything, or are you just happy with this new direction? You're happy with this new direction? Okay. All right.
Just a couple of questions, and I need to write them down because otherwise I forget.
I know the feeling. Again, remind me of my kids in the conference room.
We engaged the Vermont Partnership for Diversity and Equity last year to work in a lot of our materials and the website and stuff like that. I'm wondering, would it be? I'm recommending that we engage with Curtis again to have a look at the ad and to look at the materials we're sending out and help develop the questions for the interview and stuff. It's obviously been helpful in the past. You might even have some ideas about where to send it.
Yeah, I've used his recommendations for sending.
And I don't know if we're up to speed now, we don't need to consult anymore or not, but just in
I'll
case.
give him a call.
Great.
You might see him tonight. Other comments, questions? Or are we good to, okay.
Absolutely, Mary Jo.
Okay.
I do have to go to another meeting, but I just wanted to say, kind of seconded what Andy said, and I appreciate Mary Kaufman-Guilford, but also I work in the district. And it's really nice to hear what everybody has to say. I think we see that there's an opportunity now for people to come together. And I think I can speak only for myself, but that's always the goal, and it really hurts as an administrator that people don't feel that way, so I think while it's not wonderful what we're hearing, it's good to know so that we can change our practices, right? And we can look at different things. And I think that there are people that work in our district that work really hard. And so to keep working hard, but then to also look at areas of change and improvement is always my goal, and hopefully everyone else's goal. I can only speak for myself. So I do appreciate hearing from everybody tonight, and I hope that we can all move forward positively.
Dave wanted to say something?
I will say wonderful. It really is kind of, it's a wonder that to have this many people at school board meeting.
It really is.
And considering that the two parents came to the public forum on the hiring of the superintendent, but for the special ed director. And I think it's also wonderful that people care so much about the kids and the school district. And at the same time, there are concerns. Every one of you talked about some really positive things in the strength of the district. And I'm really grateful.
I just wanted to share a quick note, follow-up to Hannah, that CPECs are actually in state legislation in two states that we have. One is a close neighbor and one that we looked at when we were considering the changes to special education funding in a census-based model. And so having a CPAC was actually written into statute. And it's something that I would love to see our whole state do. And I always think of the supervisory union as wanting to be cutting edge and on the forefront of practices that really that are progressive. And I think having a CPAC is a great opportunity. I would encourage all of you to look at some of the research and what is out there in Massachusetts and New Jersey. I would say those two states specifically that have really active, successful CPACs that work with their supervisory union. So hopefully on a future agenda, that can be something that we talk about.
Really quick process, and you can tell me if there's someone else you should follow up or go to this website, and that's totally fine with me. But so one is, are the hiring committee members confidential?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Because knowing the parent means you know the child. That's.
Yeah. That's fine. And is it 4, 2, 1, and 1? You're set with those numbers?
I still have two parents that I reached out to and have not heard back from yet, so it's possible that there will be 2 additional parents.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure that it's representative of in-town, outlying town, BU6, elementary, so that there's a wide range of people represented on there.
Yeah, that sounds great. And so the focus groups that you do that, or you?
Generally, what I have done in the past is ask principals for suggestions of people that they think might be interested.
Gotcha.
And then sometimes those people give me other names of people, or give me names of people, so.
Jackie? My question is in the exact same line. Lyle, how do we communicate to you that we're interested in being a part of a focus group?
Yeah. Just send me an email.
Great. All right. I think we have direction. So next up, superintendent search update.
So Paul's staying.
Paul is staying, okay, you're leaving for that. All right, so it's been a little bit of a wild week, so I'm not sure I've done much on this, if anything. So I think we've got to figure out where we're at and what we have to do next as far as the superintendent search goes. So tonight, who went? Did anyone go Monday? What day is it? Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Did anyone go Monday? Yeah.
Krista, I think Krista went.
Oh, so there were 2 people? 2 parents?
4 of us. There were 2 parents and 2 board members.
Okay. Well, apparently the survey is doing well.
How many?
I just heard that there was a nice spike as of Monday, that there had been.
It went out to some social services, some collaboratives around the community. I think maybe had a couple of schools set it up too.
Yeah. So there was when I checked in with Jen on Monday, there had been a nice spike that was making her happy. So is there more we can do to really push next Mondays in Dummerston? I can go to that one, I think.
What's that?
There's another community forum Monday the 20th. So I guess it's just how do we really get this out there? And again, we are telling people you can do both, or you can just, go to a forum and/or do the survey. Some people might be more comfortable with the online form of a survey.
Can we allow people to go to a forum that's not their specific community if it's a more convenient night? I couldn't go Monday to dinner.
Oh, you, absolutely. You can go into Dummerston.
Okay.
We literally, the intent was, having one in Brattleboro is good, especially for a lot of people in Guilford and Vernon. It's a quick, easy way to do it. And then having one sort of on the north side of Brattleboro is good for the Putney, Dummerston, and North Brattleboro people. It seemed like a good way, but this is not, there's no residency requirement.
So I'm very, sorry. I'm probably not the only person who read it that way, that you should just go to your town. So maybe if there's a way to add that and put it out to people, like you can go to any of them.
That works. So I think we'll just have to do, I'll get with Jen and see if we can do more major pushes, but everybody share it on social media if you can, and
And
let's.
remind the schools to share it on their Facebook pages too.
Yeah, that helps. Okay.
We asked them to do that. We asked principals to
I
send it out.
sent it, yeah, but I'll send it again. So we'll do schools, and I'll get with Jen on that,
And one of the
okay?
things we did during our parent surveys, a lot of the schools, and I'm sorry there's no principals here, is that they set up stations in their schools, like during pickup or drop-off time, where parents could fill out a survey.
Okay.
Which I thought we did that, I've done that before in the past. Then that, if people don't have, some people don't have internet or computer access, then it makes it real easy, like while you're here, if you haven't done that, then it's a station that they can do it.
All right, so I will get on with Jen, I will bug schools, principals, and the like.
I think one of the things we had to think about was our next steps in terms of advertising. I think those are the things that really, because this survey thing is moving forward.
Yes.
And hopefully that, and we put a lot of effort into that, but if we don't get that ad out, it's gonna be like, we've done all this good, we've created the Mona Lisa and locked the doors to the Sistine Chapel.
Right, and put blinders on everyone and said, you
Da
can't look
Vinci's
at it.
thing and lock the doors to the Sistine Chapel, because no one's gonna see it. So I think that's really where we have to, concentrate, and writing an ad, getting the ad written.
Getting the ad written.
And who's gonna take the ad out. I think those are really critical things.
All right, so Jen is going to, I believe, have something for us on the 24th. So if that is the case, do we meet, I think we have to meet the week of the 27th, and we have to be ready to go. So she's going to give us a report that's going to hopefully state what we're looking at. Make sense?
Yeah, and then we have
So
to do.
the 27th?
The week of the 27th.
The week, we should meet the week of the 27th.
To hear,
To
hear from them.
to hear from Jen.
Yep.
And Curtis probably. And then we need to be prepared to move forward. So the tasks are, who's writing the ad, right? And our contenders are, I'm gonna get his name wrong. I'm gonna call him Anderson, is it Anderson?
Mark Andrews.
Mark Andrews. I don't
Is
know
he
why I
still
was-
willing to do that?
Well,
for us?
that's the thing, I haven't done my final reach outs, which I just
Okay.
have to do. So do we
Okay.
think he might be?
Can I just
Oh,
back up
yeah.
for a second? I mean, these people might still be available, but I'm wondering if we really need to contact them. And
Okay.
ask them again, would you be interested?
We
So
don't
we
have
can
to.
then tell them that we're going to get somebody else to do it.
Okay.
But, and since they've said they can't, there are parts that they can't help with. Well, I'm just wondering if you need to contact all of them
Okay.
again, or if we should
Or if we
consider
just-
moving forward with Thrive as part.
Okay.
Brian to write the ad? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
and with, in collaboration with Curtis.
With Curtis. People comfortable with that? Does that seem like a more seamless process?
Yeah,
At
that seems
least
like a more
it's-
seamless process to me.
Well, they also have the they'll have the survey results, so they'll be ready to present that, which will give some indications about what's going to be, what we're going to want to emphasize in the materials, so they could actually have between now and the week of the 27th, which isn't very much time.
Which is
to
not very
draft
much time.
draft materials for advertising. Then start thinking about the distribution. And then we can contact NSDAC and anybody else we can think of, including Don Collins, to help us get it out.
It was my recollection that Mark Andrews said that he didn't think it would be good to, he thought it'd be better if it was more seamless, if there weren't so many cut up parts for his process.
I actually think a few people said that, that you almost, you're learning about the district, and you're learning about the people, and you're learning about the current staff structure, and if one person is doing part of it, then you're gaining trust as well with all the players, and so all of a sudden have a new face come in, sometimes you might lose that. So should I start a conversation with Jen and Curtis on if, first of all, when are you going to, let's book a night and see if she's available, so that she can tell us what she's learned, and then we get her ready to move forward as far as the ad, but that still leaves conducting the search.
This is, my cheat sheet has been there all along, has been their proposal, because they really laid out in more detail than NSDAC or the others did about what they actually do. And the next step between the defining the skills and abilities and what kind of leadership and the input from stakeholders, the next step is to develop and implement the recruiting plan, and it's to craft a customized job notice, post to online job boards and other media sites. So, the strategy for that, professional organizations, affiliated interests with school leadership roles, and then a word of mouth message to assist with network recruiting. So that's the next step in the process. After that comes manage, sort, and review candidate submissions. So, that was part of their proposal, so we could consider asking them to, can we hire them now for part 3?
For part 3. Well, okay.
So you're recommending NSDAC is what you're?
No, I'm recommending Thrive.
Oh, Thrive.
And then after that, the distribution, once those materials are available, and then contact NSDAC and see if we can also use their proprietary network, if they would also distribute the materials once they were developed.
But would you also be having Thrive do points 4, 5, and 6?
Managed sorting, well, not right now, but it would make sense. Coordinating interviews right through the rest of the process.
Right, through the rest of it.
Yeah. Well, and if I'm kind of thinking that, are in favor of doing that all along, and just, to have them do the whole process, because it is what they do for a living. But, we've had some other concerns along the way, so, we've been doing it step by step, and I'm happy to go either way. Might be easier for them if they just knew they were going to be finishing it up.
I agree.
But,
comments?
It seemed like previously people felt that NSDAC probably had a wider network. Is Thrive limiting that?
No. Well, my impression from NSDAC was that they have, well, you got their thing, actually I do too. They offer use of their distribution system for
so they have
$12.85 or something.
No, between $3,500 and $5,500. So that is their search outreach. It includes publicizing the executive vacancy through NSDAC's exclusive regional and national networks. These services are designed to enhance the district's own search activities. So we could have Thrive do the bulk of the work. They would be our contact. They would write the ad. They would distribute the ad to where they can. But we could have an extra layer with NSDAC and say, here's our ad, get it out there.
Gotcha.
It's something that might cast the net wider if we chose to add that on. But it is an additional cost.
I'm up for the wide
sorry.
The, I'm up for the wide net, wide
Yeah,
net.
if we're gonna do all of this anyway, we might as well.
So I think I'm in for that. You can count my vote in unless I hear differently for that extra up to $5,500 to use their wider net, no matter how much we use them going forward. My only concern with Thrive is that I think in the Mark Andrews, in the Don Collins, in the VSBA, and in NESDEC, there are people who specialize in education recruiting and experience in educational recruiting and educational leadership recruiting. And so, and are experienced with the job of educational leadership, which I'm telling you is a lot different than management of anything else, having worked in both realms. And I don't know why anybody becomes a superintendent. I can say that out loud. But you got it all. You got a union shop. You've got customers. You've got it all. So so I just think I'm very happy that Thrive. So there's so many things in this process. I'm very happy that Thrive understands us, gets us, understands our neck of the woods. NESDEC has never done an executive search in the state of Vermont yet, and it's different here. There's, it is. The educational landscape is different in terms of what a superintendent's responsibilities are. Hopefully, it's not different, but I'm just trying to think of how we get the best of everything to address our need, and that's one area that I feel like if we go with Thrive for the whole thing, and the questions and the recruitment and everything, if they have what it takes to do the educational piece that a NESDEC could maybe do, or Don Collins, or I think Mark Andrews is kind of out of the picture.
Okay.
I would suggest that we contact Don again and ask him if that's something he would do.
And I did not contact him this week.
He knows the education community in Vermont really well, and probably in his electronic Rolodex could contact pretty much everybody.
Do you want me to reach out to Don and say?
So I received an email. Don is on the executive board of the VSBA. Don Collins was a superintendent in Windham County. He's been a superintendent in he was chair of the House Education Committee. He's been a principal.
Well, he was the chair. I thought it was
Sure, I thought it was House. But anyway, so he's been in the education world. He is on the VSBA executive board, and when the whole scene went down that the VSBA wouldn't do it for non-members, they changed their policy. And I said, what was up with that? And he said, I'll do it for you. I've done a bunch of them. He's really he's an inspiring educational leader. Gets along with everybody, even when you disagree with him. And he's been a principal, he's been a school board member, and he's been a superintendent. So that's a nice CV for somebody doing this search. I don't know if he's been a curriculum coordinator, but he's good at science. I know that, Paul. So.
Good. But would he do, or maybe you don't know the answer to this, and I just need to call him. Would he do the entire search? Is he the guy who's gonna?
I don't know. I think he's done searches all superintendents.
He has. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I hand it over to you.
Yeah, and I just have to.
No, but it's good to have a direction in our mind. Like I think it's
right.
Like I like Thrive coordinating the local things and the things they're doing, but I just think having an educational leader in the process is really helpful.
Yeah, I don't see any. I mean, it's be an additional cost, but we decided we wanted to do a really broad search, and we wanted to do it right, and everybody said, do it right, take your time to do it right.
Take your time to do it right.
Yeah, and if it costs an extra couple of $1,000, I think we should do it, we need to do it.
Is there an option in which, if I talked to Don Collins and said, have you ever worked with another group? Is there a Thrive with Don? So he brings the educational perspective at certain points? And again, I don't want to micromanage Jen and have her have to have an unwieldy process.
Well, I think in terms of coming up with questions and sort of managing focus groups and helping us sort through candidates, I think that's where an educational leader is going to be bringing more to the table than your general recruitment person.
Okay.
Maybe I've missed something, and maybe somebody.
I haven't ever done a superintendent search. Sorry.
Let's hire Paul.
I hadn't thought of that, but I think you're right. I think that, and I would. I mean, if Don is, I would check with Jen first. You know, but I would be kind of surprised if she didn't think that was a good idea too. Just
So Jen plus a little bit of Dawn.
Yeah, to work out the things you mentioned, the describing the job and education needs and
And probably helping us work on the job
Reviewing.
description would actually be really helpful. Like
Yeah,
when we're
job
working on the
description.
ad, if he's worked on searches before, helping with the ad too, because he would know what would appeal to a prospective superintendent and what would be critical for us to include. So I would say helping to write the ad. Questions?
in the same way that Bert is gonna help us do it in a way that would appeal to people of color.
Right.
My only fear is writing an ad by committee.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah. Well, that's, I think, checking with Jen and sort of letting her know what we're thinking. And
Okay.
I think if you sort of ask if, say that we, because it's so different in the education world, there's someone who might be able to be really helpful.
And how does she feel about working with two people on trying to get this?
Because of Curtis.
Right, if we keep Curtis moving forward on parts, and I think that's just where we have to be prepared at our next meeting to make the actual final decisions. But I think right now, let me make sure I'm taking this away. I'm gonna have a conversation with Jen just about how does she see things moving forward if we were to hire her for the rest. And does she think it could work if we were to bring in Dawn as the educational expert?
A consultant, education consultant for them to consult.
For them to consult with, and especially around making, I liked your comments on the ad, and then the questions and the focus groups.
And helping us sort through the candidates, frankly.
Right, yeah.
If I'm hiring a lab position, I know what's fluff and means nothing.
Right.
But maybe not so much on a superintendent. you know,
Right,
so.
right. How to really have a critical eye towards, okay. And then should I be having a conversation with Dawn as to would he even be interested in little pieces, consulting work, or does he only want the whole thing?
Which may be that may be the problem, I don't know.
Right, he might just say, I'm not interested in doing work like that, it's either, okay. All right, I think I know where I'm going, and I'm gonna do it tomorrow, just so it does not fall off the...
I'll email him and tell him you're...
I will be getting in touch. All or nothing. All right, anything else on superintendents? When can we meet next? Well, how do people look on either Monday the 27th, Tuesday the 28th, or Wednesday the 29th? Do you guys have a meeting on the 29th?
Monday, PP,
What the heck is today?
No, we don't have a meeting on the 29th, but the PPEC, the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee meets on Wednesday at 6.
Okay.
And that's our kind of, we've
That's
had
your-
a regular every other Wednesday schedule, and we're trying to get back on it.
Okay.
I have a select board meeting on the 28th at 6:15, so earlier than that, or Monday, anytime.
I don't think I can do Monday, and I'm on the PPC as well.
What time is the PPEC, I'm sorry?
6.
6.
Could we do it either before, well, before doesn't work well for you.
I could, it's at Green Street School, I could be there for 5.
We want to do 5 to 6 for the SU, and then PPEC could meet at 6.
Why not? That works for me. So
Save some
Wednesday, the
gas and-
29th at 5. And we're thinking Green Street School? That's where you guys are?
No, we're at the library, but it's the Brooks
I
Library. It's an
think
easy.
it's Warren, wasn't it Warren for that Green Street?
The last one was, the next one is, the next one hasn't been warned yet, and it's at the library.
You could make it to at Green Street and save yourself the...
Yeah.
Oh, no, Green Street is, Maureen said that they are, they're trying to find a night custodian, and so they're not sure how available the building is going to be in the evening, so that's why we scheduled it at the library.
Oh, okay. I think it's on the website as Green Street School.
For the 29th? Really? Oh, I'll check with Emily on that one.
You could do it at Green
But
Street.
I could ask the library if we could have that room at 5 instead. We could be at the library.
Well, But if we have filming and everything, it might be easier to do it at like Green Street proper for the SU meeting.
For the SU meeting.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And then you could have it at Green Street office, central office.
Central
Well,
office.
it couldn't get much easier than right next door to the library for,
It's up through the 22nd.
Why don't we just come to you guys?
The board
They have a
website
lovely
has the
studio.
personnel committee,
Oh,
5:15
okay,
to
I'm sorry.
22nd.
I'm sorry.
So it hasn't been posted
Maybe I'm
there
looking at
yet.
my notes. I was looking at my notes, so where,
Where's the 29th? Do you
the
think it's at the
29th,
library?
the performance and programmatic equity committee is at the meeting at the Brooks Library Community Room at 6 on the 29th.
So does that scotch the melding one into the other? Because that community room we've been preempted before. I mean,
No, it's different this time. It's ours. That was, yeah, I don't know why that happened. It's never happened before. Hopefully it'll never happen again, but I talked to the librarian to get it confirmed.
right, but is it also available?
At 5?
After?
I'll find out.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so let's tentatively do Wednesday, the 29th, 5 PM, location to be determined. I think the only thing on our agenda, other than maybe a warrant, will be this, which will be,
Reviewing the survey.
will be Jen's presentation. So it'll be Thrive's presentation, and then I will be reporting back on Jen and Dawn. And we should be making a decision that night as to the next step, at least about writing the ad, so that we can move quickly and get it posted, and possibly about NESDEC, because if the minute we have an ad, if we agree that NESDEC gets it, boom, it's out there. And then our people can at least do places we know of.
I also wonder, like, if, does the board want to give you some power to hire people if you feel you need to do that, so we can just move this forward? Is that any advantage? Because just when we have 2 weeks between everything, you know, that's time. And I know we're not going to get the survey results until, wait a minute, I've got all these timelines here. I've got the special ed timeline. When are we getting that, the 20, like, I don't.
So, okay, here's the question. Do we want to, yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you at least want me to possibly have the authority to hire Jen to begin working on the ad?
Right.
So that there is a chance, and she might say no. She might say, you've already put a lot of work on us for a short period of time.
I just
But
think if she's, I
if
kind of
she
feel like
could
if she's
start
working
the-
on this
Yeah.
survey and seeing results and sort of
Yeah.
coming out with a suggestion,
Right.
that if we could kind of be looking at that suggestion
On the 29th as well.
on the 29th.
Okay.
And even maybe if you have an educational person to shop it to also at the same time.
Okay.
We could be looking at a semi-finished product, so then we could, in quick order, maybe have a meeting Friday night of that week. And
it's out.
I'm so popular, and then get that ad out and start the
I'm on
process.
for that.
Okay,
Really, yeah.
okay.
Friday night, Saturday, Tuesday, it doesn't matter.
All right,
Get it
so
done.
I think one of you is going to make a motion.
Motion to,
Tim, that's gonna be you, right?
motion to grant Carrie authority to hire Thrive for the remainder.
Well, am I doing for the remainder, or are we just on the ad?
For writing the ad.
I think we're just right now, for the next week.
For the part 3. The job notice online.
Craft a customized job notice, post to online job boards and other media sites, post to professional organization and other places that have affiliated interest with school leadership roles, craft a word-of-mouth message to assist with network recruiting. So we would be hiring Thrive to do this step 3.
In addition, to give Carrie the power to hire Don Collins to work with Thrive on that ad if interested.
If he is so interested.
Okay.
You're not gonna hire somebody who's not interested, so I guess we can get rid of the last part.
Yep.
Okay.
John Collins to hire, well, we give you authority to hire him. If he's not
Yeah.
interested,
Then
you won't be doing it.
I won't be doing it.
So we'll be thinking about taking it to NASDAQ or something. But then that's a whole other package deal that I can't, that.
Right.
We'll have
But
to-
that,
Right now, I don't wanna
Yeah, we'll
work
have to
with.
recontact them as well.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, the NASDAQ, I think, is just anytime we want. We say,
They can
hey,
come in.
here's our ad, here's our $3,500 check.
We kind of set up,
Yeah.
well, I
Okay.
imagine them with this big office full of people and they
Yeah.
say, oh, we got another one.
Yeah.
And they got something that reads it and takes the email and takes the address on it. No.
That one really, it really just did seem like, nope, you give it to us
Okay.
and give us your money and we will blast it.
Yeah,
But
they
I
seem to be
can,
flexible. I was
Yeah.
surprised,
Yeah.
quite frankly.
okay. Yeah, so, but that I think we can do at the next meeting.
Right.
But right now, this way we're gonna walk into our meeting on the 29th, possibly with an ad or the beginnings of an ad.
And if we could have it before that meeting, so I can digest, because
Okay.
I'm a slow thinker.
Yep.
That might be a really good goal, just to have some things sort of to work
Okay.
on.
Sound
Does
good?
that sound good?
Okay, all right, so we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any other questions or comments? I think I know where I'm going.
I just want to make sure, a couple of things. I've sort of been delegated by, you can imagine that the administrators might have an interest in how the process is going.
I was thinking this was interestingly timed, that their forum is at the same time we're deciding.
Yeah, and
on
so
this.
that was the question.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that the forum was going to be at the same time as your meeting?
No.
No.
Because administrators are like, we want to be there, but we got to be at the
We
forum.
did not. No.
Right?
I guess we may have, but I mean, we're, like, that was
There's
the day
too
we had
many-
5.5 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
We had like 5.5 hours of meetings, so.
Yeah. So
by
they
hour,
were
5.5.
bummed. They really
Okay.
wanted to be here to talk about
Yeah.
the process.
Don't they
I-
have any ability to delegate?
Well, that's why I'm here. One of the questions I had was, if, it didn't sound like it was, but would there be any value in contacting NASDAQ to say, heads up, we're
coming.
thinking,
I can
we're gonna
absolutely
provide.
do that.
Right.
I can absolutely, so I can add NASDAQ just saying.
I actually
could-
put
Just
that
a
on
heads
this.
up.
I thought we already had it
Right.
decided.
Right, well, and it would behoove us to at least contact them saying, here's where we are in our current process, here is what we think the next deadline is, would you be available to do this, and just at least get they're okay. So let me do that, so I've got Jen, I've got Dawn, I've got NASDAQ.
A very pragmatic question is, who's going to get the applications and how are we going to be sure that the applications are in a common format? Because it'll be really hard to
That's what-
score.
That's what Thrive is.
Okay, so, but if both Dawn and NASDAQ are going to be also working their networks, how do we ensure that when they say, hey guys, look at this superintendent position, that they know who to contact and what materials to provide, what information to give?
So
Right, is it coming through, is it gonna be on School Spring and everybody's gonna say, go to School Spring?
It is gonna be on School Spring.
I would think it would be on School Spring, but I would think that.
But NASDAQ is gonna put it on theirs too.
Right,
How
but
it works.
I guess I was thinking, wouldn't the ad have something saying to apply,
Yeah.
go here? And I think.
Where's here?
Well, and I think where we're heading, right now, we've gotten down to Thrive doing now part 3, which is writing the ad. I think at our next meeting, we need to make the decision, are we going with Thrive for parts 4, 5, 6, and 7? Because if
To
we
manage,
are,
yeah.
if
to
they
manage,
become the clearinghouse for everything, that ad should indicate that. Does that make sense? And that could just be a question I ask Jen, and just say, Jen, right now we want to hire you for part 3. We have not authorized hiring you for parts 4 through 8. If we were though, what is it in part 3 that you will do differently so that you are the clearinghouse?
Right.
So does that,
Yeah, it was just, it felt like, oh, we need to make, whoever, the royal we, whoever is being communicated with there has to be a common location and format
Right.
for the, and if more than one network is gonna get worked, that's gotta be decided sometime.
Yeah, I think, and I think that's what they do, what Thrive does.
Right.
I mean, they understand that process has to happen, and that if another network is used, there'll be the format will come to them and something they can use. They're not gonna be sitting there with, hundreds of pieces of paper trying to sort through and compare them. They're gonna have it pretty solid.
Right.
Like with the questionnaire, it's gonna be really straightforward, and
Is
easily compiled.
Thrive gonna create the rubric for vetting the applications?
Gradually, but probably with Don's,
Rather, okay.
and other, with a lot
We
of
haven't
support,
gotten
I'm
there
sure.
yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That-
process of screening the resumes and stuff like that, we haven't talked about how we're gonna do that. They couldn't really do it, given that with their level of expertise, unless we gave a really specific rubric to, we only wanna talk to people who have this, and this. I think we're all gonna wanna look at them, or some of us are gonna wanna look at them and decide which ones we wanna interview. I mean, I can't imagine that we wouldn't.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna get
Participate.
like 100 applicants, so I mean.
No, I'm
that
hoping
would be
for,
sort of
I'm hoping for a
unheard of,
dozen.
so.
So Thrive isn't going to, the plan currently isn't for Thrive to vet the application?
We don't have.
We don't have a
We haven't
plan
made
for
that plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
We would consult, as we've been doing, we ask people that can advise us effectively on that and then move forward with that.
Okay.
Making it up.
Right. And so then the next question was focus groups. Is there an intention to have focus groups? Yeah, it just hasn't, details have,
Yeah. No, we're modeling this on Lyle's process. I'm
Okay,
pretty sure
okay.
that once we get to that point, we're taking what Lyle has been doing that we've been very happy with and moving forward that, which is focus groups. And then it's a long, like the principal process that she's been going through.
Okay. So what I've got is steps: create ad, distribute ad, receive applications, vet applications, focus groups, recommendations to board. Is kind of what I understand Lyle's
Yes.
that process
Yeah.
to be. Thrive, Dunn Collins, Curtis are going to create the ad. We're nearly at the create ad location, and it sounded like Thrive, Dunn Collins, Curtis would be collaborating to potentially put together a first draft for the 29th.
That's our
That's the hope.
fingers
Yeah,
crossed,
fingers crossed.
hope. Let's get everybody lined up to do that.
Then Thrive, NESDEC, and Dawn would also be called on to distribute,
Possibly, if they all
if they can.
continue to agree.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
That would be really broad and ideal.
But then Thrive presumably would be the receiver of the applications.
That's what they do.
Correct.
And then next steps vetting and that's to be determined.
I don't know, but I haven't gotten there in my head.
Right, I
Okay.
feel like we're all ready to go up to the let's get this ad written because we know how important it is to get out. At the same time, I feel like Christina is saying, I need one more meeting where Carrie's gonna come back and say, here's what Don Collins might do, and then we can see exactly where we're at.
Right.
Well, and I'm not
Right.
sure also in the screening process, is NESDEC is using their own proprietary program, maybe they would be the more sensible place to be the repository of that. No, that's where my,
okay.
Like, I don't know how their system is gonna work with Thrive's system.
Okay.
Collecting and,
So I think there's
passing along.
still details we have to work out, which I think is me having some long conversations with Jen, with Dawn, and with NESDEC.
Yeah.
Saying if we did just hire NESDEC for your outreach, how does that work if we're not hiring you for the rest?
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, I think the question is if we're using your proprietary database,
Yeah.
how would that dovetail if somebody else was sorting or,
Mhm.
and I think to compare how that sorting and that repository and how questions are gonna get directed and everything, who's gonna do that?
Right, how does everything connect?
And then touch points back to the board. One is going to be board approval of the ad. Also board approval of the search process. I mean, sort of, and possibly even all of that on the 29th, or it sounded like maybe shortly after.
Boy, I'd love to do it on the 29th, but it might be biting off more than we can. I think it all depends on how good my questions are and how well I take notes and how well I am able to answer all of your questions and not have to go back and ask anything else.
And I wonder if we had a meeting at a time when people could be on call.
Okay, I can
If
also.
when you're trying to say, hey, could you answer questions, would you be
Right.
available, would you
Right.
have somebody available to answer questions? I feel like that's been, like with the NESDEC thing, they couldn't answer our questions even then, it was like,
Right.
okay, I don't
Right.
even, I've had,
Yeah.
the full board's had no interface with them and
Yeah, just carry that.
And so it would be great if we have a follow-up question that might get us to where we need to go quickly if people can be available by phone.
I can try that.
So the meeting of the 29th is a board meeting? Is the board meeting?
It has to be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll
yeah.
be a board meeting, yeah, an SU board meeting. But we also have to remember we've got 1 hour, because you guys are gonna have to go to your 6 o'clock.
Right.
So this is gonna have to be focused. I will talk to Jen too, and if I say, Jen, we've got 1 hour to do this, if she says, I can't get through my presentation in an hour,
Yeah.
Then we'll have to,
then
I'll go to
yeah.
the next meeting and you guys can finish it up.
Okay.
Actually, you'll have to go somewhere else.
We'll duke it out.
There's a table right outside, or you can go in children's room's a nice place to meet.
Can I ask, and sorry for all the
No,
questions,
that's all
I'm
right.
just trying to get my head wrapped around it. Did you folks see the survey before it went out?
Yeah, I did, and
Okay.
I
We all did.
think, yes, you all, okay.
Okay, because I had some real concerns, I sort
Yeah.
of.
Did you get
realize-
Jen's letter today?
No.
Oh, she emailed you today.
Okay, good, I will have a look. Just some concerns about, I've heard from others, concerns about the privacy of the data, the way questions were asked. It's sort of easy to figure out who's doing the answering for some of them. So there were concerns about that. The most, I guess, for me, what stood out the most was such a strong emphasis on diversity, questions of diversity equity, that the appearance to me was that is potentially the sole or the sole focus of the board. And I don't know, is that the intention? Because it seems to me it could easily be interpreted as that. Like almost at the expense of, say, student-centered focus, right?
I don't think it was our intention to skew anyone in a particular way, and yet many of those issues came up at all of the forums we had, which I think is what informed the survey. But remember, this is just a survey. You know, it's going to help us sort of take the pulse of where are people. People might come back and say, we're not worried about any of these things, and we can say, oh, okay.
Right, but the way the survey was created, it was forced choice for these issues of diversity equity. You got to choose one of them at least.
So you didn't have to choose any of them.
Yeah.
Right, but
curious.
it's a question that has the, yes, you could not answer the question, but and the other questions were degree of interest, right, or this degree of importance. I'm just, it may sound disingenuous, I'm kind of worried about the appearance that the board might be putting out there that, no, this is the only thing we're concerned about. And it seems to me the public would get concerned, well, wait a minute, what about fiscal management? What about, some other stuff, right? So, and I just didn't know what the process was for the creation and vetting of the survey before it went out.
So I think that Carrie said correctly that there was a lot of interest in the forums we initially had to create the survey about the diversity piece. And so that is reflected in the survey. And I get your point, because when I took the survey as a human, as a parent, I was like, and when I'm looking at it, I was like, okay, this is good, I think this reflects what we heard. And I think it's the problem, of course we're gonna get somebody who's an educational leader, there's no question, but then there's this dim sum menu of other qualities you want. So I hear what you're saying about how that survey appeared, and I think it's an artifact of the fact that we're all moving really quickly to try to get it out.
Yeah.
And I think if we'd had a longer vetting process and, had it go live for the board and had the full board and, the whole boards look at it and had some principals look at it, and it hadn't been New Year's week and everybody was on break and just coming back to school,
Hindsight is 20/20. We would all do things.
Maybe not a surprise, I have a completely different view of this. My response to seeing that was that this is the first survey I've ever seen in this community or any other education community that actually emphasizes the importance of diversity and social justice. And what that says is that this is a school district that's serious about moving in that direction. We wouldn't hire somebody that didn't emphasize that. We couldn't get a license in Vermont if you weren't competent in fiscal management and all those other things. And that accurately reflects the things that are going to get emphasis in this district outside of all the educational things that we know are going to get emphasis anyway. And I think it's exactly what we needed to put out there so that people could could recognize that it's really important and this is going to be a part of the job. And we're looking for people, particularly if we can find strong candidates in all of those other areas that also have experience in doing that kind of a transition in the system, then they're going to have a very good chance at getting hired in this position. And I think if you don't emphasize, if you don't emphasize those things, then the people that have those skills won't think that they matter as much as people that have a good, strong fiscal background. And when they do, and they matter to this community. So I wouldn't take it back or change it at all. I think that's the appropriate emphasis.
Any reason LGBTQ populations were left out?
No. Did you see the flag when you came in the door?
No, I mean in the questionnaire.
No, there's no reason they were left out.
I think it's something that we really should put a focus on a little bit more, is that there's many kinds of minorities and many kinds of issues, and we should be putting the same focus on all those things that we're hoping, that embrace all, and I thought of that afterwards too, because it's a problem with getting the ad afterwards. It's something on paper, like, that's good, okay, let's go. And when I took that, I was like, there were some things
you see it through a different lens when
we weren't specific about ability either. And anything we put out, it should mention specifically race, gender, and ability. Differences in race, gender, and ability.
I mean, Lyle's our first female superintendent, so we shouldn't take that for granted,
Right. Yeah, right.
So.
Right.
Great, sorry for taking up the time.
No, that's right. You keep us thinking. We appreciate that. All right.
We have to vote.
We have to vote.
The motion to let Carrie
okay.
hire everybody.
All right, do we have a second?
What I have here is motion to grant Carrie authority to hire Thrive for part 3 of their December proposal, and to hire Don Collins to work with Thrive. Well, we didn't vote, but I said we approved it 5-0, but we better vote first.
Oh, okay.
Can I put a dollar value on it?
Yes.
What do you think?
We don't have, we've got their...
I just want to put a dollar on it, because I don't like...
Yeah, I agree.
It's procedural, it's just a cheap human being.
We're not going to know Dawn, but maybe...
We had...
I'm saying like $5,000.
What was their hourly rate?
Whose?
Thrives. They said we can either do
15% of the package.
15% of the package, or an hourly rate.
I don't remember the hourly rate, and I wrote nothing down. 195 is Curtis.
195 an hour, something like that.
That's Curtis.
Oh,
that's Curtis. I don't know Thrives.
How can I not find that?
Can we just say like $6,000? But I don't think it's going to exceed that.
Oh, sure.
Is that for Jen and Dawn together? Jen and Dawn. Okay.
And if you needed an amendment, then
no,
I will hire Jen and say, tell Don we'll get back to you. I have to get the motion amended.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So between Jen and Dawn, not to exceed 6,000. Okay.
I think that seems.
I think that
should give you. I don't think you should have to come back to us for an amendment.
Okay.
But I'll make it $7,000.
No, I think 6 is good. Okay. Let's keep it at 6. All right.
Just a sec. I gotta put in a semicolon. Okay, not to exceed 6,000.
All right. All those in favor of the motion as written, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Okay.
Okay, one more little item, which
What's that?
we may have more than one, but we all signed the front of this. Do we have to sign?
No, I think
Okay.
we now only have to
Are you
sign the
going
front.
to work tomorrow?
Huh?
Could you take these?
Sure.
I forgot to
Sure.
give them the line.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll
those
put
are
them in
the name
here.
tags.
Yep,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
get name tags. Okay.
Oh, all
So yeah,
this
did
goes back to
everybody?
last?
Yes, all this goes back. All right. Any other business?
Only to thank you, Carrie, for continuing to move this process on. Appreciate it.
You are very welcome. All right, would someone like to make our favorite motion?
So moved. I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
6:53.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Fantastic.
As you can see, our agenda is fairly loose today, and we may come back to committee this afternoon after the floor to do some work. That is to be determined, but for this morning, we will have a review of the constitutional amendment clarifying the prohibition on slavery and indentured servitude. And then you will have some time after that this morning to do some constituent service or, I don't know, go get some balloons for your friend. At any rate, friend, do you have one? Do you have a friend?
I think we have our cabaret sketch already.
Oh, yes. It's a little early though to know exactly what's gonna stick, right?
Some people need a lot of practice.
Ooh, look at that. Our phone is ringing. Somebody wants to say hello.
They're gonna turn the volume on.
Oh, off on this unit? Well, go ahead and answer it since we're not actually started yet. Yeah, how do you, that we did last April? Or May, maybe it was. I don't know. Probably it was April.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning.
For the record, Betsy Ann Rask, Legislative Council. I'm reviewing with you Proposal 2, as passed the Senate, that clarifies that slavery and indentured servitude in any form are prohibited. Let's just do a refresher though first about that constitutional amendment process. Thanks for mentioning it, Madam Chair. We do have a document. You can find it right on your homepage. Here's your House Committee on GovOps homepage. If you do want to just have access to that constitutional amendment procedure doc, it's listed right on your homepage under additional information, so you can just click on that. And there's that document that provides all the details for how to amend the Vermont Constitution. I won't go through all of it in detail, but the big picture is that constitutional amendments is a long process. It's 2 bienniums followed by a vote of the voters. So we're not even halfway through this process right now. Constitutional amendments have to start in the Senate, and they can only be introduced every other biennium. So this is a biennium in which amendments can be proposed, and then it has to go to the House. And the House's options are to either adopt it as is or not adopt it. The House cannot amend a constitutional amendment after it's left the Senate. It's essentially locked in.
Just to clarify that point, does a House have to act one way or the other? So an amendment could get sent to committee, and by inaction, that would be the same as not adopting.
That's correct.
Okay.
The House is not required to take an up or down vote.
Okay.
So it's like any other piece of legislation that it could hang on your wall if this committee chooses not to pursue it.
Okay.
So it's either not take action or approve it as is with the language as written. The House rules do require that if you will consider a proposal, that there has to be a public hearing, and you did hold that public hearing last session. It was the after legislative hours public hearing in room 11 that you held on the issue. And as the chair had stated, there is a longer notice period for when these constitutional amendments have to be on the notice calendar. It's notice for 4 legislative days and then action on the 5th legislative day. So that's where we are right now, your consideration of whether to vote the proposal out of committee as written by the Senate. So I'll actually go into the text of the amendment now. I do have an overview document posted here so that you can have an overview of the actual language itself and then some of the background on this issue. So I'm going to try to remember how to do this. Yay.
I'm doing it for her. She's the teacher.
So here's the overview of the amendment itself. We've already taken a look at the amendment procedure. So what this proposal would do is amend the second half of our very first article of our Vermont Constitution, Chapter 1, Article 1, to clarify that slavery and indentured servitude in any form are prohibited, which is the constitutional law by the U.S. Constitution. You can see the language of this first chapter, this first article of our Vermont Constitution begins.
Now it's no.
Sorry about that. So I'll back up. The language that's at issue in this Chapter 1, Article 1 currently reads that no person born in this country or brought over from sea ought to be holden by law to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after arriving to the age of 21 years, unless bound by the person's own consent after arriving to that age, or bound by law for the payment of debts, damages, fines, costs, or the like. So big picture, this proposal would strike that language and as a substitute say that slavery and indentured servitude in any form are prohibited. The way that this proposal is set up, it starts off with a Section 1 purpose section. These have not always been provided in constitutional proposals, but more recently the legislature has been including these purpose sections for anyone going to look at the document to have a summary of what the purpose is supposed to do. But if this gets to the stage of going to the voters, the practice has not been to include that purpose section on the general election ballot. So right now, this purpose section is really for informational purposes now as it's moving through the legislative process. On the general election ballot, voters would only see the actual text of the section to be amended. But for the purpose as stated in Proposal 2, it provides that this proposal would amend the Constitution of the state of Vermont to clarify that slavery and indentured servitude in any form are prohibited. Then Sec 2 goes into the actual text of that Article 1. You can see that that language that we currently have in regard to slavery and indentured servitude would be repealed, and in place that language, that explicit statement that slavery and indentured servitude in any form are prohibited. And then Sec 3 provides the effective date. This is the standard effective date for constitutional proposals. It would be upon ratification by the voters at the 2022 general election, if it makes it through that process, which again requires concurrence by the House this session, and then next biennium it would go back to the Senate, start over again. It would have to be adopted in the exact same form that it leaves now, and then the House would again have to approve it. And then it would go to the voters, and if they approve it, this would be at the 2022 general election. This document then provides some background regarding this constitutional text here. It's remained relatively unchanged since it was first added in our 1777 Vermont Constitution. That's Vermont's first constitution. The first half of this article provides that people are born equally free and independent and have certain natural, inherent, and unalienable rights, which are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. The second half then of this Article 1 begins with therefore, which seems at least to indicate to me that the second half of the article is a result of those rights that were just stated. It says right now, therefore, no person born in this country or brought over from sea ought to be holden by law to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after arriving to the age of 21 years, unless bound by the person's own consent after arriving to such age, or bound by law for the payments of debts, damages, fines, costs, and the like. So if you look at this language now, a literal reading of the language does imply that there is an age qualification on which a person can no longer be required to be a servant, slave, or apprentice, that 21-year age. After that, our Constitution, by a literal reading of it, provides that after a person reaches that age, they can't be bound by law to serve as a servant, slave, or apprentice. I think that is really the big issue that this proposal represents, to address that age qualification language in the Constitution. So our 1777 Constitution has been described as being based largely on the 1776 Pennsylvania Constitution, but the PA Constitution did not have the second part regarding restrictions on a person being a servant, slave, or apprentice. That was added specifically by the Vermont framers, so it wasn't borrowed from Pennsylvania. That's unique to Vermont's Constitution.
Wow. This is kind of a different question, but when you refer to that being read literally,
yeah,
aren't there a couple competing, I guess, views about that? And you know where I'm going with this?
Yes. Sorry, but do you want to keep going?
No, if you get my gist.
I do. I'm going to talk more about the history of slavery and indentured servitude later in this document, and maybe we can have more fuller conversation about that.
And I wasn't looking to tailor it specifically to that, but just as far as there are some people that the constitutions are a living, breathing document, or those that feel that it should be literally interpreted. Okay, thank you.
And one thing to keep in the back, when we look at a document, our Constitution, one of the things that to look at in constitutional construction is what was happening at the time that the language was put into the Constitution. But we'll get to that. I have more information on this in the summary document.
Thank you.
So this language in Article 1 has only changed 3 times since 1777. Here, there's a link to a history of amendments to our Vermont Constitution, if you want to take a look at it real quick. Oh, darn. Here it is. So here we have the original language. Here's what it used to look like, if you want to compare. It started out in 1777 by saying that all men are born equally free and independent. Now we use persons. We'll get to that in a minute. And then provided our rights, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, enjoying, defending life and liberty, pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. That language hasn't changed, but the language regarding slavery and indentured servitude has changed. The original language used to say, therefore, no male person born in this country or brought over from sea ought to be holden by law to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after he arrives to the age of 21 years, nor female in like manner after she arrives to the age of 18 years, unless they're bound by their own consent after they arrive to such age, or bound by law for the payments of debts, damages, fines, or costs, or the like. So you see how it started out. There was a difference in age between men and women. In our second constitution, the 1786, there was no change to this language. In the 1793 constitution, there was just a slight change in the punctuation with the therefore, making it all one sentence. And then after the 1924 amendment to our constitution, which came after women were granted the right to vote, the language changed to just say, therefore, no person born in this country ought to be brought over from sea, held by law to serve a person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after he arrives to the age of 21 years. So it eliminated the distinction in ages between men and women to say people generally can't be held as servants, slaves, or apprentice after they arrived at the age of 21. And then finally in 1994, the Supreme Court justices revised it to make that language gender neutral. So now we just have the all people language, maintaining that 21-year age qualification.
Rob? If they went, did I read that right? That they addressed some of that in '94?
So 1994 was the requirement that the Vermont Supreme Court justices revise the entirety of the Vermont Constitution to make it in gender neutral language or gender inclusive. So they went through the Constitution, and wherever it said he, they would make it a gender neutral.
Purpose,
yes.
As opposed to, okay.
And it was not for, specifically the language in our Constitution says it's not for any substantive change. It was only to make those gender neutral changes. So that 94 amendment was not substantive.
Okay.
So that's a summary of how that language has changed. Then we get to the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, because this law always reigns supreme. Our 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1865. The 13th Amendment provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to this jurisdiction. I want to highlight that term, involuntary servitude, versus what our Article 1 uses now, which talks about being a servant, slave, or apprentice. And the language, proposed language of your proposal, oh, I'm losing my tabs. Jim? Sorry. I'm joking. Sorry, one sec. The language of your proposed amendment is to say indentured servitude in any form is prohibited. I think there's an important difference between those two terms, involuntary servitude and indentured servitude. The court, U.S. Supreme Court in 1988 discussed that not all labor that's compelled by physical coercion or force of law violate the 13th Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated by its terms, the amendment, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution excludes involuntary servitude imposed as a legal punishment for a crime. For example, if you're required to serve, for example, in jail, you're really not, anytime not going there voluntarily. You're involuntarily serving. The court has also stated that the prohibition against involuntary servitude in the 13th Amendment doesn't prevent a state or the federal government from compelling their citizens by threat of criminal sanction to perform certain civic duties, like upholding jury service, military service, or road work. So I think there's an important distinction between involuntary servitude generally and the language that is being proposed in Proposal 2, which is indentured servitude. And we'll get back to indentured servitude in a moment and talk about the historical use of indentured servitude at the time, or how indentured servitude was actually used in practice in the late 1700s and 1800s. This summary also goes over the history, very briefly, the history of slavery in Vermont. There's an 1802 Vermont Supreme Court case that you have access to here that's been cited as a contemporary statement that Article 1 prohibited all forms of slavery. In that case, the Vermont Supreme Court stated our state constitutions express no inhabitant of the state can hold a slave. However, on the flip side, in testimony, this case has also been criticized since it was in regard specifically to a Supreme Court justice's responsibility regarding a woman he once enslaved. Also, just historical research, if you poke around, you can find that while the Vermont Constitution specifically prohibited slavery, people of color were enslaved in the state during the time, though we had that language in our Vermont Constitution. Although I also have found in 1820, a Vermont governor's address also lamented Vermont not doing more to advocate against allowing another state into the Union without a provision in its constitution restricting the power of enslaving a part of the human family. So there was the message in our Constitution and overall our public officials' statements on slavery at the time, but in practice it does seem that slavery did continue for people in this state while we had that language. Now let's get to indentured servitude. Getting back to that language in the Vermont Constitution that has that age qualification, that people can't be held as a servant, slave, or apprentice after they reach the age of 21 years. While we had that, the Vermont Supreme Court in 1837 appeared to acknowledge, at least in my reading, that a Vermont Constitution provided an age-based restriction on indentured servitude when it was adjudicating an estate case. The language in that case said that girls being more than 18 years of age could not by our law be treated as infants or minors. At common law, males and females were upon equal footing in this respect. But that section of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of this state, which declares involuntary servitude illegal and not allowable after males arrive at the age of 21 and females at the age of 18, has always been considered fixing the age of majority of females at 18. And this was a contemporaneous construction with the adoption of the Constitution. So in that reading, it seems to acknowledge that there was indentured servitude for people for minors who didn't reach the age of majority, which at the time in 1837, for females was 18 and males at 21. And this is consistent with some of the research that Professor Teachout provided to you on indentured servitude. He provided this handout to you that went through, he provided his own testimony on this issue, but then he actually provided, here's some ads for workers, for indentured servants. Here's a contract for indentured servitude. And this is for minors. Apprentices. Here's actually a form book that he found from 1847 that presented contracts for minors to perform indentured servitude there. And you can look back at the history that he provided about this, where people were actually, if you wanted to come over to the U.S., you could come over on this contract that you would be working for somebody. But our Constitution then said after you reached the age of majority, you couldn't be bound to that indentured servitude. So I think that's why there's a specific, a definite choice to not use the overall term involuntary servitude, which could include things like jury service. If you don't want to go there, you're being required involuntarily to serve, versus the indentured servitude, which was the term, referencing the term at the time of what was actually happening with minors who were forced to work. And there were even contracts for that work while our Constitution had that language saying that after a certain age you couldn't be required to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice. trying to get back to the actual doc. For some reason, I can't find it. I'm gonna have to brush up on my IT. That was an overview of what I wanted to review with you, Madam Chair, but is there anything that I didn't address that you want me to discuss?
Questions, committee? Jim?
So from a practical standpoint, we don't allow slavery any age. So not changing the Constitution does not change the law in Vermont.
That's correct.
Conversely, changing it, is there anything that would, as a consequence, change practice or law in Vermont today?
To not change it?
To change
To
it?
change it? With this language, I don't think so.
Okay, so you mentioned
It's
jury
substantive,
service.
Correct, yes. And to emphasize what I was saying, by the use of the phrase indentured servitude, that's really discussing people being indentured servants, having to work under contract against their will, under that historical phrase indentured servitude as it was known as it had been used at the time of this language when it was originally enacted.
So, but making this change wouldn't impact, call to jury duty. If the draft was reinstituted, Vermonters could still be drafted. So none of that. So this is really a perception and how one looks at it, and I get it, that it might, be interpreted that at one time we allowed slavery under certain conditions or indentured service, and the amendment would perhaps change that.
Perception.
Perception.
Yes.
Okay.
The Vermont Supreme Court is the final interpreter of the Constitution.
Yeah.
So I know it is my belief from my handling of this and from all of the testimony to date that this is not supposed to have any sort of effect on current practice. It is not intended, as I have understood all of the testimony to date, and my understanding of this is that it is not meant to have any impact on things like jury service or require a draft or incarceration of people when they've been adjudicated of a crime.
Okay.
I can never say with certainty what the Vermont Supreme Court would, how the Vermont Supreme Court would adjudicate this, but there has been no indication from any of the testimony to date that it would have any substantive impact on the law as it currently stands.
Okay, so let me pursue this a little bit. When we held a public hearing last spring, there was one witness, I believe, that suggested that there be no reference to slavery. Just strike that section. And I understand that point of view as well, that it's kind of a reminder, of the past that was in place at one time. But if we struck it, would there be any practical or real, not that we can, but if the Senate gave us another option, if we struck that section, would there be any practical or real action as a result in Vermont today, Vermont law?
No.
Okay. So our choices are to adopt it as is, in which case there's really no change, or ask the Senate to give us another one and just take it all out and there'd be no change.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, I just want to mention, going back to court interpretation, is that we've got our Vermont Supreme Court and we've got our U.S. Supreme Court, and just to reiterate that U.S. Supreme Court case that made clear that the state and federal governments can still be compelled to be required to compel their citizens to perform certain duties. I just wanted to emphasize that our U.S. Supreme Court has already made that statement.
Any other questions for Betsy Ann?
Just going back to that, our prior question there as far as the liberal interpretation. So let's just say hypothetically, and this is clearly a hypothetical, but if somebody had a person that was in indentured servitude, under a male, under 21 now, could they literally point to that language and say, it's legal?
No,
In today's.
we have that it would be a crime to hold someone against their will, to perform labor against their will, unless it was incarceration or a jury service or something.
Even though that the Constitution appears to say that. In other words, I mean, it's very clear that it's illegal and it's not, it's immoral and all the other stuff, but I went back to the liberal interpretation of the language.
No, I don't think so. By the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, it provides neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime where the party has been duly convicted, shall exist in the U.S. or any place
And that
within the
supersedes
jurisdiction.
our.
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
U.S. law always controls. Thank you.
Any other questions for Betsy Ann? Who knows this frontward and backward and is able to answer all sorts of questions. And I very much appreciate your thorough review for us of these various documents. I would love to take a few minutes here to offer time for questions, discussion amongst the committee, so that we can decide what we need to do in advance of an anticipated vote on this on Friday. So if anyone has questions, concerns, suggestions, requests, or if you've already formed your opinion about what we're looking at in Proposition 2, open up the floor. Jim, and then I see Rob sort of looking like he wants to say something.
I'm trying to block
Maybe
him.
we can just go, maybe we can just go around the table, starting with Jim.
I have absolutely no problem with making the change, and I will support the issue if that's what we vote on. I'm curious if you can, and it may be unfair for you to characterize it, but there was at least one dissenter in this on the proposal because that senator felt that changed the historical look back of our Constitution. Would you?
I'm not the
okay.
person to
All right,
address that.
that's fine. I mean,
Thank you.
no, but it sounded like
Let me see.
Professor Teachout initially had that same perspective, but then came around as he listened to more opinions and testimony on the change.
So,
Characterizing what he said.
I believe that's accurate.
I just, changing the Constitution is a big deal. And while this on the surface seems straightforward and a positive thing to do, given that people can interpret that we allow certain things at one time, it may be worth, I think it was Senator McCormick, giving him just a couple minutes of why did he oppose it? I mean, it's not easy to be 1 out of 30 or 1 out of 150 to vote differently on something. I just maybe informative, that's all. I'm not saying it would change anything.
Ralph?
I'm totally fine with the way that it is.
Mike?
I agree. I'm ready to vote. It's on.
Once again,
Vote right now.
throw them under the bus.
Marcia, questions, concerns, more information you need?
Just a question, and I'm perfectly fine with this also, but some people, constituents have said that the word slavery should be removed entirely. It should not even be present in the Constitution, Vermont's Constitution. So I wonder why, when this was written, it was included. Can you give us any?
I really hesitate to try to pass on other people's perception.
I understand.
Yeah.
Didn't Professor Teachout talk about that during his presentation?
If anyone can shed light on that, I'd appreciate it.
I don't know if his presentation was also written, but I think he did present written testimony.
He did.
Might be in
Nelson?
Yeah, I think his main point was that he thought something would be lost in history by making changes, but I think he, in the end, he turned around and felt that it wouldn't be. And my personal belief is the way data is kept today and stuff, nothing's lost in history. What ends up is you're changing history. You're making history by making the changes. And I think that's what we're here for, is to do the correct thing. And if this is the correct thing, we should be voting for it.
I do understand that. I'm just asking about the one word slavery, not the concept that's trying to be achieved here.
Yeah, and his concern was that you're going to erase that, which...
And it has, that word has a history.
Yes.
Thank you.
John, thoughts, questions, concerns, opinions?
No, I'm ready to vote. I think with respect to keeping slavery and indentured servitude in the Constitution, as this proposal would do, reminds us of our history. I think it's important to remember the history of this country. That, you know, slavery and indentured servitude existed in Vermont and the country for into the 19th century. I don't think we want to forget that. Or, you know, people, now we're sensitive to that issue, but, you know, people 100 years from now, because this is a living document, and that's important. The people may forget our discussions here. The only thing they'll have to go on is the Constitution.
JP?
Totally in favor of it, as proposed.
We'll skip over the empty chair. Hal?
Sure. I think this is an important language change in our Constitution, and for some of the reasons that John just stated. And I think it's equally important that we have clarity that once and hopefully forever, we have drawn the line as a state that, as we claim to be a state that didn't allow slavery, it's just not ambiguous anymore. And if we're going to really deal with institutional racism, we have to have a foundation in our Constitution that takes us in a different direction. So I think this is an important step for hopefully dealing with that issue as well.
Nelson?
I'm ready to vote.
Excellent. So we will have our committee agenda reflect that Friday morning after the floor. We'll come back to this. And in the meantime, if you want to track down the lone senator and have a conversation with him.
Yeah. I just...
Not hearing a great cry.
I support the amendment, and it actually may be a good compromise between taking it out altogether and those who want to preserve some sense of history in our Constitution. I'm totally fine. I take our responsibility very, very seriously anytime we amend the Constitution. You know, a law we can pass and change next year, but not the Constitution. So he had a perspective. Quite frankly, I wouldn't have expected him to have that perspective, but he did. You know, but you know, maybe there's nothing to be gained. I don't know. I just throw it out there. That's all.
We will come back to this on Friday.